Okay, I'm here. If this doesn't work, then I'm going to have to wait till later because it must be my internet. But let me know if you guys can hear me now. Says I have an excellent connection. Hello, hello. God dang. I see the snow moving. Do I sound okay? Okay. Good so far. All right, let's see if we can keep it going this time. All right, you guys, let me know if I start freaking glitching out. Take 3. I know, three's a charm, right? Good so far. All right, that's good, but sometimes it messes up after we get started, right? Hey, bless mom. Good to see you. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays. All right. Jay, you've changed. You're crazy. You're weird. You're a stalker. I know I'm cold too, Lucia. I can imagine the rest of the country is freezing. What's up, Snazzy? Rita Nashville, Ramona, Janine K, September. Do you remember? You're recovering from Christmas festivities. Divine started early. Does anybody have any family plans this weekend? And just to piggyback off that last conversation, Granny and I are fine. Just because sometimes we don't dual stream things doesn't mean there's a problem. Um, I just want to make that clear. I have no issues, and I don't think she has no issues. Candy wrapper, I love you too. It's 9 degrees in Wisconsin, says Serena. Bitter cold. Oh, you're going to Frankenmuth. How fun. Oh man, I'm so jealous. I love Frankenmuth in the winter. I love the horses, the carriages, the snow. Right. We just doing our own thing over here, Chicken Wang. I love Grady's watching. Mm-hmm. She's definitely under a lot of stress. That's for damn sure. Rose of Sharon, my heart breaks for Granny. Yeah, it's freaking awful. Queen Bee, neither have I. Neither have I. You and I are in the same boat. I haven't started shopping yet either. Minus 16 in Toronto. Hey, Julie, OU812. My kid works, so I'll be doing Xmas dinner for nurses and staff on the medical floor. What I'd Flo, you are so amazing. Oh, the chicken dinner. I mean, come on. It's divine, Jamie. I'm so jealous. Granny's got a lot of support too. She's I got to wrap gifts too. I got to do all that. I do have a few gifts bought. I lied. I do have a few gifts bought, but for the most part, I think I'm giving my kids money this year because it's just things are so tough. You know what I mean? Like everybody's struggling. So I'm just gonna give them for the most part cash. I'm not sure if one of my kids is listening right now, so I can't tell you. I am making them something special, but I don't want to say it publicly because my kids sometimes listen and I don't want them to know. But I am making them something special for Christmas. It's 55 on my side of the state. What's yours? I'm probably right about there because my heat's at 63. Welcome back, UA. I know I'm obsessed with UA's dog. I absolutely love her dog. She did an amazing job, put Barbara Walters to shame. I think she did great too. Just E is wrapped and ready for Christmas. I'm such a procrastinator. Such a procrastinator. Yeah, I was going to show you guys the lawsuit. Hypothetically, if I'm trolling someone, how do I know if I'm blocked yet? What do you mean, UA? Who are you trolling? I don't know. Ask someone if they can see you in the chat, I guess. I don't know. I'm not a troller. I live in Michigan and it's like 21. Let me see what it is here. My heat's on 63, and it's been kicking on periodically. It's 52 and sunny. Oh my gosh. The high today here is only going to be 58. UA is asking for a friend. Happy solstice. My daughter's going up north to spend Christmas with my other daughter and granddaughter. I can't travel in by mouth, so I'm staying home. Marley, aw. I'm glad your daughters are going to be together and your granddaughter. That's nice. I'm giving away sentimental things to my kids this year. Aw, that'll be special. Good morning, little mama. Little mama, Misty Blue. It's cold as balls outside, Kelsey. Kelsey, what are you doing for Christmas, honey? It's 30 and feels like 23 in West Tennessee. No, it would not be great out. It would look normal to you, UA. It's very deceiving. It'll look like your comments are going through, but really they're not. It's 55 in the UK and damp. Wow, Mama Michelle. It sounds like a fun Christmas at your house. Good morning, Rebecca. Happy Saturday. Misty, my appointment is the 26th, so the day after Christmas. Happy South African summer solstice. 78 degrees Fahrenheit with bad coastal winds. Unsupervised fucktardia. Love your name. South Africa coming in hot.
So is that a joint? Or is it a cigar?
Get some Elon in there coming from your home country. Did you guys hear that okay?
So is that a joint? Or is it a cigar?
Yeah, okay, you can. We're giving money to our daughter and grandkids for Christmas also. Well, things are so rough that, I think that cash is a good gift this year. Lily Rose, it's 20, feels like 9. Ugh. You've been drinking that 14 mushroom coffee from Amazon. Does it really, little mama? Does it give you energy? Pearl Strand, how long does it take to get your hair done? An hour, usually. But she's going to be trimming it this time, so I don't know. I've never had that done. So probably about an hour or so. She's really fast. You guys are going to be surprised. You'll be like, holy shit. Her little hands just go, toot, 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 get it done. I'm like, damn, how do you do that so fast? But she do. Good morning, Darcy. Good morning, Go Bulldogs. You're giving money too. Yeah, I wanted to show you guys. Last night, Clue had barbecue on, and it looks like barbecue actually. Let's look at this. This is courtesy of Cluminati. But barbecue has filed her anti-SLAPP. It's pretty fucking amazing, actually. I gotta say, barbecue has brought it. You know what I mean? Let's get your chat up here. There we go. It's a very cooter Christmas, OU812. I'm excited to show you guys my hair. Maybe people will stop making fun of me. Because, they'll see that it's not like this weird thing that I don't just like brush my fucking hair or whatever. 29 and snowy. Hey, True Crime. Hey, Simplify. Lee Michelle. YouTube on TV. Awesome. I hope they all get a big slap across the face. How about y'all? Hey, I know we got some birthdays. Can we celebrate those birthdays real quick? Let's do that. Right, meow.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, 'cause you're awesome. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, 'cause you're awesome.
Happy birthday, everybody that has birthdays today and the rest of the weekend. Happy birthday, Cooters. Absolutely. I love celebrating birthdays. It's one of my things. I think everybody. Sherry Rollins, good morning. You're beautiful as well. Ludwig, good morning. Did you bring the Crisco? Happy birthday to Never Say Never's daughter. Birthdays are important. I'm a firm believer that you should acknowledge your birthday every year. Did you get rid of the dreads? No, I just have an appointment to get my hair done. I haven't had my hair done in probably 6 months. 6 months. I get my hair done twice a year, pretty much. BJ wouldn't talk about it last night. Well, she should be scared. Let's take a listen to what Clue said last night. Clue walks through this. Let's listen to some Clue. You ready?
So, as you see here, At Night Media LLC, Dwayne Dog Chapman, Seth Rogers, Tony L. Mathis, Andrew Griffin, Butterhead, Christina O'Donnell.
I love how she pauses and she goes, Butterhead. Wait, listen.
Butterhead, Christina O'Donnell, Julie the Dog Lady, Hong, and Nikki are all listed, right? That's what, 10, I think? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10. Mind you, they're the plaintiffs. These are the defendants. We know who they are. Anna, welcome to the Clue Crew. All right, motion pursuant to 42
Dog
PACS
lady.
8320.1.
Dude, she's
and
so
now
funny.
comes defendant. We know who that is. And through her undersigned counsel to hereby move this court to grant relief in accordance with Pennsylvania's anti-SLAPP statute, codified at 42 PACS 8320.1. I have no idea what that means. Averring. In support thereof as follows. Plaintiffs initiated the above captioned action by filing a complaint for injunctive and other equitable relief. The undersigned accepted service of the complaint on October 23rd, 2024. On November 6th, plaintiffs filed a motion for leave to amend their complaint requesting to join additional defendants. On November 12th, Ms. Trude raised defenses under the anti-SLAPP law in her reply to plaintiff's petition for preliminary injunction, final injunction, and other equitable relief. Within the motion is timely as it is brought within 60 days of service of the pleading asserting a cause of action based on protected. Plaintiffs are engaged in the urgent and sensitive task of locating Sebastian Waindrake. Clearly, the addition of this plaintiff is for improper purposes.
Uh-oh. Did we disconnect? God dang it. I think we'll be back. I think we'll get back. It's glitchy. I know. It's my internet today. Are we back? God, I hate when it does this. It's so distracting. No, it's my Wi-Fi, I think, you guys. I think it's my internet. It might cut in and out. This is frustrating. I'm sorry, guys. Like I said, I woke up this morning and my TV was off. My internet on my TV was off. Yeah, it might cut in and out, guys. Yeah, it's not you, it's me. Okay, let's continue.
Purposes, including but not limited to increased publicity and notoriety surrounding the case. In addition, the complaint identifies a widely respected lawyer as counsel without including a signature line on the pleadings for said lawyer. It is believed and therefore averred, somebody tell me what the hell that means, that the inclusion of this counsel was without his knowledge or consent, and that said lawyer is not now, nor has he ever been, I think that's supposed to be ever, been involved in this matter. As further evidence of the impropriety
Thanks, Flo.
of this complaint, the complaint contains first-person statements by counsel for plaintiffs and includes multiple incidents of random assertions by persons not involved in the litigation. The complaint has been filed to quell mistruths, public expression, the exact circumstance for which the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania recently amended its anti-SLAPP law to protect against. Further, this complaint is contrary to the specific prohibitions contained within the aforesaid Pennsylvania anti-SLAPP statute. You have to say it that way, right? SLAPP. With the 5 fingers say to the face.
You do. Slap.
I'm sorry.
I
I'll
love
never
the
get tired of saying that
anti-slap.
ever. Anyway, the Pennsylvania's amendment is a direct response to the disturbing increase in lawsuits brought primarily to chill the valid exercise of protected public expression. The Pennsylvania General Assembly defined protected public expression as a person's communication in a legislative, executive, judicial, or administrative proceeding, communication on an issue under consideration or review in a legislative, executive, judicial, or administrative proceeding, or exercise on a matter of public concern of the rights of freedom of speech or freedom of the press, the right to assemble or petition, or the right to associate, guaranteed by the First Amendment to the Constitution of the United States, or in their laws. Exercise on a matter of public concern of the rights of freedom of speech or freedom of the press, the right to assemble or petition, or the right to associate, guaranteed by the First Amendment to the Constitution. I think that's in there twice. Well, no, I'm sorry. That's the law. Just kidding. This is why I'm not a lawyer. Just saying right now. These things are way over my head. Whatever. Here, plaintiffs filed their complaint to impinge upon mistruths, free speech, rights, and fair comment under the federal and state constitutions. In other words, plaintiff's complaint is intended to attack and suppress mistruths, protected public expression. A person is immune from civil liability for a cause of action based on protected public expression if the party asserting the cause of action based on public expression fails to state a cause of action upon which relief can.
All right. Sorry, I had to pause that. What's up, UA?
I just wanted to say, since my favorite little Sleepy J will never let me on her panel again, I have to come be on my favorite J's panel so that she can hear all my lovely commentary that I don't get to.
Uh-oh, you cut out on me. Are you there? Can you guys hear UA? I heard her at first. Now I don't hear her.
Let me see.
God, I hope it's not me that you're robotic. You're a little bit robotic. You guys didn't hear her at all? All right, let's see what we got going on here. Audio. You guys should hear her. UA? I hear background noise, UA.
I think I'm going to go in on my phone and see if that's better.
Okay, yeah, try to come back. I pinned the link, so it's in the chat.
Okay.
Okay. All right, she's going to try to come back. You want me to remove you? Okay, she's going to try to come back.
Can be granted. Plaintiff's complaint is devoid of any factual or legal basis sufficient to sustain a cause of action against barbecue. That's what we'll just say, okay? The complaint is fundamentally flawed, procedurally as well as for the reasons set forth in the preliminary objections filed in this matter. Accordingly,
Hey, Jammers.
Barbecue files this motion seeking dismissal of plaintiff's cause of action based on mistruths, protected public expression, immunity, pursuant to the law.
Okay, she's back. Let's try this again.
All right.
Oh, much better. Much better.
Yeah, I don't know what is up with the internet these days. Like everyone's streams was acting all wonky this morning.
Isn't that
Maybe
weird?
It's all maybe it's all those drones or something. Who knows?
It must be either the drones or, Nick's satellites.
Or the slapback. The
They're-
slapback that's coming. You know?
Oh, that 5-finger slap is coming. This is amazing, girl.
I love a good slapback. Like, and it's perfect because they chose Pennsylvania for such a strategic reason. And apparently they had these like great attorneys and they didn't even think about the whole slapback being like effective in Pennsylvania. Love that for them.
Right. I hear this is the first anti-slap filed in Pennsylvania since it was broadened in, I think, July of this year.
Yeah. It's always great to make history. I love history being made sometimes,
Yeah, it's pretty amazing.
You can this is like called setting precedent for you dummy, your little legal dum-dums. It's called setting precedent. So y'all can maybe set some precedent and then, yeah.
Do you think they were expecting this slap back, if you will? I mean, it kind of seems to me that they were kind of expecting them to go, okay, what can we do to get out of this? And they didn't.
No, I don't think they were expecting this at all, especially like the day that morning that Nick showed up in Granny's chat and was like, was basically like trying to almost like bribe her. Like, Joe, remember that? Like,
yes.
It's like for $500 or something, I'm like,
Yeah, like if you pay $500 by Monday or something like that.
Yeah. I don't think that that many of these people that are plaintiffs in this injunction think at all. So that's a foreign concept for them. So unless someone's thinking for them and, acting as like a guardian ad litem for their mental well-being and thoughts, I don't think that they do much time, like actually like thinking and
No.
thinking about repercussions. Someone's just like, sign here, and they're like, oh, okay,
Yeah.
money.
Yeah. Especially Butterhead, right? She saw this as a prime opportunity to get Granny, right? She's been wanting to get
Yeah.
her for years. It was presented and tied up with a little bow. And she
Mm-hmm.
said, yeah, send it on over. And she opened her email. She initialed every single claim and then signed her name to it.
And she doesn't, unfortunately, realize that everybody else that she's like tied herself to, they kind of actually have to be telling the truth too in the things that they said.
Correct.
Imagine that, filing a legal thing and you actually have to tell the truth.
Right. And then there's a lawyer listed, right? Bruce Castor, who had no idea that he.
Yeah, that could be problematic in several ways. If I was Bruce Castor, I'd be filing a bar complaint against. I mean, do we even know if, like, because you can like, this is part, I think was brought up too, like, you can electronically file. So do we even know that, like, we know that Pee Wee Herman knows that he's obviously, Dog's attorney, but what does he really know about all this? Or is maybe this
Does
even
he
being followed
even
by
know?
him?
Does he even know? I saw that question too. I mean,
Yeah.
to put someone, a lawyer, that takes tremendous balls. So that tells me that they'll do anything. You know what I mean? Like there's no boundaries with this one.
I didn't have any doubt. I mean, when I looked at Nick's history, I really had no doubts. Like, if you're willing to go into a police station, um, trying to work as an undercover informant when you're not even invited, like, oh, here's some, you know, drugs. I want to help you bust this drug dealer.
Yeah.
And you think that's a great idea? Yeah, I didn't think that there was much that, yeah,
I don't
that would be
know,
off
man.
bounds.
His history is wild to me. Wild. I've never seen anything like this, UA.
Uh,
I mean, trolling
yeah,
is one thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, trolling is one thing online, but his shit is like a whole nother level. I mean, you got him calling on his neighbors because they were black, right? So we have
then
race.
with the prostitution,
Yeah. Yeah.
like the forging emails, gosh, I guess just like the parole, wasn't it the parole officer in one of the things? I don't know. And then you've got him like working with someone that works at the police
Mm-hmm.
department with the taser.
Yeah. There's so
I don't
much
know where he
fuckery,
gets
man.
his ideas, but Nick, stop thinking. It doesn't work very well for you. Just stop thinking. Just stay at the park and swing or something.
And, I think people forget how unsettling it's got to be to have these people live by you. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Well, yeah, and the thing is, like, I brought this up the other day. It's not just to have these people live by you. Like, I mean, these people, they have an audience. Unfortunately, I don't know where you find people that are, just as mentally unstable as, they are, but they believe what these people are saying. And then it's so reckless and so dangerous. All it takes is one. And for them to believe some of this nonsense that's being put out by this. And whose responsibility is it when they incite something and something does happen?
yeah, right?
That's something to think about. Like, and I don't think that that's been taken into consideration by the other side, so to speak, because they're not willing to have any opposing viewpoints. It's all about, you know, just furthering a narrative, and we're going to just go full steam ahead at whatever cost,
Yeah.
no matter who we hurt. And ultimately, they're hurting Sebastian, but you know,
Yeah, it's
it's sad.
absolutely it is. It's very sad. But I'm really happy to see this filed, and I mean, it sounds like there's a lot of money that would be given back to the defendants if
Yeah,
this
that's just
anti-SLAPP is granted, right?
right. Yeah, that's just for the slap part. That's not even talking about like
A counter?
you have well, not just the counter. Like you have with the anti-slap, you have like the the attorney's fees and court costs and filing fees and things like that, which you know are very expensive, especially with the attorneys that barbecue has. Um, and then you have also what are called punitive damages, and that can be pretty, you know,
Right.
pretty
Well,
hefty.
and I know that
Um,
people say, I don't have anything, so there's nothing they can get from me. What they don't understand is that in a case like this, they can garnish your wages, right? I mean, this can be an order put in that if you ever
gar-
get, or if you ever get an inheritance, if you win the
gar-
lottery, right?
they're gonna garnish your grift, girls and boys.
Yeah.
So, you know, that could be your new slogan.
Um, Ca-
Garnish the grift.
Canvas and Crime, thank you so much for your PayPal. That was so nice. She said, thank you for being awesome, solid and true from Canvas and Crime. Thank you. And happy holidays to you. Yeah, this isn't even the countersuit. This is just the response to what they filed, right?
Right.
I mean, the stress of it all, yes, it's worth, I mean, they deserve a payout. So they'll get their attorney's fees back if the anti-SLAPP is granted, from what I understand. They'd get their
Mhm.
attorney's fees and any punitive damages, right?
Right. And punitive damages, for those people that don't know, are damages that are awarded by the court to punish the defendant in order to deter people from engaging in this type of conduct in the future. Um, and they're awarded in addition to compensatory damages, which is money that's awarded to the party that is injured or would be injured, which would be in this case Granny, SF, barbecue, any of those. Do they want to name any other 50 people? Like,
All the Jane Does.
yeah, all their Jane Does.
Yeah, like they can put liens on their house, their vehicles. So, like, if they ever want to sell their home, that gets paid off
Mhm.
first. I mean, there's a whole lot of ways, and especially when attorneys want to recoup money, they find ways to recoup money.
Yeah, they sure do. They get real creative. Attorneys don't like. I mean, they make a they the ones I made worked for. I mean, his hourly was like $450. That was you know
Yeah.
when I was 15. That was 15 years ago. So I don't even want to know what it is now. But
Well, you know what another
yeah.
thing is, UA, if you think about that hourly rate, and then think about
Mhm.
like all these streams that they're claiming they've done all these things on. These lawyers have to review those at that
Yeah.
hourly rate. It's crazy.
Or their little paralegal
Mm-hmm.
watches them all on like 2x speed and then has to like literally type them all out and then sends them numerous emails, but every single email they check is a good old 6 minutes. At least that's how it used to be.
Yeah, that's why I couldn't defend myself in the federal copyright against Nexstar Media, because my streams were 8+ hours, and a federal copyright lawyer is like, I think the cheapest one I found was $500 an hour. So you
Yeah.
times that just by one stream, forget about it. I mean, there was no way. There was just no way, and they knew that.
Yeah.
And I think that
And-
they expected these guys to just cower down and say, how can we get this to go away? Because we don't want to deal with this. You know what I mean? It's too stressful. But
yeah, they were gonna is a bully tactic.
Uh-huh.
Except for I don't think they've ever been successful like bullies in the sense that they were the bullied. I get the sense that they were the bullied, and now they're trying to take on, like in life before, now they're trying to take on that role of bullying other people, and they pick the wrong people to bully.
Mhm. I
They
agree.
they fucked around and they about to find out.
Now, let me ask you this:
Mm-hmm.
do you think that if other people, creator wise, let's say I lived in PA, for example, do you think they would have thrown me on there if I lived in PA? Do you think they would have grabbed other people? Do you think it's because they're in PA, that's why those two were chosen?
I think that it was a combination of Tony and his disdain for barbecue, and Brittany J and her and BHB had developed one too for barbecue too. She was I believe BHB was, responsible for barbecue getting the health inspectors being called on her. Due to some of the things that were mentioned to the health inspector and the things that BHB would talk about in her lives that just clearly weren't true at all, and the way that she would react when confronted about it. So, like, accusing barbecue of having cats around food. Like, barbecue doesn't have cats. The whole running joke is she's allegedly got a puppy mill, is what everybody would say. But, she says, I'm a kitten mill, BHB, but, couldn't get that right. And then obviously, Brittany J, thinks, has a vendetta, personal vendetta against Granny, and this was her way, she thought, where she could get back at Granny and it wouldn't cost her a thing, and she would maybe get something, like grow her stream, grow her grift, and find people that maybe would want to watch her sleep,
I
listen to her
can't believe
snore.
how many people, honestly, I mean, in all reality, I can't believe how many people spend their time listening to her. I have to imagine it's because she's the only one live at that time, because what do they take
Maybe we
away
need
from
to. I'm
those?
gonna petition more creators to start going like late night, like I don't know, for like the people that work second shift. Please, you'll have like no competition. Your competition will be asleep. It's a smart idea. I mean,
What did she admit, Ludwig? He said BJ even admitted that part on stream. So did you guys watch her last night? I didn't.
well, I got real frustrated at the end. I went in at the very end, and I know I'm blocked by but I'm blocked by blueberry gumballs. I'm blocked by uh like, it didn't take me long to get blocked by him. Seth, Tony, like half their people over there. But I was like telling him to drop me the link, and of course, Brittany J said she wasn't gonna have me on panel again because she had heard I'd said some real nasty things that But I was like, I'll be real nice. I was actually bright-eyed and bushy-tailed too, so I was actually not in the last time when I got caught off guard, and
I think
yeah,
you did good last time.
I was, in retrospect, mm,
You wish you
nah.
would have said more.
I
think
wish I would have said more. I wish I would have been like, I actually got out of bed, put my contacts in, and
You're bright-eyed and bushy
got up. But I was caught off guard by all the questions being about things that weren't really that important. Them asking me to defend SF's comments. Like, I'm not SF. You go ask him. Go ask your first hard hitting journalistic question. Like,
Yeah, why do they always expect you to speak for SF?
I don't know. I
It's
don't
like you're
speak
a-
for him.
It's like you're a runoff of SF on these streets.
No, I do have the running joke that I'm his media like liaison, and I do organize our marching band practice, but that's
Marching
about
band.
that's
Barbecue.
about where we draw the line.
Barbecue last night said, "I think I can manage a marching band for us, Granny."
She said, and then she said
She
something
said, "I
about
play the
playing
piano."
the piano.
Yeah.
I'm like, dude,
She said they got them little keyboards.
all right, barbecue, you're in on the keyboard. We needed somebody.
True Crime Karens wants to know where she can read it. I checked the docket; it hasn't been filed yet. Barbecue shared that with Clue last night, so that's how we were able to see it before it's filed. I didn't see it I looked this morning before I went live. 'Cause I think they just filed it yesterday. So
Yeah, and sometimes it can take a little bit for it to be published.
yeah. Maybe by Monday or something it'll be in there.
Yeah.
Okay, so someone said to listen to BJ last night,
Okay.
45:15. Wait, let me do this way so you can hear it. You don't have to go to YouTube. I'll make it easier for you, UA, this morning.
Well, thank you.
I know.
Jay Bird.
Well, I appreciate you. All right, hold up. Present. I'm just glad I'm not cutting out anymore. Jesus.
I know, me too. I kept going, I swear, what is going on here?
Girl, I woke
I've
up.
seen
It
my
was
cat.
it was fucking weird because I woke up this morning and at like 4 a.m. and my TV was off and it said no internet connection. So I just went back to
Oh.
sleep because sometimes they update it in the nighttime.
Yeah.
And then when I got up this morning, it was still like that. And I'm like, what the hell? So I came in here because my computer is like hardwired and it was fine. And I'm like, okay, that's weird. Maybe it's just something with the TV. So I just set up my live and then it was all glitchy. It's weird.
Yeah.
But let's see what this says. Let's see what she says.
Hold,
last night.
please. Hold, please.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. All right, here we go.
Out to me out of nowhere.
Turn it
Aw.
up. Lord have mercy.
Oh my Lord, people.
Please reach out to
FIFO. People keep bringing this up. FIFO deposit. Have you heard about the anti-SLAPP that BBK lady? Maybe a little bit, but okay.
Wait,
Not.
look at the name. Fuck around and find out deposit. And she's all clueless. FAFO deposit. She perked right up.
Bringing this up. FIFO deposit.
Oh, FAFO.
Have you heard about the
FIFO.
anti-SLAPP that BBK lady?
BBK.
Not-
BBK.
Yeah. You may want to learn the names of your the people you'll
You're
be paying.
suing. Oh my God, FAFO. Jesus.
Maybe a little bit, but okay.
Okay.
I don't know. Let her
Okay.
do it. I don't understand. Like anybody
no,
can file
Well,
stuff,
you
you
can't
guys.
do
That ain't
anything about it.
Yeah, I don't care about her.
I don't care
MK
about
Ultra
her.
says hi, Mary.
You're going to. They are so
Nana,
clueless.
she'll need a PO box then for
Oh
sure.
my
Make
God.
sure.
Merry Christmas. Want me to share what everyone on back chat was saying during the Chris Proudfoot interview?
MK Ultra, you were
Um,
blocked. I hit you in the block button, so you sit the take a seat.
I don't really care. I'm not
While
sure
you're
that.
thinking, Britt, I'm going to respond to Black Skies.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Black Skies, and I will be looking forward to your email tomorrow.
Awesome.
This
Eddie.
guy.
Dude,
All right.
I don't know where
Okay,
they found
let's,
you, but they need to drop you back
Let's
off.
do this. Hold on
The
one
song.
second.
The Rico Christmas song.
Okay.
I'm
All
gonna
right.
create
Shout
a
out.
Rico,
Well, credit goes to Queen
Christmas
Bee.
Rico.
Credit goes
I want y'all to
credit goes to Queen Bee.
let's listen closely. Like, I'm going, and I'm obviously this is fair use. I'm going to commentate through it. But
Girl, she was
Here
so
we go.
scared when she was playing Truth Live the other night.
Right?
They were dropping that
There was
link
no
every
plan
5
about how last night
seconds.
went.
I love how she gets scared. It's so stupid.
Get scared, BJ. Get scared.
Is there more, guys? Because I can't listen to her. Oh, it makes me laugh so hard. It's so ridiculous. Like, I heard a little bit. I don't know what that's about. You can file anything. It's like, bitch, you have no idea what's coming.
Mm-hmm.
None.
Yeah.
None. Oh my God. Let me know if there's more because save my eardrums, please. Hey, Gary. Good morning. Happy holidays. Are you going to comment or are you going to fall asleep? Hold on. Is this a good one for her to nap through? I don't want to play truth again. I feel like, that's
Yeah.
another thing that I wanted to talk about.
Yeah.
Was truth. I gave it a lot of thought
Mm-hmm.
since Queen's panel yesterday. And,
Right.
the more that I think about it, the more I blame Chris Proudfoot for what happened and how it went down. I don't know how anybody else feels about that, but I think that being that truth is new to the platform, that maybe he was taken advantage of a little bit. He didn't know how heavy it was going to get. Do you know what I'm saying?
I think I can see. Well, I mean, but then on the other, to play devil's advocate, like it's not like Chris has been through this before,
True.
either.
True.
So, I think that, this is a story that in a case, everybody has a case, I feel like, that you just kind of resonate, some cases resonate with people more than others. And obviously this is a very personal case to Truth, because of his own story. And it's very difficult when you're a creator and you start communicating with the family. Where do you draw the line? Like in terms of communicating with the family, but also still knowing that, like, if you are told something that should go to law enforcement, how do you handle the ethics of that? And where do you draw your moral compass? And
Well, I think his mistake, UA, was thinking that when he talked to Chris, he was somehow going to hear a slip up. I think that was his first mistake. I think that's dangerous turf to skate on when you're a content creator, right? That's not a good reason to go into it, because that's not why you should be involved, is trying to get a slip up or trying to, solve the crime, right?
Right.
And I think that's
Yeah.
where he lost sight. I think having the parents on is fine, like raise awareness, show the flyer, talk about the situation, whatever, like we all have done. But when you get to having these private conversations, that's where it gets sticky, man. And then if you hear
Yeah.
something that bothers you and you got to hold it in, then that puts you in a horrible spot sometimes mentally. It's just not somewhere you want to tread, in my opinion.
Right. I've seen other people, people go after, kind of like say some things about Clue because, she got involved and, but I will say it's very different when you have a case like this and it is as close to you as it is to Clue. Like, it's literally in her backyard. It's literally in even Truth's backyard. I mean, he's from Nashville too. But you know, when you have these creator, even Crabtree, you know, you have these creators, which Crabtree was a bigger creator over on TikTok, your favorite platform, but before he moved over here. But you know, it's one of those things where you want, if you're, especially if you're already in the genre of true crime, or you know, crama, whatever you want to call it, you're, it's very easy to want to drive by the parents' house and want to drive by and get the lay of the land, and you know, feel it out for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
So I definitely think that that's something that it's easy, because I was watching, I've really enjoyed Nonsense, kind of going back from the very beginning, because one of the things that I didn't realize that she pointed out was the timeline going over this of like when the Facebook group started to be created, and then when the narrative started to kind of get spun. And you, like, Binoculars Bobby, every time I've talked, well, I don't talk to her much, but when I did talk to her, you know, she was played, oh, I don't want to have any part of this, but you know, yet she's adminning not only the neighborhood Facebook group, she's adminning a Find Sebastian Rogers Facebook group.
But she's saying
And
she
a
doesn't want to
couple
be
of 'em.
involved.
Yeah, and she's also the Mob Crew. She was the source for the Mob Crew's lights,
Mm,
you know,
mhm.
reconstruction video. That was their source. Spoiler alert, it was Bobby.
Speaking of Seth Rogers, this was him in Butterheads the other day.
Oh,
And
he has me blocked, so I can't see what
I can't either, but someone sent this to me who he doesn't have blocked. Surprisingly, there are still people that he hasn't blocked yet. Seth, get on that. But it was when they were talking about what Chris said about, you know, when they stopped speaking or whatever. Granny asked, when did things go awry? You know, like, was it the GoFundMe, or why did things go awry? Was it the GoFundMe? Was it something else? And this is Seth, when she's playing that part. He says, I know when I stopped speaking to them, and I know why. More riddles.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, look at the other. They use those letters against Seth. So he's going live tonight, I hear, at 9 p.m. Eastern on his channel.
Yeah, I heard that.
We'll be in our Discord lounge if anybody would like to join. If you're a member, you will have access. We watch Seth Rogers every time he goes live in our Discord lounge, so we can talk freely and we don't get blocked. This is UA that's up here with me. UA Crimson Tide.
Roll Tide, except for we're not in the playoffs.
Roll Tide, not in the playoffs. Butterhead is Brittany.
Cheesy gave her a new name too, Wienerhead.
Cheesy. She's so funny.
I think that was Cheesy, or was it Roro? I don't know. It was a good one though. B-Thug was asleep though.
I've never had a conversation with Seth either. I've never had a conversation with either one of these parents. Okay, so back to me thinking that Chris, you know, is more to blame than Truth in this situation. Here's another one. Why? Okay, so why is Chris and Katie picking creators to talk to? I get Clue. I get all that. I get that she lives there. She's gone there. She's met them. I get that. But in Crabtree too. But why did Katie, and I know no one wants to talk about this, but it's already been put out there. Why did Katie show allegedly a letter to Crabtree that Sebastian wrote? And then he got squelched when he brought it up. This is the kind of shit that pisses subs off. And I'm going to speak as a listener who's not in the know on this situation. And it seems cryptic, you know?
Yeah. I think, when you have people out there and this is me just hypothesizing, I think when you have people out there that are searching day in and day out, the way that Crabtree has especially, you feel like maybe by giving them access to see some of this writing, it may help them understand
What happened?
what happened and maybe put together a
Okay.
narrative of, okay, this is what was going on in his mind. This is the kind of things that, he was thinking at the time, around the time.
That makes sense.
That's the only thing that I can think of from a mom standpoint. I don't know. I'm not gonna say I've never reached
Okay,
out to
so
Katie, never
I
tried to
understand.
understand.
You know what? You have a valid point. That makes complete sense. If they're searching, she wants to give them context. Completely understand
Right.
that. So did he just have a little slip when he was on the panel with Truth and said, "Oh my God, I that was the most disturbing shit I've ever read someone that wrote," and then he got cut off. So was that his slip?
Well, I love Crabtree to death. But Crabtree is, um, sometimes it's easy to say something and you forget you're live. You think you're still around, with your in this living room or wherever reading this over a kitchen table, and you forget that you're live and the internet's forever. And you can't take it back. And someone's always screen recording or someone's always doing this. And so I
It was
think
a
that
mistake. It was a
it was a
mistake.
mistake. Yeah. And that's something that, you know, you have to be that's also why you, as a parent too, you have to be very careful in terms of, you know, who you choose to talk with about your case. You can't bottle it in. You have to be very careful and very selective. And that's nothing against Crabtree. I'm just saying that from other cases that I've been a part of.
Hmm. I mean, I think we're
Uh,
seeing a lot of learning curves. And
right.
sometimes for a lot of us who have been around for a while, it's frustrating to watch. But I think we have to try to, especially me, because I'm very critical. I admit it. I'm fucking very critical. But when you sit back and you think about it, I was a newbie at one point too. And I did and said things that probably, that I learned from. I definitely have learned a lot. I've done things like the show that the case that I got on Dateline for, I actually blamed the boyfriend when it was the fucking best friend that kidnapped and killed Heidi Broussard. And I learned from that. You know what I'm saying? Like, we
Was
all
that
do
the one
things.
where she went over to the best friend was doing her nail
Well, she came.
doing her hair or something and
No, it wasn't that. It was just a
hold on,
visit.
I can't remember.
The girl
Yeah,
came
a
over to
visit.
visit and then
Yeah.
took her back to her house, and no one knew where Heidi and the baby were. And everyone was looking at the boyfriend, Shane. And,
Yeah.
Because statistically, it's usually that one, the spouse.
Especially, yeah.
And it wasn't. And it wasn't him, man. And I'm telling you, that was a tough lesson to learn. So I think that we have to be gracious with people that are just starting out, just because you got to learn somehow. And yeah, it was a mistake.
Same thing with Truth. He's just it's very different being a creator versus, being on, being in a chat versus being on a panel. You have different, with each, you have different levels of I feel like levels of responsibility and accountability. Like, I mean, you should always be responsible and accountable for what you say, first and foremost.
Mhm.
But, not everyone's going to always read the chat. So you may say something, you may make a mistake, but it may not get caught,
Yeah.
or it may get deleted by a mod before,
I think too with Crabtree is that also he's wearing two hats. So he's out, searching, and then he's also being a content creator, and he's trying to level it all out. I think that, that's going to be something he's got to learn to kind of balance. What do you talk about on your podcast versus when you're out searching? You know what I'm saying? It's just, I think it's something that has to fall into place. I think his heart is in the right place. And I don't think he said that to be malicious. I don't think he was sitting there going, hey, I'm going to throw out this little breadcrumb that I read this letter. I think he was, they were in the moment, they were talking, and it came out. And I just wanted to make it clear how I feel about that whole situation. And I'm all about giving grace. That's my New Year's resolution, is to give people more grace off the bat. It's hard for me because I'm very jaded and I'm very guarded, but that's what I'm going to try to do, because everybody's in a different, I don't want to say journey, but on here it is kind of a journey when you begin, and everybody's in a different spot. And
everybody starts from a different spot.
Yes.
From where they start too.
Yes.
Like you start with your perspective, with your life, lessons that you've learned up until that point. Who you are at 25 and what you had learned then when you started is very different from someone who is, 35 or, has a learning disability or something like that. And it's just it's a journey. We've got to be mindful and give people grace on that.
For sure. I mean, I still make mistakes. You know what I mean? And people have given me grace on things. And I want to try to extend that better in this coming year.
Yeah.
Because I admit, everybody who came over from TikTok, I was like, fuck y'all. Like, if you came from TikTok, you can go fuck
2
yourself.
2 a.m. girl.
I don't. Yep.
Y'all were 2 a.m.
Y'all, I did. Yeah. And I grouped all of you guys in the same, because I just couldn't wrap my brain around what was going on. So it was just easier for me to say, fuck TikTok. Like, they're all fucking shady. They've all had dealings with Tony. That was my mindset. And it was.
Yeah.
But it was so much going on. I had Julia, Tony, all this shit. We had this Delta, Cajun, all these motherfuckers.
We had it too. We just had it on a whole different we just had it on a different platform.
Oh my gosh.
At all hours of the night, where they, were delete, everything, like on YouTube, you can go back and like watch a stream unless it's privated. Well, the content creators of that stream is the only one that can do that. And then if you get shut down because it gets mass reported, then they lose access to that. So unless someone's like screen recording it for days and days and days and backloading it up to some secret YouTube, which does actually happen sometimes, then it's easier to get away with more nefarious things over there. And we were dealing with it on a much different level.
Oh, I'm sure. That is a wild platform over there.
So it's wild, wild west.
Heather has a really good point. She said, I reserve grace for those who make genuine mistakes, not those who purposely do things over and over. I'm with that. That. Like, let's take Truth, for example. He wasn't doing this over and over. You know what I mean? Like, this isn't a constant thing with him where he's teasing with, I know this and you don't type thing. We have to look at the patterns. And like BJ, her pattern is sleeping every night. She plays other people's shit and takes naps. I don't have any grace for that.
She does thank him too thank you for letting me borrow your content all the time. Hey Justin, can I have yours? What about you, man? Josh the Lab? Can I play your stuff?
When are they gonna have enough? Like, fuck, do your own show.
Well, that is your show. Just replaying everybody else's shows.
Yep. And the thing is, she was playing my shit before I didn't like her. You know what I mean? Like, it was nightly. When I would play shit, she would play mine. I told her I'd
Yeah.
pull out the Facebook messages where she's asking me, can I
Yeah.
use your stuff? I think I think Potato's right. Truth got to a point where he had enough. I think that, I don't know, private conversations, like I said, they can get to you, man. But the
And
thing that we have to remember
too-
is you have to go to law enforcement. Like, this whole J&J thing is wild to me, because to me, that was a total fucking riddle. When I heard that about J&J and the neighbor and they went back to California, that it threw me through a loop. I was like, what is this? Where did this come from? What is this about? We didn't get the context, and it was left as an open riddle. I mean, as far as what I saw.
The other thing is too, when it comes to Truth and Clue, like you have, I mean, they're friends they talk off of the platform, and you know, so they also are dealing with their own individual beliefs as to what they think may or may not have happened, and that may be, you know, that may be something too that also contributes with some of the frustration. Like if you're all of a sudden you're starting out a case and you're on the same page as your friend, and then you start hearing things that make your ears perk up and they start going a different way, that can also, you know, be very you know, something also to consider in evaluating frustration, and who do you talk to about that, etc.
Good morning, WV. I've been in the bushes and participating in chats on YouTube for a very long time. She nice Google Plus day, and TikTok is what Google Plus and YouTube was in the old days. I don't understand that. I think you're
MK
trying.
Ultra, you want to link one, it's pinned up at the top, but two, I see your comment. Hi, my fave is to give grace. It's two is not in that case it's TO, not TOO, but to give grace to child exploiters.
Wait, why don't I see that?
It's up if you gotta scroll up just a little bit longer. They ask for the link, and
Which
then
is pinned. Come on up,
Yep.
MK Ultra. Thank you so much
And
for
then
gifting a membership, Julie. A cootership. Have fun at Frankenmuth, Jamie. See you later. Okay, so Chris says that Truth was dangling what she felt was a carrot. MK Ultra was trolling as Chris, they're vile, says Granny.
yeah, that's why I
Oh, it's
said
Mom and It Up's partner. They not like us.
They not like us.
yeah,
They
you're
not
gonna
like
come
us.
defend
They
Mom and
not
It
like
Up,
us.
and you're gonna come defend yourselves. I got you. Let's go.
Thank you, Sophia, for donating a cootership.
I'd like to understand what in the heck. I mean, yeah, because they were trolling Truth Chat. I blocked them. So
Oh, I see
you're
them
welcome.
now. Granny, I thought you said it was Mommin lying again. I see. Well, why don't you come on up so we know who you are? Come on up, MK.
Yeah, okay.
Ultra. We'll know if you're momming it up. No one can disguise that voice. Ain't no
Yeah.
voice changer good enough to disguise that shit. If either you take the link or you're going to be blocked, because you're not going to sit here and taunt my chat. So either come up, say what you got to say, or you're going to get blocked, because you're not just going to sit here and ramble in my chat.
I mean, either you have a set, like,
Right.
I mean,
We're all fucking adults, right? Isn't he the one in BJ's chat saying you want what they wrote in back chat? Yes, it was, Shell. Good catch.
yes, I've caught that one too, but I just don't let.
That was a good catch. So whoever MK Ultra is, went on Queens and got the back chat and copied it and offered to send it to BJ. Girl next door. I was the 6th person to join Truth's channel after he got monetized. So how do you feel about it, girl? She didn't say it was definitely Mammon, but that woman does have a reputation of using other names.
Hey, buddy.
Is Body in here? Hey,
Yeah.
body moving, body moving, body moving. Good morning, North's Musings. Yeah, I guess they're not going to take a link,
That's
which is so surprising.
Shocking.
Isn't it? I'm floored. Truth wasn't necessarily dangling a carrot, but he does want what he knows off his chest, says Granny.
Yeah,
Take it off the chest
can
to fucking law enforcement.
And I think he did say he had, had done that, but, that's the thing with when you get involved in these cases personally, like they do weigh on you. And you, especially one that is as personal, like as this is to, Truth. And it can be hard to deal with.
Yeah, they're blocked. They're gone.
When you get to that level.
They go.
I'm sure they'll be back on
If anybody wants to come up, the link is pinned at the top of the chat.
Yeah. You don't have to ask for it in the comments. It's just at the very top right up yonder.
We got someone up here. Nice name, but you're not connected to your mic or your camera, and I can't add you to the stream. So you're going to have to connect to your devices and come back. Donna London, UK, in my opinion, knew exactly what he was doing, even though he stated that Katie threw Sebastian in the trunk and drove off with him, then denied it on Queens. He was totally aware of what crap it would cause, says Donna London, UK. I did not know about that.
He said, from what I recall, he said that there were only 2 ways that he could have left the house. Through the vehicle, through the vehicle, or like the trash can. Maybe correct, or it was kind of implied is how I took it. I was also trying to mod 2,600 people, so
Oh, you're a mod over there? That had to be fun.
Oh, it was really fun. I thought I was in for I was like, he's got like 103 fever, he can barely talk. So like an hour, I'll go over there and do my little duties. And 4 hours later.
Psycho's back. What's up, Psycho?
Hey, girls.
What's up?
Hello.
How are you?
We're okay. How are you?
Not bad. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to you.
Sorry, let me turn off the YouTube. How's everybody?
We're good. We're good. What's on your mind?
Nothing.
Nothing?
I just seen you live. Thought I'd come in and say hi.
Yeah? Are you a regular watcher?
Not really.
No?
I've seen you guys before, though.
You have? Do you like my show?
Yeah, from what I've seen.
Nice. Nice.
I got you confused, though, with the other Brittany in the past.
I'm not Brittany, though.
No, I know that.
What other Brittany?
What's her name? Allegedly.
Why would you get me confused with her? What do you mean?
What's her name? Isn't it Jay or something?
No, her name's Brittany.
I thought there's like 2 J for Justice. Maybe I'm confusing with somebody else.
No, there's just one J is for Justice, as far as I know.
Maybe your other channel, Jay?
Maybe. I have J's for Justice, and then I have this as my second channel.
Anyway, so what are you guys talking about?
What are we talking about? We're just talking about YouTube drama. Do you follow the Sebastian Rogers case?
Not really.
No. What do you follow?
No, I'm not really into the exploitation of kids.
The exploitation of kids?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
What makes you think?
Neither am I.
That?
So are you saying that people who follow true crime are exploiting kids in missing kids cases? Is that?
Yeah, 100%.
So you
what
can't.
makes you say that?
You don't see everybody admitting it?
No.
No, I don't.
Do you watch true crime?
Who?
Yeah.
Well, who's talking?
Who are you asking?
I'm 2 minutes. The other girl, I can't read your name.
You can call me Crimson or UA.
Crimson.
Yeah.
So you watch true crime, but you haven't heard anybody admitting that they exploit kids?
I think there are some creators who exploit true crime, like exploit children's and missing children's cases, but I don't think that by and large that just by covering true crime that means you're exploiting missing children or children at all. No, I don't.
Yeah,
I think those aren't mutually, exclusive.
I'd say a lot of the creators are. Like I heard you talking about, what's his name, Truth?
Uh-huh.
You forgot to mention he's got a store.
Okay. What
Just
what's
curious
the point
what the store has to do with Sebastian Rogers.
Does he have Sebastian Rogers merch?
Well, he said he did a YouTube channel just for Sebastian Rogers.
Okay, so do you have multiple streams of interest and multiple interests and passions, or do you just have one thing that you like to focus on in life?
Well, it's kind of a silly question.
No, it's not.
Well, of course.
So, of course, does that mean you have more than one interest?
Well, did Truth drop any receipts?
Of what?
Okay.
I'm just asking because, I mean, you guys are talking about it.
Well, first, can we answer the question that we were talking about, and then we can talk about, but first let's just answer the other question. Like, do you have more than one or two interests? Okay, exactly.
But wait,
So
can
are
I
we
go
gonna-
back to the store? Because I have a store. So
Yeah.
are you saying that I exploit children because I have a merch store for my channel?
No.
Then so you're just picking on Truth today?
Am I picking on Truth?
Right. I mean, you mentioned he has a store. I mean, all of us have stores pretty much. So, I mean, what's your issue with the store, or is it with Truth?
No, I just mentioned the child exploiters. Do you exploit kids?
Do you?
No.
Neither do I.
Okay.
I don't either. So
What? So, okay. So I guess
Because you know what the thing is, in all due respect, ladies, I hear everybody say it, but yet in the same lives, they all admit that they do.
when did I admit it?
I'm not
When
saying
did-
you guys. I'm just saying
Okay.
about some of the characters on YouTube. Mostly the creators that you like, probably the majority of the people in here watch. You can't deny it. I mean, they're named in a RICO.
the RICO, and you haven't seen what a joke the RICO is?
So are you saying the federal injunction is fake?
It's not federal.
Well, one, it's filed in state
It's
court.
not real.
So
It's not on news.
hold on.
Father of a
Psycho.
missing
Psycho.
kid.
Can you
Okay, go ahead.
all right. Let me help you out
Whoa.
with something. So RICO is a
I
federal crime, correct?
It's a racketeering, influence, corruption.
It's not
Okay,
filed in a federal.
but
wait,
it's
not filed in a federal jurisdiction. It's filed in a county
It's
court.
filed in a state. It's filed in a state court. So
Was it filed by the father of a missing kid?
no,
No, his
No.
name's not on it.
huh?
His name's not on it.
He is.
Seth Rogers, you know that guy.
Yes, he is in. It wasn't filed by him.
Yeah,
His
he's a
name's
plaintiff.
not
He's a plaintiff.
listed
He's
on it.
one of the
Wait a
plaintiffs.
second. Hold on. Can I say something? Are you saying his name is not listed?
No, I'm saying his name is one of several listed, like one of about 11.
Would it not be the most relevant one?
Well, it's not listed first.
I guess
What's
it's
his relation to Sebastian Rogers?
Hold on. Can you say that question again?
What's his relation to Sebastian Rogers?
Biological father.
So he's the father of a missing kid begging YouTube creators that you say don't exploit kids to stop exploiting his kid. And you're going to sit here on an open panel and deny it?
Hey, Psycho, is his signature on it?
Doesn't matter.
It does matter. You want to ask
No,
my attorney if it matters?
My point is,
No, your point is, you know what else was on the news?
none
Nick
of you
the
guys
Hat.
have
Nick the
receipt
Hat and his
for
scams
what
were
you're
on the
talking
news.
about. Don't get all defensive on
Did
it.
you know
just
that?
came up to
Because I
call
know
truth
exactly
out.
who you are. You're an
You
old
know
school
who I
troll
am
that fails
exactly?
at it. You don't know
Am
what
I
you're talking
am my
about.
mama like
And I'm
Granny here
glad.
wants to fucking say I
No,
am?
you're her boyfriend, and I'm glad.
You know
I'm
what,
so glad
Granny?
that you
You
just
know,
admitted on this panel that you believe that this is a federal injunction, because that shows how stupid you are. You are reading what you are believing from these morons that want to convince you all that this is federal when it's at a dinky little local courthouse, and it won't be going any further than that.
so
The next
so-
time
Okay,
you'll see
hold
it on
on,
the
hold on,
news
Psycho.
is when we're on the news
Hi,
suing the
Granny.
fuck out of them for defamation for dumb shits like you and what you have to say. Go read the document, see how valid it is, and when you're done, go Google up Nick the Hat and look at his articles. Psycho.
your live
Psycho.
streams.
Okay,
Psycho,
Psycho.
let me-
Psycho.
My
live
live
streams.
streams what? My live
Psycho.
streams what?
Psycho.
Let's
Hold
let's
on,
just
hold
pull
on,
up
hold
the
on,
live
hold on.
streams and review them, and let's see who's talking mad shit.
I can talk
Don't
all
be
the shit
coming
I
up
want.
here
This is
talk-
America.
Listen, child
I have the right
exploiters.
of freedom of speech. I can
You-
say
you
whatever
have
I want.
No.
I have a question. I have a question for
Psycho.
Psycho.
Here.
Psycho, I'm just going to keep muting you if you don't stop and let people talk and then respond.
Can I just say to you, Psycho, really quick, and I'll let you respond? I have the freedom of speech that was given to me under my constitutional rights. You don't have to like what I say, but that doesn't mean you get to accuse me of RICO. Can you tell me how talking shit equates to RICO?
Okay.
No, because I'm probably muted.
No, you're not
Well, no,
anymore.
you're unmuted, unfortunately.
Okay. I said a federal injunction from the father of a missing kid.
But it's not federal. So
My
let's
point-
start again.
My point
No,
is,
let's not move the goalpost.
Wait.
It's
Point
not
is-
federal. Can you acknowledge that?
Okay,
That it's
so
not
let's-
federal.
see, we like to jump ahead. Let's go back to the child
No,
exploitation.
you're trying to
No.
move the goalpost is what
Mm-mm.
you're doing.
How many
Nobody's jumping
videos
ahead.
do you have about a kid that's not even yours? Let's start
And
there.
I'm going to have 100 more because that kid is national news. Therefore, he's up for public speculation, talking, critiquing, and everything else. That doesn't equate to RICO. Now, you call me a child
So-
exploiter. I don't
So
give a
if
shit.
your kid was
But-
public news too, would you be happy if I sat there and then I exploited them too?
You know what?
it-
Wait,
it's
hold
an
on.
ad,
right?
Hold
Yeah.
on.
Well,
Hold
stop
on.
your
Hold
shit.
on. Psycho.
No, not the
Psycho.
hold on.
Yeah,
Answer
you
the
are going to
question.
fucking hold on.
What I want to
Listen.
know is who's exploited him more than anybody.
Exactly.
If his own father continues
It's
to put
creepy.
his son
You're
on,
creepy.
on YouTube.
How am I
Right.
creepy?
if
Because
his
you
own
don't-
Psycho,
father-
though,
Listen.
how do you feel about the restraining orders that are in place by also the parents of Sebastian Rogers?
Well,
How do you feel
deserved.
about those,
Deserved.
where the parents are pleading to stop?
He said deserved, so that's good enough.
Well deserved.
Ah,
What
Alright.
about
good to
the
know.
I agree. I don't know why
Psycho?
you guys are being so hostile. I came up to say
Because-
Merry Christmas.
Psycho.
Psycho, you're moving
I
the
just asked the
goalpost.
question.
The first thing I would like for Psycho to do is
Granny,
acknowledge that it's not
Please
federal.
don't be so defensive, honey.
I'm going to be
I don't
defensive
hate
because the
you.
first thing you did, Psycho, was
Ew,
lie
don't
on
call
me.
her honey.
You said
What do you mean I
Please.
lied on you? When did I
Like-
lie on you?
Hey,
because you were saying I'm facing a federal And I'm not. So I would like for you to retract that statement. It is defamation that your friends have placed
RICO
out
is
on me.
not federal?
No, it's not federal.
Okay.
Okay,
Let me
so it's
let me
not a
help you,
federal
Psycho.
Okay,
Psycho.
sorry. Let me just speak, please. So
Okay,
I'm
and then I'll
sorry,
correct you.
It's not a federal injunction. It's not RICO. I'm sorry, but it is exploitation of a missing kid, as stated from the father of so-called missing kid.
Right. And when
Plain
his
and simple.
plaintiffs
Right. See, right.
You can
admit it.
state
Hold on.
anything in a court
No.
suit.
Everybody in the chat, you just heard her say right.
Why
No,
are you
you're not letting me
yelling,
finish.
dude?
You're not letting me finish. This guy,
Granny,
he's
hold on one
like
second.
creaming in his pants at the idea of this.
Gra-
When the
Admit it.
plaintiffs
I
on
can
there,
admit I'm an asshole.
Psycho, when the
Granny.
plaintiffs on there are they have restraining orders against them. One is on parole and being gagged by his probation officer for his parole officer for his exploitation in this case. The other one uses that child nightly to cry about her own hardships. You don't get to sign your signature next to them and think it holds any weight in calling me an exploiter.
Dang, Granny,
Meanwhile,
He's still
everybody is
talking.
nuts.
Dude,
meanwhile,
Everybody is
Psycho,
nuts.
Psycho,
But
you
that's
have to
my
be
point.
willing you have to be willing to listen. That's how a conversation goes, okay?
I'm listening.
All right, but you're not stopping. I have to mute you, okay? So
Okay,
just
sorry.
let's Oh, you're sorry now?
Apologize. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I can't see.
Listen. Go ahead, Granny.
that's all I had to say. It's like he can think of me whatever he wants. You can say whatever you want. If exploiting of a child is what I'm going to court for, they should have written that, correct? You don't get to put on there whatever fallacies you want to hold dead weight to a claim of RICO. So little psychos like Psycho up here run around screaming that I'm facing a federal injunction for RICO. The only RICO organization going on is by the plaintiffs, and when I reverse Uno the fuck out of them, then you will see me on the news, Psycho. Until then, this has not been on the news. Go show me where anybody has reported on the news about RICO. They won't. You know why? Because any news organization worth their weight read through that shit and said, nah, we're not going to put this on the news. This is so ridiculous.
Yeah.
I was going
Psycho.
to ask for that, for the link to the
But it's not
news
true, though.
article.
It's not a fantasy. It's out
Psycho.
there.
All
No,
right.
it's full of fallacies, not fantasies, fallacies.
Oh, is it a
Psycho.
fallacy?
Psycho.
Maybe Sebastian doesn't exist like Kylie Rodney.
Maybe
that
not.
what
Go
you're
ask
saying?
Wait.
Upchurch about it.
Listen, I have no problem. I understand, Granny, where you're coming from.
No, you
I
don't.
think you should be
Wait a
named.
second.
I
Psycho?
know
Let him.
it's
I want
Psycho.
to hear him say
creators.
it.
Go ahead.
Me?
Yep.
Oh, so anyways, I know, Granny, you probably see me picking on you. I just pick on all Dolly simps. You should know that by now.
I'm far
But
from a Dolly simp.
well, when you cover up for Dolly Vision and people like Truth, I'm going to speak up. Apparently, I'm not allowed opinion because everywhere I go, I get blocked. So that's why I came up. And when I came up on that panel, you knew you're the one that called me psycho. So everybody's saying what a name and trying to disparage me because of my name. I've been labeled psycho by Granny's Watching, and I came up. I commented in the chat to respond to you.
Oh,
Calling me
was that you
psycho
on?
for no
Was that?
reason. All
I'll
I
tell
wanted
you
to
why.
do
Wait.
was call out.
Was that
Listen,
you
let
on
me
Truth?
speak, please.
Was that
One
you on
second.
Truth's panel? Just answer that.
Pardon?
Was that you that went on Truth's
Yes.
panel? Right. So when you were using the name of a missing child's stepfather, I think you're psycho.
Well, no one will
Oh,
let
that
me
was
in
you?
unless I
Why
fucking
was-
That
comment.
was him. So is that fair enough?
Psycho.
Okay, so
Psycho.
if I
Is
came
that
up and I said it's
exploiting a
MK
child's
Ultra,
hate?
you would. How come when I come up to your panel as MK Ultra, you don't let me in?
Psycho.
You don't
Hold
come on
on.
my panel.
I let you
Psycho.
up. I let you up as a
You
damn
blocked me.
psycho. So why would you
You
make the
blocked
name
me,
Chris Proudfoot? That's kind of weird.
Like J for what's her name? J for Justice is the only one that actually gave me due respect and let me come up here and speak.
Hey,
You could click the link at any time. The
Psycho.
only reason you were blocked is because of the gross things you were saying. But
What
I think
gross
it's a
things
bit.
am I saying?
I think it's a bit exploitative of a child to use their stepfather's name to get on YouTube panels.
Well,
Right.
I'm not named in an injunction.
Okay.
Well, so what? What does that have to
Why
do with
did you need to
anything?
come up there and talk to Chris? What were you going to do when you got on panel as him?
Because Chris Proudfoot, I told Chris what was going on.
What
and
did
he-
you tell Chris?
What was going on? What do
I
you mean?
told them that there was a panel where they were talking about him. So we agreed that I should come up As a
So Chris
specimen.
gave you
That's such a
permission.
lie.
So Chris gave you
You and-
permission to come up as him.
You and Chris agreed?
Psycho, you're such a fucking liar.
Okay, listen. Can you guys just stop, please? It's Christmas. Why you guys
Can
all
we
eating?
stop? I
What?
love this.
Psycho.
You're
We
adorable.
sing some
Psycho.
karaoke or something?
Psycho, what's your real name so the parents can go
Okay.
ahead and throw you
My
in a
real name
federal
is
injunction
Mike.
for
Your story.
impersonating them on YouTube?
It's
What's
Mike.
your real name?
It's Mike
Mike? Mike what?
Hunt.
Hunt. Yeah,
Cunt.
okay.
Oh my god, what an idiot.
Psycho.
You should have done one with Cooter. That would have been better.
Right.
The chat's all full of hate.
Gotta be a
No,
little
we're not.
slicker than that.
Oh, you gotta
Look at them all.
draw
They're all
some
going to
thick
run over
skin.
to allegedly with Brittany's channel right after this live stream. They're so pathetic.
Are you kidding?
No,
She
they're
doesn't
not.
go on until like
Kidding.
10 p.m.
You're telling me you're saying
They don't even
1,000
fucking
viewers will run around some cat that Jack causing trouble like me?
He doesn't even know where he's at.
Dude, are you
You'll be
from
all right.
Psycho, do you follow Wade Wilson? Do you follow Wade Wilson?
No.
Hey,
Stop
what?
being a
Oh,
psycho,
okay.
Are
Psycho.
you
You'll
from-
be
I
all
was
right.
gonna say there's a lot you could probably do over there with those Wade wives. I'm just saying.
With the what?
They could probably use your help with the Wade wives.
Why do you say
They could
that?
use your I just feel like they could use somebody of your passion,
You know what
you
I
know.
do?
Your trolling services would better
He's-
suit a different little
No,
No,
place.
tell me.
You won't
tell
get
me.
blocked so often.
so hey, Psycho, are you from Canada?
Yes, I am, dear.
Yeah.
Hey,
Have you ever been?
Ontario?
Yes, dear.
Yeah, you have an
Jay
Ontario
knows
accent.
that because we already pulled up your URL.
I got that
Let's
URL.
get that
The URL.
Mods, get that
Oh, yeah.
URL.
They already
Oh,
traced your
Lord.
IP address and everything.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah,
Hey,
you're
Psycho.
messing with the Rico
Psycho.
now,
I'm
bitch.
in big trouble now.
Rico.
Hey, Psycho. Can
No
I help you?
enterprises
Can I help you
were
with
formed.
something?
What, dear?
Okay, I'm gonna say this as respectfully as, and I just want you to just listen. Okay.
But he's part of us now, UA, so take it easy on him.
All right, I will.
All right.
He's a
So
Wade wife.
Rico,
Oh my
as part of the RICO, okay, that means federal.
Rico!
Federal.
Oh my
Okay.
god.
So that's
Rico! Sorry. I had to do
federal
it.
court. Federal court. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So if you have a crime like RICO, and which is a federal crime,
Well, wait,
Alle-
UA, because
allegedly.
you can file civil RICO
Right.
charges, but these guys didn't. They quoted
Right,
criminal
right.
code.
Right. That's what
Hence
I'm
why
getting
it's
at.
all about to fall apart after the holidays.
That's what I'm getting. That's what I'm getting at, Granny. I'm
Okay, sorry, I thought you were.
I'm explaining it out real.
She's mansplaining.
So when you're alleging criminal RICO in a state court, it does not work that way. They do not work. It's like putting, you have to allege it in the right court system. So that would be federal court. What happened in this case is you have all these plaintiffs. I'm just going to be really nice to these plaintiffs. Let me be as nice as I can be. You have Tweedledee, Tweedledum, and Tweedledum all got together, and they didn't know what the right hand doesn't know what the left hand's doing. The left hand
Oh,
doesn't
like
know what
George Bush.
That's it. They just didn't know what they were doing. That's why.
And
Yeah, but with all
so
due respect, there is. I guess you don't understand organized crime like I do. There's state RICOs.
there
no,
is.
no, but you're wrong. It's not about because I understand RICO, because believe me, I've had a deep dive with over a
Yeah,
dozen
but they're
attorneys.
state RICOs.
Right, but Psycho, you just said yourself that I talk shit. So tell
And
me
you
how that
said-
equates to
I
RICO.
was joking. I'm sorry. I was
You
just trying
said
to get you going.
federal RICO.
No, but that is true.
Just trying to
you
have
you
some
said
entertainment here,
federal.
you know?
You
you
said
had
federal.
It's not organized crime.
Hey,
He
listen.
already, he
can you
already
stop?
walked back
Can
the
you
whole
stop?
it's federal.
Seriously, let's just.
But
You
I
know
want
what?
you to answer that though, Psycho, because you continue
Okay,
to say
sorry,
we
what
don't
was
know
your
how
question,
RICO
sweetheart?
works.
Sorry, what was your question?
Can you explain to me how my right to an opinion equates to RICO? And then I'll explain to you how it doesn't.
Well,
Did you read their exhibits? Let's start with that.
1 second.
Damn it, he's dropping the mic.
Oh
He's
Lord,
pulling a-
he lost
pulling
his
a-
mouse.
He's getting notes. Getting notes.
I
Getting
got
a
my whip
notebook.
like nonsense.
I
you
hope
lose-
it's not from momming it up, because you're not going to I hope you're not going to use any of her material.
Oh,
A
momming
RICO
it
is
up.
based on
It-
2 or more individuals conspiring.
Wow, is that the
Mhm.
first thing that you got on Wikipedia?
No.
Yeah, but buddy, YouTube can't be that, okay? They can't be organized together. They're all individuals. It's not even
Well,
like YouTube wouldn't even
like,
support it.
Well, wait. No,
Sorry, go ahead.
because you're right. You're right there, Psycho, right? It's 2 or more individuals conspiring together to commit a crime, ultimately, is what RICO is, correct?
Hi, Clue, come on up.
Now,
Yes,
would you
that's correct.
agree? Would you
Yes, that's
agree? Would
Good
you
morning,
agree,
Clue.
Psycho?
Right, I jumped ahead.
Would you agree that what we have seen established by the plaintiffs themselves is more organized than anything between Barbecue and I?
Yes.
Okay.
I got videos. You know who started this?
Who?
Can you guys here's what I have a real problem with. You guys admit you watch true crime, right?
Don't move the
Like that's what
goalpost
you
back.
guys do.
No,
It's
I
not a
don't
trick
admit
question or
that.
nothing.
I mean, we're all different people, so we're not
Okay,
one group.
regardless, but I mean,
yeah,
the
this
majority
isn't.
here
This
watches
isn't a
true crime and
RICO
follows-
panel.
Yeah.
We all
Just curious, do you know who started the shit show this time?
Who?
We can agree it's a shit show, no?
Yes.
Yeah, who
You
started
think
Yeah.
it's right?
wait. What
it
is
right
the
to have
shit
a
show?
shit show about missing kids?
I'm curious because you're going to say Dolly started it, correct?
No, I'm gonna say JLR started it.
Oh, and I'm going to say Seth Rogers started it.
Mm-hmm.
So Seth Rogers coming out
Mhm.
searching for his own kid.
No, Seth
Just-
When
Rogers
did you think of
manipulating.
searching?
I can't
Seth
agree with
Rogers
that.
manipulating creators is what started this, twisting a narrative and duping people and telling them stories to get them to side with him over the other parents. He made that
What if-
divide.
I understand. Okay, this is deep. I love deep. So
Me too.
if you're okay, let's
Mhm.
we're gonna have to. I'm gonna base what I'm gonna say on assumptions. Assuming Katie did something to Sebastian, would
Mhm.
Seth not have the right to do whatever it takes to
No,
pressure her?
no,
No, isn't
So
that
he
for
should
law
just sit
enforcement?
back and do nothing.
Well,
no.
isn't that
You don't sit back and do nothing. But
He
what
should
you
be
don't do,
cordial.
you don't
what you
collect
don't do,
money?
Psycho, right?
You don't
You don't-
bash the other side. You try to unite to find your kid, right? You
Yeah,
you
but hold
don't you
on.
don't send cease and desist to people that are actually looking for your child and tell them they can't talk about the disappearance of him. That's weird.
Who's looking for his child?
I
Well,
have
Heather
been.
Cohen was when the cease and desist went out. It was no other than Serpentine Belt guy. It was Cluminati.
Yes,
It
TJ.
was Heather Cohen. It was Trevor Lee.
It was
It
Chloe.
was Chloe. And these were people that he himself admitted were in Tennessee, in his area, and were boots on the ground looking for Sebastian. His
And none
cease
of
and
them were
desist-
wanted from day one.
But he doesn't get to decide that, because once it becomes a public matter, when you go to the public seeking help, which is what all these parents did, what parent says, "Oh, I don't want your help. I don't want your professional help. I'll take these
I
con
wouldn't want-
artists over here and we'll file over." No.
Actually, he
Ask
did want their
yourself-
help.
Granny,
Yeah.
He did until
Granny.
Tony came
Push his
along.
narrative.
hey, I want to just say something. I'm not kind of disagreeing with you, but you notice all those people you mentioned are YouTube creators.
They're not, though. Heather Cohen is it. Neither
Heather
is
Heather
Chloe.
Cohen's a private investigator.
A
And
few
neither-
months ago, my
neither
Chloe's
cousin,
a private
of those-
investigator.
Heather and
Trevor
Chloe
Lee.
are
And
private
Trevor Lee
investigators.
just got legislation passed in the state of Tennessee.
And Trevor Lee is not a YouTuber anymore. But you know what's
So,
ironic
how-
about that, Psycho,
how
is
come
now
I haven't seen- how come
Serpentine
I haven't
Belt,
seen these search efforts?
Huh?
because they don't record it all for YouTube. Because unlike what the father has deemed normal, which is his 1 or 2 times that he's actually
Merry
searched and
Christmas.
recorded it, that's not normal, Psycho. I don't know if you realize that. Most parents
Yeah.
don't record their every step for YouTube. They're not looking
It's-
for the public court of opinion. They're looking for a
Most
child.
searchers
Oh,
don't.
I
The
see.
worst thing you can do, honestly, Psycho, is live search. When we
Yes.
go out searching,
Hi, Clue.
Hey, it's
Um,
Cletus. She's here too.
Yeah.
What's up, man?
there's
Get 'em,
Psycho.
Cletus.
The
Get
worst
'em.
thing you can do
Yeah.
is you can, as a search, when you're searching and legitimately searching for a child, especially this late in the game, is have it. Remember what happened to the person that was
Right.
the
You just
people that
never,
were YouTubers that encountered the guy in Kentucky?
you just never live search because you, even in the
Wait,
beginning, not
can
just
I say
this week,
something?
You
you
mean
Can
the
I
never
person
show
that
it.
found that
Can I say
deceased
something before
person
you
in
guys
the
move
field?
on? Hold on, Psycho. I just
Yeah.
want to say one thing. You said JLR started this. The last time I knew, JLR was headed to Alabama to cover another case, and Seth Rogers called him personally and said, "Can you come here and help me?" And he did.
Yeah, that's what you
He
heard.
tr-
But do you ever like when
heard?
you guys talk about these rumors?
It's not
do
rumors.
is there
I
any
know
actual facts?
JLR. Okay, I speak to JLR. This isn't a
So you're taking
rumor.
his word,
Um,
just like truths.
I'm
Well,
not
wait,
taking. What are you
no,
talking? No, no,
no,
no.
wait.
Don't
How about
mix. No,
receipts?
don't mix two things into one. I'm
So
telling you right
I
now that JLR did not start out seeking out Seth Rogers. Seth Rogers
You-
sought him out and called him there, and he went. That's how
do
it
you
went
know
down.
that, sweetheart?
Because I
And he
know.
wanted him to go out of state.
Pardon?
JLR was also working on Riley Strain's case as
But
well.
So
it doesn't
when he
even
was
matter. The fact
contacted
of
by
the matter,
Seth Rogers.
you know that girl that's suing Seth Rogers on the date on
that
his
woman.
son? Yeah, you know that
Yes.
woman
Mhm.
that sued Seth Rogers on his son, missing kid's son's birthday. You know that lady?
Well, she didn't sue him on his birthday, but
Well,
yes,
you know
it
what I
was
mean. Though.
fucked up
I'm just
timing. I'll
like
agree
making
with
it
you.
more vile than it actually is. But
As you know, Psycho, I disagree with that lawsuit.
okay,
Ironically,
good.
yeah,
You guys
yeah,
disagree with what she's doing, or you think it's okay?
I do. The others may not.
What
I
about you,
disagree
girl?
with it.
What about you, Cletus?
I disagree with it.
Yeah. So how
Well,
come
there
no
you
one's
have
calling
it.
it out?
Yeah,
Well, I
we
do.
stopped everything.
Yeah,
I
because
do want.
I swear to God, I watch.
Psycho, I do want to address one thing you said.
Okay.
That's why I came up. You said none of them were wanted in the beginning.
None of them were what?
That none of them were wanted? Talking about the searchers.
Yeah.
You're talking about us. Is what you said, right?
I'm not talking about you, Cletus, but we can add you.
Well, you were talking. The names you mentioned were Cluminati. I heard that, and you
No,
said,
actually, I was mentioning the
okay,
first
you're
batch
gonna
of people that
okay.
were
So
spreading
you're gonna
Navy
admit that
search.
Cluminati was wanted in the beginning. Is that what you're
I
telling me?
don't know her personally. I don't know. I never heard nothing about that. All I heard was people saying. I think it was the actual police saying they didn't want YouTubers to come down there, and that's why people were turned away.
No.
And then they started discrediting United Navy. You know, like if people didn't discredit United
Who's
Navy,
they?
maybe they were there. They'd be there still, and maybe they would have found.
Who's
them.
they?
Psycho, you
Who's
know
they?
who discredit? Well, does he realize who discredit them?
Well,
Seth
Uh-huh.
Rogers. Seth
Really?
Rogers, Psycho. Yes.
Well,
Okay.
I just wanted to clarify that, from my point of view, from being here and from being in since the beginning on this, and from day 7, day 10, whatever it was, meeting Seth was welcoming everybody. Everybody was welcoming everybody as far as what law enforcement.
Exactly.
So
the
what
public.
caused it to change then, Cletus?
I don't think Seth could handle the negative
YouTubers?
attention. I don't know. It wasn't the YouTubers because he fucking sat up there on a panel and lied, saying Clue didn't tell him she was a YouTuber, because I was standing there. You can ask Karen Strom, you can ask the godparents, you can ask the neighbors that were standing there. She completely told him March 7th, 10th, whatever it was, that she was a YouTuber, and I was standing there. He didn't have a problem with YouTubers. He didn't have a problem with people. He could not handle the negative attention that came with the public that he sought, right?
Yeah,
That's just what it was. I mean, let's call it spade
that's
a spade.
acceptable, though, don't you think?
Well, he
Well, I mean,
also
He sought out
I'm not,
T-Rev. He
and look,
sought
I'm
out
not,
Pascal.
and I'm
He
not
t-
sitting here trying to judge him for that. I'm just trying to clear up misinformation, because he didn't run anybody off because of anything they were doing, other than he couldn't handle the attention that he was getting from them. Let's call a spade a spade.
He
Well, and some of
also
them
didn't
wanted
like
to push
the
the narrative.
United. He also didn't like that the United Cajun Navy was requiring people, when they would, like, anybody that wanted to search, they had to come up to a tent, provide and show ID. And Seth really did not like that. That's also why he, was responsible for removing one of his own free private investigators. Like, do you know that Chloe was searching boots on the ground for Sebastian on her own dime free at no charge to Seth and he removed her?
Yeah, I heard all that stuff, but I also know that
So,
there was some
wait. So
serious
you
facts
heard that. You heard that. So what is a good justification for not wanting to vet searchers and for removing someone that is providing boots on the ground, not covering parking lots, but boots on the ground, actually searching for your son? What's a good justification for a father that's actually looking to recover their son for removing that person from the case? Please
Yeah, the
tell
only
me.
thing I would say is that if it was under nefarious intent.
Well, let's
But it
He
take a
never
wasn't.
said
listen.
that.
Hey,
He
hey,
never said.
psycho. Let's take
Yeah.
a little listen, okay?
But some of this is being twisted because it wasn't that. It was that she didn't want to work with Tony Mathis and Nina Glass. It wasn't that she wanted to deep search people. She said, I'm not risking my
Her
professionalism
license,
and
right?
right by
Right.
Well,
working
let's
with
listen
these
what Seth
shysters.
Rogers thinks about vetting
Hold
people
on,
that are
before you
searching
do
for his
that,
son.
can I just get you to go back to that lady suing, because I had a point there. That lady suing, right? Do you
Mhm.
know who she said started it all?
Let me guess, JLR.
That's right. That's why I mentioned it.
Well,
Mm.
So don't hate
that's.
on
So that
me.
doesn't make it true, though. So you believe her?
Of course, it doesn't make it true
I mean, he
Okay.
also
because
thinks this injunction's federal,
because
so
it's frivolous.
Right.
Seth asked JLR to
He
go
went.
I don't
to
know of her
outside the
That
lawsuit.
state.
lady.
I don't
That
know of her
lady went there
lawsuit.
like Bullhorn Betty, armed to the
Were you
gills
there? Were you
with
there?
cameras.
Were you there?
I heard her
So
talk. I seen her
where'd
on
you
the
see her?
video.
What video?
On the videos. The
So
same
you think
videos you
her
guys see.
lawsuit is frivolous,
Of course
but
it is.
Seth's isn't?
So she went there like Bullhorn Betty, knowing that nobody wanted cameras. She went there with 8 cameras, inserted herself,
I'm Jay, by the way.
for
Why?
psycho, somebody else
told
was live
everybody
streaming.
that she's doing it,
Hey,
and claims to sue the person.
Psycho.
It was a public
Psycho.
There
event.
were people recording that day.
Yes.
So why were some allowed to record and not her? Is it
And
because they run an enterprise and only certain people are allowed to do certain things?
hold on. Let me ask you another question to piggyback off Granny's psycho. Were you aware that Tony paid for these TikTok creators, paid for their airfare and their hotel rooms to come down and live stream that event
Yeah,
on
because
TikTok? Hold
but
on.
so that's what I'm trying to say. That's his prerogative to choose those people.
Why
Wait.
If
did
I had a,
Tony's?
so
What?
you
Why?
didn't have to let me in here, right, honey? That's your prerogative.
But why? What prerogative is it to pick and choose at a public event who's allowed to do what? Couldn't
Because
that
maybe,
help her with her discrimination claim?
Granny, with all due respect,
Hmm.
we know, I'm going to use Dolly because, I hate the guy. So we're going to use him as an example. If my kid was missing and I had a public event and
Mhm.
Dolly showed up, I'd
Mhm.
throw his ass right out. You know why? Because he's full of shit.
Right. But they didn't
Right.
throw
Like
her ass right out.
there's no discussion. It's just known.
But they didn't throw her ass right out, and she doesn't have a known
And
reputation to prejudge her off of.
but the point is,
She
like,
wasn't
are
one
you
of
going to turn
them. That's
around and
all.
sue the father of a missing
Mhm.
kid?
Well, the father of missing kid has no problem suing others, so why should he be off bounds for litigation?
Or sending
Because I'm
cease
with
and
you.
desist.
I mean, I'm with you, psycho. I disagree with the lawsuit. I've said it several times. I've made my claim as to why I disagree with it. But you
I
can't deny the fact that this father of a missing child has time for litigation. So why shouldn't he be, faced on the other side of it?
I would honestly have to say it's due to the mass disrespect, which is why I came up
Right.
here talking about it.
I
But
And,
understand
don't
and
you?
that.
it's known that there's a mass disparity. What's the word?
Disparaging?
Yeah.
Is that the right word?
Disparity. Yeah.
About his son.
That he
But
placed out
but
about
he
his
out.
son. What is disparaging about Sebastian? The things that
Well,
Seth
I don't
said?
know. There's like 10 million videos of just pure rumors every day about people talking about him.
Do you think that?
I think you're talking to the wrong group of creators because,
I'm
Yeah.
not saying it's you.
Yeah.
right. I mean, I
I mean,
think
we
that there
all
are
do it.
people doing that, but we're not sitting here putting out audio that sounds like a spirit box and saying it's in
I
Sebastian's name. Right? I mean, there's people doing
Awesome.
that, you know?
I do.
I'm gonna sub
Well,
to you. I know. I
I
know.
can tell you this. I know the first time that I met Seth, he told me about the trauma that happened to his son and I didn't run to YouTube with it,
Yeah.
I would be pissed. I'm telling you right now.
I heard you
Like,
say that, Clue. That's very respectful of you.
I mean,
and
that's the thing, though. There are things that people aren't saying because it would be disparaging to Sebastian. But then you
Mhm.
have others that spend, 12 hours out of the day disparaging Chris and Katie, and that is based off Seth's support of them doing it.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be easier just to like all due respect, just mind your own businesses?
I would have if they did it, affect my real life with what you claim to be a federal injunction. So now it is my business, and it will continue to be my
Okay,
business.
I have a question. Can you girls brainstorm, and it will include Cletus? Can you guys brainstorm some good ideas to help Sebastian and other missing kids?
I'll
Yeah,
give
we're
you.
doing
You mean spit some out for you right now?
Clue and Cletus help every single day.
Well, yeah, I
People
heard
don't
that. What do
appreciate
you guys
it.
do, Clue?
Well, if you
And I'm
go over
gonna
to
say
Stephen,
this,
hey,
I'm
hold on. If you go over to Stephen Crabtree, he actually premiered a video
No, I
of
don't watch
them.
that simp.
Well, if you want to know what they're doing, that's what they're doing. And there's a video
No,
if you
I
want to
seen
see
that,
it.
but I'd like
Like,
to
you don't
hear
have to be rude and call names, all right, dude? Like, we're trying to be fair with you.
Simp?
You asked what they're doing.
Also,
I
Wait,
told
wait,
you
wait.
where you can
Simp?
see what they're doing.
What did you say?
Psycho, Chris did ask for help with reaching out to national news organizations. So if you have any contacts at Fox News, ABC, we're talking like Good Morning America, not like Inside
fine.
Edition, Court TV, So if anybody has any contacts, Chris did ask for that. They are trying to get on national shows for awareness.
Has he spoken to Betty?
Why would he speak to Betty? He
Well,
has
Oh,
He
let's
has a
not.
restraining
Betty
order
got it.
Why?
against her.
Betty got it
Come on.
on news.
You know who else does? Nick.
Wait,
Betty
wait,
has a
hold up.
restraining
Wait,
order
wait,
against
wait.
her.
Betty got it
What
where?
news?
Repeat that
What
again.
news?
Where did Betty get it?
Hi, Ellie. Merry Christmas.
Where did Betty get
Where?
this on? Say it
You
again.
didn't?
You know what I find really quite ironic?
Say it
is that
again.
you find all this to be humorous, while
Right.
Kim and everybody else is
Exploiting a
but
child.
You're giddy at the idea of like what these parents went
Yeah, it's
through.
kind of
like your whole joke
gross.
about contact Betty. You just said what Betty did to them was gross, and then yet here you are making like a mockery of it.
Well, I think what's
And that's
Crabtree-
literally a
wait,
parent asking for
wait.
help.
Your mic's really loud. I think.
I'm not going to respond to that nonsense. Sorry.
Right, because the goalpost gets moved every time with you. I mean, do you find this humorous or do you not?
What goalposts?
Every time somebody presents something to you, you try to walk it back and to go with a different angle. You're talking.
Sorry.
You can't just give a straight answer.
You guys just mentioned. I think it was Jay asked me if I had any news organization contacts, which I don't.
That was you.
No, it
And
wasn't me.
I
No,
mentioned
it was
Bullhorn
me.
Betty because Bullhorn Betty.
She's not a
has
news
been-
contact, okay?
She has.
National news.
She's a
Whether you
criminal.
like it or not,
Right,
She's
just
a
say it.
criminal.
on the news. How come I can't speak?
I don't know. Just say it. Spit it out.
I'm trying to. I mentioned her name and you guys raged.
I don't.
you
rage.
know
I
that-
know what you're getting at. I
And
don't know
was
why
laughing
it's getting shut down.
at the
Just say
chat.
it.
I was laughing.
Right, because you did it on
at the comment.
purpose. Because you did it on
Well,
purpose.
Well, millions don't wake up to her and drink their coffee and might see Sebastian's face on
Well,
there.
that's-
So
that's
that's
not
not
what
what's going to happen.
That's not what he's saying. He's trying to say that Betty has these contacts.
Betty
But-
doesn't have. Okay,
Then
I
she
don't
should
know how
use
many
them. She
coffee
should have
beans
used
you
them.
want to consume, Psycho, but Betty doesn't have those contacts. First of all, second
she-
of all, hold on, wait, I'm not done. Second of all, Betty has a restraining order against her, so Chris Proudfoot is probably not going to be reaching out to the person that has an active RO on to advocate for getting him. No, negative, not
He was
happening.
being a smart ass.
Oh, I know. But if you really want some good ideas of things that you can do, then let me help you out a little bit.
I don't think he wants any ideas and he doesn't want to do
No.
anything. But
Actually,
troll
I
people.
had a bunch of ideas that got dismissed on a panel of your friends. And
Who's
my
our
idea
friends?
was
Our
friends?
friends.
just so you know, a cousin of mine was missing about, 4 months ago. And you know what I didn't do? Reach out to YouTubers. You know what
Well, that
we
was
did?
smart.
You know what we did? We found her.
That
Good
was
for
all
you.
on the
That's
first week.
awesome. I'm glad
So
you
what were
found
your-
her.
Actually,
Who's our
so-
friends? What was your
anyways,
idea?
let me ask you this. What was her name?
You
not
like-
yet. You were saying I wanted to ask you about Bullhorn Betty. If Bullhorn Betty could help, would you reach out to her?
I've asked Bullhorn Betty if she wants to come search with me. But
You know what
if
you
Betty
say?
if Betty can help, she should be helping for the basis that she's on the green team and
Yeah, but would
connected
you
to his
guys,
Right,
father.
would you guys,
wouldn't
would you
that
guys
be on
bury the
there?
hatchet like you are right now?
what?
Would you guys all bury the hatchet?
With
I know
who?
it was like
With
I've reached
who?
out to Gypsy Nilsson, who is
What
I think
hatchet?
Betty
With
had
What
on
who?
her.
hatchet?
What
Hey,
are you
Newsy,
talking
fuck
about?
yourself.
Who?
Fucking call me a creep.
You're
What
okay.
what hatchet?
Newfie.
Fucking newbies. Eyes by the boat, dude.
Listen,
Psycho,
listen.
you're
Who
let's
who
not
are we
focus
supposed
on
to who are we supposed to bury a hatchet with? First of all,
I don't know.
are you just
I'll
talking
bury a
out your
shovel with
ass?
But you know what?
silvers.
This is a cool this is a cool
Could
room. Like
could
I
we
like
I
get?
the
can
there's
bury a
Hey,
shovel with
punctuation.
silvers,
could,
but
I
he
was
doesn't
just gonna
know
say,
he has to dig more than 2
Chat's
inches.
can
hating
we
on
get
me.
Silvers to
Nobody's
dig the
fucking
hole?
them.
Can we?
Well,
Whatever.
the way you entered, Psycho, you have to understand why the chat feels how they do. I mean,
I
you
always enter like that. I'm a troll. I'm
I
supposed to
know.
fucking
No,
So if
it's
you're a
engage.
troll, then you don't get upset that the chat is trolling you back.
Right, you
want these
expect it.
emotions
I'm
from the
not.
chat.
I'm laughing, and then you're giving me shit for laughing at them.
No,
all right.
you seem
Oh my
upset.
God.
Chat,
Can
it's funny.
everybody
Fucking
send this
fuzzy
troll a
slippers
troll
and lip
emoji to help him
gloss.
feel a little bit
Yeah,
better?
can you guys just wish me Merry Christmas?
Merry
and stuff?
Christmas,
Thank you.
troll.
Yeah, the
Bye,
troll is down
ladies. Have
today.
fun. Thank you for having me up, Jay.
Thank
Merry
See
you.
ya.
Christmas to everybody.
See
I
ya.
love
Merry
you. Bye.
Bye.
The
Good.
trolls can never handle it.
Good
Who the fuck-
grief,
Who was
almighty.
that?
Who the
That's
fuck
MK
knows?
Ultra.
That's it. Truth,
What the
you're
fuck just
welcome.
happened?
I blocked that person the other night. If you were ever thinking about taking my mod wrench away.
Oh my lord.
What just
I got
happened,
woke
dude?
up.
This was morning coffee turned into chaotic.
My coffee beans turned into shoot.
This this
Do you
that
see that link I put in the back, Jay?
Yeah, let me check it out.
Oh, I was gonna. Well, since Granny's up here, maybe she can shed some light on it too.
Okay, thanks, Vestiges.
Yeah, I wonder about it, and I want to
Oh,
know
I
if
did
it's
see
good.
this. Yeah. I did see this. Let me pull it up. I think Granny can definitely shed some light. I think she already has. You just might not have heard it yet.
Yeah,
Here, let's get
because
it up.
it's involving her, so maybe she's got
Yeah, UA
something-
can probably shed some light on it too. This is about this is SF posting about Bruce Castor Jr.
Yeah.
What is your question, Vestiges? I mean,
All right,
Hey,
the,
Facige.
the second paragraph, it says he's removed his name from it.
Yeah, it's been
So
gone.
what had happened was when they put in for that amended complaint, they removed Castor as one of the representing attorneys, which is why some of us believe that was their intent behind the amended complaint to begin with, which they did that sneakily. That's not proper way to do it.
Right. So as of like the guy didn't know that he was being put on it.
Right.
Correct.
Yep.
According to Bruce Castor, through professional parties, he was unaware that he was ever listed on this. He has no idea who I am, who Barbecue is, and he just wasn't aware and immediately asked to be removed from it.
And if you
Nick
look
was
at
just mentioning it, he was mentioning
oh,
like
sane,
Trump and
sane, you sound like you're underwater.
oh, I'm sorry. Let me try.
Drop down and then come back up.
Okay.
Because she didn't sound like that before. This last paragraph, though, he says, I'm still waiting to hear directly from Bruce Castor. He did open and read my correspondence at 8:47 a.m., so I'm hopeful for a response soon. I have a feeling this situation is about to become very interesting and very expensive for each of the individual plaintiffs. Happy New Year.
Right.
So, yeah, I mean, there could be trouble with, putting a lawyer on a filing that he's not aware of.
That's what I was going to ask.
Yeah.
And I wasn't able to ask. Is my mic really low?
No, we can
It's a little low, but it's okay. We can hear you fine.
Okay. Yeah, I wonder if there's actually something going to happen with that.
I know.
Because putting someone's name on something, it's supposed to be federal.
Well, it's not, so they can
Oh,
try
Right.
again.
It's just
I
a
know,
mess.
but they're claiming that it is.
Yeah, it's a huge mess.
It almost, I mean, it makes me want, like, I almost wonder if it could be I think where you're going with this is, can it be dismissed on the grounds of like a fraudulent filing initial filing, right?
Right. Yeah, that's what I was getting at.
That would be something for the like state case law. I think I haven't reviewed Pennsylvania's case law on that.
Well, yeah, of course it can. But
But it should be
that's
able
where
to.
that's where your attorneys have to fight for that, and that's what we're doing. It's exactly what
Yeah.
we're filing. We are fighting. So your preliminary objections are objecting on the basis of the fallacies of this complaint. That's in every lawsuit. There's that opportunity or that chance of. But that's exactly why the filings are what they are. Which is exactly why they're now filing what they're filing, is to keep this going as long as they can, which is why we're now entering with a SLAPP to prove that is their purpose. Their purpose is to financially drain. If this injunction was as important as Nick made it sound on October 18th when he put on social media, we both would have been served either that Friday immediately or at the latest by that Monday. I
Hold
wasn't
on.
served for nearly a month and a half later, which is why barbecues things are required quicker than mine, because they served me later. And secondly, we are now going into January, and there is yet to be a court date on this immediate need for an injunction, which is the most important argument to be had.
Did you guys see where SF just posted about them seizing Nikki's assets?
No, is there a new one?
Body.
Yeah.
Let me see. Oh, shit.
SF needs. I'm gonna text him and tell him he needs to give me a heads up. I don't know. I'm his media person.
Never a dull moment with SF. Okay.
I know.
So here it is. This appears to be a pattern of abuse of process by Nick and at night, using injunctions as a scare tactic and then abandoning them when he lacks the financial means to follow through. For example, in March of this year, a financial company was seizing his belongings due to an $8,700 debt that Nick owed and didn't pay. In response, he filed an emergency injunction against them, but then failed to take any further action. The court, much like is about to happen in the current injunction, ordered him to proceed immediately with his motion or face judicial consequences. The injunction was dismissed days later. The difference here is that he has dragged 10 other naive plaintiffs, that's the truth, into his mess, and they are about to learn that they are each individually responsible for the judgments that will be against them personally, potentially resulting in liens on any assets they own. At Night had to come in and be the big shot. They had to pretend that they were an intelligence agency. They think Dog is actually an investigator. They created their own nightmare. And then he's got the receipts.
Shoot, I'm about to add my name. They was talking junk about me. I'm just saying.
I know.
Right.
That's what I said. Where are the other? I want to get.
I thought I was mentioned in there. I thought I was a doe. I think I'm a doe.
I was a doe. I was gonna be a doe.
Well,
I think I'm on there
A
too.
deer.
Jokes
Vestige.
aside,
Yeah.
jokes
I'm on there
aside,
too.
we can very well class action counter them.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean,
Right.
that's not us. What they try to do to us, we can absolutely reverse uno and do to them. I mean, I think it's about time people are taught a fucking lesson. You don't get to go around trying to ruin people's livelihood because you want some clicks and views.
Oh, I
Mhm.
can't
I
wait.
mean,
Butter get her assets taken.
yeah, because I mean,
There's gonna be
heck,
Butter's
they decided
argument.
they wanted to put me in. They wanted to dox me and put me up and try and come after my job. So let's go, Granny.
I tell you what, I'm gonna personally ask the judge out there in wherever that is, Pennsylvania, to take Butter's microphone. Can you seize that asset, please?
She's in North Carolina.
Oh
It's
my
funny
God.
you say that because my
No,
attorney made a joke that he'll go after everything, even the cockroaches in the cabinet. And I said, well, sir, she can keep the cockroaches. He didn't realize like he was being a smartass, but no, this is like a serious thing. And she's still saying as of last night, like it doesn't matter what I'm hearing. I don't know if it's true. She still believes that she is solely going after me. She doesn't realize that she is accountable for every other plaintiff she signed a line with.
Mm.
No,
She
she
doesn't even
totally
understand.
she does no, she doesn't. I played the clip of where
Yeah.
somebody asked her, like, did you see the RICO or the SLAPP?
FAFO's
FAFO
question.
deposit. FAFO deposit.
FAFO deposit. Yeah.
What was her response?
And she was like, I heard something about that. She's like, I don't know. You can file anything against anybody. She has no
Right,
clue, dude.
exactly.
She has no
That
clue.
quote right there, that
Mhm.
quote right there, I need
think
for my
she's lying.
attorneys because
I
that's
think-
exactly what they did. They filed
Well-
anything against anybody to be big shots, like SF is saying.
Yeah, let
The
me
fact that
pull it up.
You can,
No,
why don't we
I
all
think
fucking
y'all are
file
crazy.
against her?
I think
Fuck,
y'all are
man.
crazy. I think y'all are crazy. I think that girl knew exactly what she was doing. I
Yep.
think she's sitting here
No.
now talking about, I
Hey.
have no idea. I think she's
Hey.
trying to seem stupid. So
Fluke,
she can get
you
out
think
there.
she's trying to seem? She has not tried. When has she ever had to try to seem stupid?
But
I'm talking
Clue's
about-
right, and I've been saying this
I-
for a while. She plays that dumb act really well.
Yeah.
That
Well, I
she
mean-
is not as dumb as she pretends.
No, she's very manipulative.
She's manipulative, but she ain't. She's not fast. Like, nah, she ain't. She ain't bright. She ain't the brightest.
She doesn't.
crayon
She
in the
doesn't
block
think
either.
quick on her feet. That's for sure.
Body, you got to get out your feelings. I don't feel bad for these people. They knew what they were doing. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
body, get out. Yeah.
You
Now,
know
let
what
me
though?
make it-
Bodies
Okay,
new to the
that-
community. That's another
No, but I'm
example.
with-
Yeah, body is not in the true crime community.
But
with
I'm
all due
with Body.
respect.
No, I'm with Body. I feel bad for Seth as well. And I was more than willing to settle on the grounds that I won't speak about Seth Rogers.
Well, we
okay?
can
Right.
Because
disagree
is
on
the
that
only
because I
person.
don't feel sorry for someone who out the gate tells strangers about his son's past trauma.
Agreed.
I can't
I'm with Jay
get
on
past
this.
that. I just can't. It's so gross and
I
it's
can't get along with it either.
Mm-mm. I can't feel sorry for someone who puts that out from day one.
No, because
No
I can
reason
tell
for
you,
it.
when Center did that bullshit he did and made basically I have to come out on a public platform and explain that, bro. That's something that you don't want out to the world. You know what I mean? So the fact that Sean doesn't want this to stay quiet, not to protect Chris, Katie, whatever, if he feels they're responsible, but to protect Sebastian, that's crazy. That's crazy to me. Why would you want that out there about your son? That's his business.
Mm-hmm. It's very disturbing.
Can I just say I love the fact that she says anybody can file anything against anybody when that's been my argument as they've been around here defaming my name on these RICO grounds?
Yeah, let's play it. It's not very long. Here it is.
Reach out to
Can
me
I
out
say
of
one
nowhere.
thing real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, Cletus.
The only problem I have, and I do get, and at times I feel bad for Seth because his son's missing. In terms of the lawsuits and all that stuff, I cannot feel bad for him for that because at the end of the day, everybody on his team says he's the guy at the top. And he has never come out and stood against anything that they have done. So, you know what? If you're going to take responsibility for him, you got to take accountability for him too.
If he didn't have anything to do with it, I feel sorry
Yeah,
for
see,
him.
I mean, he's not even cleared, so I can't get down with it. He has gone 10 months now with bullshit. Why? All in the name of wanting to find his son, yet no one sees him out there. He chases the legit people away. I can't get behind anything that he's said or done. I just can't. There's nothing positive that he's brought to his son's case. Nothing.
Well, I will say this. I do think that all of the shenanigans and stuff has put Sebastian on the map nationwide. I will say that. But at what cost? The fact that if he's found when he goes back to school, people are going to know you're a victim of, you know what I mean?
Oh, all these
Right.
videos all over YouTube, they don't go away. All these interviews he's done are there forever. Justin on TikTok, the lab, all those videos are there. It's so weird to me. I just can't get down with it. I can get down with being quiet and not going on YouTube anymore. I can't get down with this mess, Tony Mathis and everything else that goes along with it. It's made it a huge mess. I don't think for a minute that JLR started this or Betty started this. Seth started this. He took an already divisive, what I saw as an already divisive situation, and then put players to go against his enemies, his ex-wife.
And then sat back and said, "Oh, you know, but then Tony was like, I'm just doing what Seth tells me to do, you know.
He's the boss.
He's the boss. I just do what he tells me to do.
He plays a great part, in my opinion, of this woe is
everybody
me.
Everybody has a role, so to speak, in this Netflix special that I'm going to be a part of. Netflix production. Yes, my Netflix production.
All right, let's listen to what BJ said about this anti-slap real quick. It's not long.
She got so mad.
Turn it up.
Oh my Lord, people.
Please reach out to me.
People keep bringing this up. FAFO deposit. Have you heard about the anti-slap that BBK lady?
BBK?
Nah, maybe a little bit, but okay. I don't know. Let her do it. I don't understand. Like, anybody can file stuff, you guys. That ain't.
Yeah. I don't care about
anybody can file stuff.
MK Ultra says, "Hi, Merry Christmas. Want me to share what everyone on back chat was saying during the Chris Proudfoot interview?"
There's her.
I took a screenshot too. You're a pig. The only thing I said is this should be private, and I cursed you out for trolling as Chris Proudfoot.
So basically,
I'm going to respond to Black Skies.
They basically said, she goes, you can file anything, you guys.
There we go. It was our little friend.
Mm-hmm.
You can file
my
anything,
God.
right.
I
Just
heard
like
about it.
Maybe a little bit, but okay.
A little bit.
But okay.
I don't know. Let her do it. I don't understand. Like, anybody can file stuff, you guys. That ain't.
Yeah.
Thank you for your permission.
That ain't what? Like, that ain't.
Right. Like, okay, and let her do it. No, we have to do it because of what you did. You fucking asshole. God, she irritates me. And then it'd be like, anybody can file anything. Right. Like, anybody can file ridiculous RICO claims against anybody. You piece of shit.
So how is this MK Ultra affiliated with Momming It Up, or do we not know for sure? We don't think he is.
I think it's her boyfriend, but we don't know for sure.
Mm.
They've just been, unless MK was trolling Mommy It Up or something. I don't know, but there was connections that went back.
Psycho.
Well, that was the name up here, so if the shoe fits.
So they actually made the name Chris Proudfoot and came in the back.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I took a screenshot of it. It was gross.
I think I did too.
Is that when they first came up, Jay, and didn't have their camera on? What were they?
When what?
When they first came up and they didn't have their camera or like any thing on.
Yeah, nothing was connected.
They disconnected. Did they come up as Psycho then too? Or a different name?
Yeah, it was Psycho, but then it said A on the icon.
Yeah. A Psycho. That's
it was
great.
like
That's
it
right.
was like Alistair or something. It was like C. Alistair. I actually clicked on it, so if you replay the video, you should be able to see it.
I'm sorry. What can you say the name again? C. Alistair. Do you know how it was spelled?
I would have to rewind. Why do you know that person?
Maybe. Hold on.
When he first came up, Clue, if you rewind my stream to right when he first came up, you'll see like I click on him and you'll see it pop up like A or C. Alistair or something like that.
Okay. Yeah, so in the back chat, I found some of the messages, but it was, I don't know what it said before this.
He was verified with YouTube. It said verified with YouTube. C. Alistair or whatever.
Oh, I was talking about on the thing the other night. Is what I'm talking about it. And it says, I don't know what was said before this. Like I said, I only took one because honestly, I was whatever. My head was spinning during that live. But listen to you, it's true. LMAFAO. I'm clipping this. Chris, tell them to let MK Ultra in because they are all simps. Hi-oh Queen. SO me out. I'm Psycho. LMFAO, which I did. Someone called Momming It Up a psychopath.
Oh, Alistair Crowley. So it's C. Crowley. No, because it was C. What did I say it was?
I called him a psychopath.
C. I don't know what the fuck. Now I'm
You got
confused.
Alistair.
Thank you.
No, we were saying Mom and Up was a psychopath the other night, and that.
Oh yeah,
She
'cause she
is.
accused you guys of having something to do with Sebastian disappearing.
Heck yeah, she is, man. That shit came up on my panel one day talking about I emailed you all this back in April, and I went back and looked, and I'm like, you're a liar. You did not. I pulled my whole thing up, literally pulled it up and showed everyone. I'm like, I don't need, because that was the girl that was talking about they were in this group trying to find people in the group that had kids that could be passed off as him, and I don't know, that lady, somebody for real. Of course she moves here, but someone needs
She
to
was
get her help.
obsessed. She was obsessed with you in truth, and she was real upset that you guys hadn't responded. So
You
she decided to move
Sane,
on.
you sound
with her
underwater
audio.
again.
But she
Yeah.
didn't email
Underwater.
anyone.
Yeah.
It's pretty bad.
All right.
Like, respond to what? No, she needs help. Like, I mean that for real.
I mean, I might be in psych nursing soon, so I mean, I can help y'all. If they
Girl,
local, I fill them up.
of course she's local. The crazy ones always come here. Literally, always move here.
Hey,
Who's talking about coming here now? BHB. I'm just
I know
saying.
I almost would relish the opportunity to get her on the right medication, which would be a challenge, but
I just think she needs to. I wish she would explain if what she is saying actually has any merit to it. I wish that she would just explain what she means. But when we tried to talk to her, it was
Dude,
like,
you can't.
no, like she was all over the place. It was like I'm watching a ping pong ball in a
Mhm.
game just bounce around.
She did a podcast before where she said the government was trying to unalive her because she didn't agree with wearing masks during the pandemic.
Hold on. She's trying to legally do something about my harassment, telling 1,000 people to call TBI on her. Who even said that? I swear she hears things. I swear she hears voices. I'm not even
No,
kidding.
what was stated was that you contacted TBI on her. You said that you did. You didn't say anybody else should because
Absolutely.
nobody wastes TBI's time like they do. Nobody's encouraging thousands of people to contact TBI over our local loon.
Well, BHB.
Okay, I've got who this guy is. Hold on. Thank you, Kels. Let's pull it
Yeah,
up.
she blamed that homeless guy on YouTube or TikTok. I remember that. And the
then when
dude
we-
Oh
wasn't even
yeah,
here.
the homeless guy.
Right.
He
And when
wasn't
we
even
did-
here when he started covering Sebastian. He's in like freaking Oh,
Dude, that was fucking
never
wild.
mind.
And
Y'all
then she
crazy
was
and
going
things
off. She's
ain't
like,
true.
I'm moving there. I'm afraid to move there. Ah! She was like freaking out.
Yes.
And when nobody understood her story with the homeless man, then she said it's because you're all part of it.
All right, that's who was
Yeah,
up
like-
right here. Alistair C.
She made us sound like we were bringing him snacks in the woods and shit. Like, what?
Yeah, weird.
Weird.
The whole homeless encampment too. Hey, Clue. When you first met Seth, did he mention homeless encampments?
Nope.
He didn't.
I think that's
Let me
really
tell you-
weird.
Let me tell you what happened. I'll give you the whole rundown. We were snooping in the neighborhood and I saw this truck pass us, right? And the dude was like mean mugging. I mean, it ain't no secret. I got him too. Y'all know he got them eyes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, this
Arm out
truck-
the window. Side
window was
eyeing.
up. Window was up.
Oh,
this
shit.
truck passed me, but I noticed the person, like, you know what I mean? All like, who is you? So now I'm just gonna reiterate, right? We do drive a blacked out Tahoe. We look like the police. It is what it is.
The Secret Service.
Right. So we had parked up at the entrance to the construction site in the neighborhood, and we saw people walking around. And of course, we're being nosy, trying to see who they are, right? Well, on the way out of the neighborhood is when he passed us. So then we left that neighborhood. We drove around the new neighborhood and eventually made our way back up to the construction site. By that time, he was back. And I pull in and we figured it was a search party. So we're like, I'm gonna go up there, right? And see if they're searching. Well, we pull up and I look at him and I'm like, that's his dad right there, I think. And he was like, I don't know. I'm like, I'm telling you, that is that dude that's been on the news. I was like, go talk to him. So he gets out. I stay in the truck. And I don't know, after a few minutes, I finally walk over there. And he's immediately like, we are bombarded with him and Karen talking about how controlling Chris is. Katie's not allowed to speak. Sean can't talk to Katie without him
Wow.
around. Da 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 da. I thought, and I'm not kidding when I tell you guys this, we both thought that Karen knew Chris and Katie and the godparents. We thought they all knew each other. Like these are friends of all of them. The way she was talking about Chris and Katie.
Right. It wasn't like you guys all just met Seth and were there to search.
Right. Like, and I don't know. From what I've gathered, Karen didn't meet Sean until this all happened, and Jaden was there too.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I heard too.
When I found that, like when I tell y'all, like my lid was blown off, I'm not kidding, because the way Karen was describing Chris and Katie, it was like they were besties, and she knew them for sure,
Like
right?
firsthand knowledge type thing.
Right. So, fiance at one point asked, what do you think happened? Like what how are you searching or what? Something like that. And he goes, well, I can't listen to my gut. I haven't shot anyone yet. And he talks about the guns in his truck or whatever. I haven't taken this gun and shot anyone yet or something like that. And it was just really weird because, like I said, we kept trying to ask, like, about Sebastian. Where can we be looking? Does he like to hide places? Where do you think he would go? Et cetera, right? And you had to keep redirecting the conversation away from Chris and Katie and back to Sebastian. It was like that's all anyone wanted to talk about. And he is a whole ass lie when he sits there and says, who didn't even know she was a YouTubist? That's a lie. I told you, son, tell me to my face I'm lying.
What did you say to him? Did you just like bring it up because you didn't want to be like
She wanted to sell the fact that Cletus and her definitely look like they're straight out of the FBI. Like when you meet them, you're like, all right, this is the FBI. We got to be on our P's and Q's. So she was trying to clearly make them comfortable.
That's why Betty don't like my overalls, because they're FBI issued.
Government issued overalls.
They're government issued because he actually has them picked up and washed and brought back.
Cletus, you would throw her off if you did some fatigue ones next time.
You should tell them that it's legit, like a hotel service.
Camouflage, like camouflage,
and bring them back.
Oh, that's perfect.
I will buy you some camouflage fatigue overalls.
But back to what Clue just said though, like, and we've talked about this before, and we figured out that he was in contact with Tara Lynn's kin like a week prior to meeting Clue and Cletus. So
well, I just want to say this much. After the fact that I was a YouTuber came out, so did the essay on Sebastian.
That's when that was spilled. So imagine meeting this man though, guys. Imagine
girl, I'm telling you right now, I know for 150,000% fact on everything I am. That was told to test me. I promise you, he just knew I would be running to the internet with that information, and it did
and you
not
didn't.
happen.
Yeah. Wow. And on the other hand, we have him, partnering up with Terry Lynn, and in the same time frame that he's searching with you, he's on a live with her And she's talking about, the layout of the house and where the couch is and where Katie's room is and shit.
And he
Um,
in like the recent interview, didn't he act like he was never hardly like ever there? Like his last live stream, his last like YouTube live.
Mm-hmm.
Who was hardly ever there?
Seth.
Like Seth, he kind of acted like he was just never like, he was just there whenever he went there. It was really to not like hang out, do anything. It was just to pick up Sebastian and
Well, yeah, that's why we
go.
were all kind of surprised
Yeah.
when he said he knew where all the cameras were and the angles.
Yeah, I'm just there's so many different interviews and I'm like, wait, that doesn't jive with what he just said. Seth, get your live together for earlier tonight.
Hey Jay, can you hear music in my background?
A little bit.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. I'm gonna have to hop down. I wanted to ask some questions about the flashlight stuff, but
It's
I'm
not
gonna
bad
have to
enough
wait.
where you can't ask your questions. Go ahead. It's not that bad. It's just faintly.
Well, since Clue's up here, it got me thinking about it.
Yeah, go ahead, Vestiges.
In that video, the camera across the street from the camera, there's a house. They got a sunroom. The flashlights could be them coming out of that sunroom using their phone light to walk to their car, because the car is facing that direction in the driveway and the headlights kick on.
Except I don't think that house is even in the view of the camera.
The back part of it is.
Well, so
because you see this, the
gazebo.
So have you seen when we went out there and tried to recreate it?
Yeah, but see, they they've moved the camera angle. That's the thing.
The camera hasn't moved its angle, right? And what we showed is just one of about, I don't know, 13 or 14 different videos we've got.
Yeah.
And we actually did it over the course of 2 different nights. And in what you don't see in that image is anything to the right of that house where the light is at, that everybody was actually thinking was the garage. The garage light is actually in the far right of the frame.
Yeah.
So that camera doesn't actually even see that brick house on the corner. I thought it did too, but when we went out there,
didn't those people get a new camera?
They did.
They did, but the old one is still there, right? It is still there.
But how do we know they hung it on the same angle? Exactly.
No, we're looking at the old camera.
Oh,
angle.
got you. Okay, got you.
Yeah,
Sorry, I
old camera's
misunderstood.
still there.
Yeah,
They
just put up another one.
Okay, gotcha.
We took our camera, which is a phone type camera, but it's
Yeah.
we put it up against their camera.
Right. I saw that.
So that no part of that sunroom on the back of that house is shown in that video?
Correct.
No, and I thought it was too for the longest time, but when we learned what the actual specs were on the actual camera, it changed everything, because it's just not what we all thought. It just didn't.
Okay.
No, Sebastian's room is in the front of the house, correct? Like if you're facing it, it's in the front right?
Yeah.
Okay. Cricket asked in chat. That's why I was just clarifying.
So where did the headlights on the grass come from?
That is a car.
I think it's a car from the driveway
getting ready to go to
of
work.
the house that you're talking about with the sunroom. And the reason I say that is because we actually saw, when we were out there at one of the 2 times we were out there, somebody came out and cranked their car.
Identical.
And turned their headlights on, and where it hits, when you put that out with everything else, it's just like, it's not an exact overlay, but it's extremely close.
Oh, okay. So I'm kind of right where the car was at, because I was in the video that I was doing. I was like, the headlights had to be here on the street next to this goldish colored truck, or it's in the driveway.
It's in the driveway.
Did you guys get to talk to the homeowner of that house?
We have talked to a lot of people in that neighborhood.
And
And
the
yes.
people in the neighborhood, contrary to what's been put out, the people in the neighborhood, when I was in there observing, were not acting the way that they were allegedly, you know, they were waving. And I don't know many people that, you know, wave at people that.
Can I ask a question, Clue? Have any of the neighbors that you've spoken to ever alluded to the fact that they're talking to other YouTubers or other neighbors or speaking to other YouTubers and giving them recordings and information? Have you heard anything about that in the neighborhood?
Well, I can tell you they watch us.
So I had 2 conversations and that topic came up because at that time people, you know, it was all out there. The people in that neighborhood are working with this person and that person, blah blah blah.
Mm-hmm.
And every single one of them said, "No, I'm not," but that one lady is.
Yeah,
Binoculars.
One lady said she was?
No, they said,
were
but
all saying
one lady.
that it's coming from that one lady.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, binoculars. Okay.
Yeah.
So she's the busybody of the hood. Binoculars.
Busy Bobby. The busy
That's what I
Bobby of the hood.
gather, but I mean.
Yeah. Well, they
and,
did have
I
a
mean,
little
I'm
round
telling
table
you-
at Bobby's. Remember, she said they all sat down and discussed the
Yeah.
case at her table.
Well, I can tell you they have strong opinions about a lot of things.
Mhm.
I think they are over the BS. We did not go in there and intimidate anyone. As intimidating as Cletus looks, he put that part of himself back when he was talking to the neighbors.
He didn't boot down any doors yet.
Have the
No.
neighbors been gracious with you guys? I mean, the ones that
Oh
you've
my
spoken
gosh.
to?
They're amazing.
Are they?
Just like everybody else. And
They're so they're freaking hilarious too.
I
Holy
mean, they
crap.
want Sebastian found like everybody else, you know? I mean,
you know what's funny is that I think everybody, if they take all the drama and nonsense away from it and look at what everybody was looking at in the beginning when this first happened, those same speculations still exist amongst that neighborhood. And there's no narrative to it, right? But they also do agree with a lot of things, but they also see that a lot of narratives are being pushed on the internet that make this completely wild and crazy and sound way more than what it is. That I will say.
do you get the feeling that they want the Proudfoots out of their neighborhood to get rid of this
No.
problem?
No.
Not at all?
No.
That's good. That's good.
I get the feeling that a lot of them feel very saddened for them.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I get that, you know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. I just wondered what the feel was. Because Bobby, you know,
Yeah.
doesn't speak for everyone, even though she wants to, you know? I don't listen to her and take her as being the whole neighborhood spokesperson.
I did listen to Tony last night, and
Not all of it.
not all of it, but I do agree. I that is something I will say I have seen a change in when it comes to Sean and Tony, is the fact that they are, in my opinion, not out here trying to cause so much chaos anymore.
Well, I mean, when you get checked by the Sumner County Sheriff's Office where your son went missing that you have bashed for 10 months, I'd say it's probably the time to change your ways.
I agree, but
Yeah.
the only part that I can't rationalize in my head is why on earth they come out and they say that they have this awesome working relationship with them, but then Nikki goes on the Twitter, or I'm sorry, maybe Dog, I don't know, one of the two, and talks about, oh, he was joking about rape. You know what I mean? Like, how do you do that? Why? I thought you had a good working relationship with them, so why is this person that you're clearly working with bashing the sheriff?
Yeah,
It doesn't make sense.
that threw me off too.
So is it that you're lying about working with LE, or is this person just going rogue and doing whatever they want? Because if we're to believe that he gives the marching orders, why was that a marching order?
I didn't hear any of Tony last night. I'm completely dumb to
Girl,
this.
he was on there. They've met with them 4 times in the last week, and I hope that's
Pearl
true.
Necklaces
I
channel?
Yeah.
Ugh. Do you
Yeah,
know
it
that
was-
that's
it
what he
was-
calls his members? He gives them
What?
pearl necklaces. That's so fucking gross.
Oh
God.
my.
Yeah. I'm now I have
Dude, like who is gonna join that channel and get a pearl necklace from Justin? Blech.
Are you lying?
No, she's
No.
not Blue, and it gives me the worst visuals every single time now because I also think about blueberry gumballs.
Oh God, we got pearl necklaces and gumballs coming out of peens. What is going on? No, seriously, no, dead serious. He gives away he gives people pearl necklaces. And then when they donate, he's like, oh, somebody just 20 pearl necklaces. Fuck that.
Ooh.
Mm-mm.
Wouldn't your hand be tired?
Dude, turn off gifting when you watch Justin. That's all I'm gonna say.
Ooh.
Got that ZZ Top song in my head.
Oh, the image in my
She
head
want
right
a pearl necklace. Oh Jesus. No, but I didn't hear that, so I'm gonna play that.
No, I'm quite all right. I will never. I'm like swearing pearls off for the rest of my life.
Oh God.
Granny did tell me off the record she loves the pearl necklace, so.
She would. She would.
What?
Is Tony on here the whole time? Or
Dude, he talks to him forever.
Oh,
He's on the
fuck.
phone, and you got to be careful because Pearl is loud as hell,
Oh
and then
no.
Tony is like on the phone. So we had it in here playing, and
I hate when they do that shit.
I knew she'd unmute for that. See that? She unmuted.
Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought I was here.
What size strand do you want?
None.
18
size?
inches.
I'm not a jewelry
He wants
girl.
to know. He's waiting. Justin wants to know.
Look at Drew.
Look at he's giving all y'all Body, Queen Bee, Clue, and Granny all got and Chris got a pearl necklace.
Wait, really?
He gave them all to you.
I never.
Look at they even have pearl necklaces next to their name. See?
What? In the chat?
Yeah, that's his little emoji. It's a little water spout. I'm just kidding.
Isn't that like a like a kind of kink thing? Like
Yeah, no,
clutching
it
the
is
pearl?
Clue. It is Clue.
No, I'm talking about clutching the pearl.
Yeah, it is.
I can't.
I mean, I'm not bad. I think it's
My
fun.
family
It's cute,
jewels.
whatever it works. You know what I mean? He's got a
I think
theme.
it's cute.
You
You
do
know,
you,
it's a-
Justin.
I'm
Sick
not
family
deep down.
jewels. I think I'd be finding a new jewel if it was mine.
I hate when people do that, type near their microphone. Pick that
Can
shit
you
up.
hear it? I thought I was
Yeah,
muted. I'm
Granny.
sorry. I thought I was on mute.
My bad. It's okay when Grady does it.
No, I usually try to mute because I know it's really loud. I didn't realize I was unmuted.
Here's Tony Mathis. Was there 5 CPS reports? CP. I don't know.
Yeah, that was a stupid answer. I'm not gonna lie. It was stupid.
Yeah,
If you
yeah,
don't
me
know, then
too.
you need to talk to your fucking wife. I mean, at that point, he should have said, "I'm not speaking on it," but to say I don't know was dumb.
I'm
Very
with
dumb.
Granny on that.
I mean, who's gonna believe he don't know? You didn't go to figure it out by now? Okay, that
Yeah.
was a dumb answer.
It was a dumb answer, but I mean, really, it's none of anybody's business, to be honest. The whole
Yeah, you could've said
CPS report thing kind of grosses me out.
That's the other side of it too. I also think that people, they really do. The majority of the public has a problem with people who just don't give a fuck.
Mhm.
Right. They take it as
You
arrogance.
know, when I
or
heard
cocky.
when I
Right.
heard Butterhead talking about the CPS reports, how when it came out there were 5, and that Eddie guy on her panel, he said, "Oh, I can't wait till we get to the 5 CPS reports tonight."
Right.
And it's
All
just like
excited.
fucking gross, man. It's gross.
That is
I mean,
gross.
Do these creators want to come out and talk about their own CPS reports? Like, you don't do that, right? It's like it's personal shit. Now I get it. This is a public, situation right now because unfortunately, Sebastian is a public topic, but CPS reports aren't. And
Right.
the fact that Tony and Seth would even dangle those Talking about dangling a carrot. People are pissed at Truth saying he's dangling a carrot.
Well, look
These
at what
other
happened
people
on
are dangling
Pascal's.
carrots.
How many months ago, Granny? Did we
Yeah,
all
it was
hear
wild.
TikTok Tony say, "Oh yeah, well Seth's going to be going over those. He got tons of documents today," and then so
Well-
everybody flocks to Pascal because Tony made it sound like, "Oh, they're going to be discussing these reports."
Well, they were.
They
Jay,
were.
they were. The reason that got stopped was SF.
Oh, that's
Yeah, he
right.
called-
A lawyer contact, or Sean's lawyer contacted him, right? And
Yeah,
said, "Don't
he
you
called
dare."
and- he called and told them that they were threatening to release them, which is illegal, by the way.
Right,
And
blackmail.
Yeah.
yeah,
You
Or
know,
else
part of me,
everything would be out.
they
It's
should have
so
never
messed up.
mentioned it. Like the people that are angry, like, oh, Truth mentioned something and wouldn't say it. That's exactly what they've been doing. Take your anger up with them. Let them tell you. They fucking know too. Let them tell you.
Right.
and I'm going to tell you something, and I will stand on this. I don't believe for 5 seconds that that little girlfriend of T Rev's stole anything.
Nope.
Because first off, I saw when Jay came up on, I think, Truth's panel, and she was showing the text messages between Terry Lynn or whatever. There was a screenshot of one between Sean and Michaela, right? And
Oh,
Michaela's like, "I love you."
Yes.
And he says back to her, "You're so cute. If you ain't saying I love you too, she ain't got the password to your phone."
Mm,
That's all I'm gonna say.
that
You
she
ain't
wasn't
there
on
yet.
that. She wasn't on that level.
Right. You're not there yet.
No, I don't think she
Unless she's
stole it either.
sneaky,
I don't think
unless
she stole
she's
it.
like sneaking, like, see some like pattern, but I don't, I just.
Oh, because even Michaela and T Rev came out and said, no, we have proof that you sent these.
Dude, Michaela's
You're
got
not
a
gonna
whole
put that
fucking
shit on
folder.
us.
I want to know what's in her folder.
I'm not driving down there. Don't start
Yeah.
coming here.
Go over there and
Maybe
ask.
you can get T-Rev to drive a lawnmower down to your place.
Ooh, what if I pretend to be a pizza person?
You could. DoorDash. Just
And,
walk up with like
I
a
got the
Walmart
wrong
bag.
address.
Yeah, walk up with a Walmart bag.
Oh, that's
You could be an
right.
Amazon driver.
I could be Instaclue instead of Instacart.
Yeah.
Flo said, "Clutching my pearls is an old saying. It refers to old women who are shocked by normal day things. It's like saying my virgin ears."
Oh, I thought it meant like when you put the. Never mind.
Clutch the, yeah, I mean, like if you put your hand on your chest, like, oh, I'll, like you're offended or whatever. But him
Okay, I
giving
get
away
that.
pearl necklaces, I think it has a different meaning. I'm just,
Yeah, it does. Well, and they make like dirty pearls too.
They make clutching
dirty
you.
pearls. A bearded clam.
What's a bearded clam?
A bearded
Start
donut.
calling you that. I am gonna start calling you that. Instead of Cletus, you're gonna be the bearded clam.
Or the bearded donut. Beats him. What's a bearded donut?
That's what I was wondering.
You
I didn't know either.
Butthole. It really sounds like a butthole.
It
I'm
does.
sorry.
Oh shit. I believe there's a sexual connection. I do too, Jammers. So when does
Definitely.
Tony Baloney fucking call in? Because I can't. This
You can-
dude.
At the last 30 minutes, apparently, is what someone in chat said.
Oh,
And you
it's
can
at the
see him
end.
get the phone. He has a cell phone up to the microphone.
Oh, I
Yes,
see.
WinTube.
Someone needs to teach him how to like Google Voice.
You know when they say shit like, I
What's
wonder
that?
No,
if,
he knows. He does all
What
his
is
stuff on
this?
Face.
The
He
fuck
does
is
all
that?
his stuff apparently on FaceTime. I learned that the other day too, or last night, this morning. He does like all their stuff on Facebook Messenger calls too.
I love when they say shit like, oh, I wonder if Chris would answer Justin's questions. Yeah, well, why won't Seth answer any of ours? Like, don't put these
Right.
expectations on the Proudfoots that you won't even put on Seth Rogers. Put it across the board. You want Chris to answer hard questions? Have Seth.
Granny, I saw the best comment the other night. Oh, Tony Baloney said, I think in Butter's chat, he was like, I wanted so bad to go in there and be like, give me a link. Well, why didn't you?
Why didn't you? Right. Stop the
Come
bullshit.
on up and answer questions. If you guys say you're working with Ali, you say you're burying the hatchet, etc., etc. You know, the Proud Feast the other night literally again extended another olive branch.
Mm-hmm.
The second one, mind you, that they've done. So why wouldn't you grab a link?
How are you not blocked and I'm blocked? Oh wait, I know, Tony.
I like the comment. Seth has always answered the questions, even the tough ones. No, he hasn't. He has never gone on a panel.
No
where
one's
he could
asked
be
him
asked.
no one's asked him the
Right.
tough questions.
They don't ask him the right questions, he says.
The tough or the right.
Yeah.
Or they do ask a good question and then they stop there. Like he gives an answer and they don't go deeper
Like,
with it. It's like, fuck.
my shoulder, you know, or my water. Pascal, I've had 5 waters today. Are you proud of me?
Yeah. I went to mass. Like, no one cares, dude. Let's talk about your son.
Go to work.
I don't see this motherfucker holding the phone. What
I
am I
don't care about that.
There is complete strangers for Sebastian while they live in another state. Like that's what I mean. Like these people put rumors out there and then people run with it like it's factual. They're not living in a different state. They're living in their fucking house.
Well, can I just point out something too? That Jay, I want you to listen when Tony first gets on the phone, because it seems like he's maybe with Sean, because he says, you just interrupted us watching the best movie ever, and I'm like, what?
Well, Tony says in the chat that he's sitting right beside him, and then you hear Sean in the background.
Yeah,
a couple of times.
And
Where is it at, Clue? I can't fucking find it.
I'm telling you,
together.
It's like,
yeah, they were together.
Yeah, because they have a live tonight, Jay.
Oh,
So you mean to
is
tell
he
me that
still
Tony-
there from the last one?
I don't
No,
know.
I guess he's back in. Maybe he's back in town.
So you mean to tell me Tony's doing all this traveling for these live streams and they don't have like an end goal or end purpose in mind?
Dude, well, and here's the other side. He could be here because
He could be roommates.
If it's true that they went to talk to Sumner County 4 times this week, that could be what Tony is here for. But I'm telling you, they are together while they're talking.
The fact that Justin went out of his way to like put Fair Use Act and all that, I wish truth was strike just because he went through all of that, because it doesn't matter what fair use disclaimer you put, you're not allowed to restream somebody as they are actively live. That is against TOS.
Did he do it while I told Drew that. I told him.
Yeah, well, I
He did it while he was live still?
I don't think he wants to be on the bad side of any of these people. I think he's quite content.
Yeah.
With, you know.
Get your own content,
really
Pearl
respect
Necklace.
him. I think he's really coming.
I can't
Give
find
a
it.
receipt.
Did he like edit it out? Because I thought that it said at the bottom on the phone Tony Mathis.
It did.
Yeah, because look at it doesn't
It's
it
right
goes-
there. Is he holding it right there?
Where? No, it's his
We
hands.
know where he was all month.
Uh-uh.
We don't know where.
Why would he edit that out? That's weird.
Dude, I'm telling you, wasn't it blue across the bottom and said on the phone Tony Mathis? Because I
Yep.
saw it Brittany playing it. Look, it doesn't have that. It goes to this. And then it ends.
No, I'd absolutely had it on the bottom. You could see him holding the phone.
Yeah, see, it's fucking gone. Why would he edit that shit out, dude?
Brittany J played it.
Oh, God,
Yeah,
but did
he
she
doesn't-
actually get fucking through it? I don't know if I can handle her.
I think she may have actually gotten through it. I had to turn.
Well, if she fell asleep, we may be able to catch it.
I know she pepped back up because I was trying to get on the thing.
What thing?
I was trying to get on my panel again.
Oh my God. Crimson, you got to stop that. It's not good for your mental health.
Okay.
I know. That's what I told Jay. I said, I got something because I know Brittany listens.
Okay, here we go. Yeah, he must have edited it. That's weird.
I was going to say, that's not weird.
Look at Seth. I appreciate everyone's prayers and continued support. We will find Sebastian and bring him home.
From your living room?
Well, and I'm not going to lie. A part of this, like, I really do hope and pray that like Tony and them are talking to law enforcement and they have absolute like confidence that that's the case, right? Because I would really hate for all of the people that are surrounding Sean to be possibly not getting him prepared for a reality that may very well be the case. You know what I mean?
4 hours and 13 minutes is what someone said in the chat.
Thanks, little Daisy.
Or 423, Misty Blue.
These people in chat are great. They're like, I know exactly where it is.
Dude, I know it.
Yeah.
Couldn't survive without him. What is the timestamp again? 4:22.
413 or 422. And I saw two. They may have just been a mistype, so sorry.
Yeah, hold on.
Kells is saying 4 hours and 13. Someone's saying 422. So.
Yeah, well, guess what? Guess what?
that's
His
the other
video is only 3 hours and 56 minutes now. He fucking trimmed it out.
I was gonna say this. Somebody said, does Sean even still have his job? We were thinking about this the other night with him being there with Tony. Like it was what, a Thursday?
He's on long term. He's on long term now. I think he should be on long term now. I haven't voyed lately. Yep. He didn't work much.
I'm about to get me a job with the state.
I know. Hey, I applied for this one position, and guess where it was? They literally called me back and said Davidson County. I said, no, girl, I can't do it.
Oh, so fiance said you're at the wrong live because
I am.
The one that he's on and he calls is 5 hours long.
For crying out shits. All right, hold on. Let me go back to his channel because if we don't have to listen to Brittany, I'm down. Okay.
I got this.
All right. So what's the title? The 25th, 26th?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus. I clicked on the one with Elevated Truth. You're right.
It's a group effort, guys.
Oh, thank you so much. I thought I was losing my mind. So 422, y'all said?
Somebody said 413 and someone said 422. So either one.
All right, let's start at 413 because somebody said Tony didn't know he was live at first. So.
Oh my God.
Those are the best then.
Right?
Okay. Tony,
let me turn it up for you guys.
Can you confirm or deny this? This was posted in Find Sebastian Rogers. It says Granny's Watching stated that Katie Proudfoot dropped off a bag of Sebastian's clothes at the Goodwill
Granny.
2 weeks after he went missing. Granny said someone saw Katie do it and notified Heather Cohen, who then notified Seth Rogers, who then picked them up. Why would she do that?
I've heard he runs that account.
He must not be on the phone yet.
Bingo.
No, let me speed it up a little bit.
Okay.
Not true.
I had heard
Tony
something about
says.
clothes, but Granny, Clue all said it. Really? Tony, you might want to look into that then. Yes, a bunch of them said it.
Did you guys say that?
What?
About the clothes on that live?
I didn't say that. I didn't know about no clothes.
I didn't
but,
hear that
Granny
shit.
did.
Oh, she did?
Granny said it.
Oh,
Well, he
I didn't
doesn't
hear it.
say- He'll tell you. He says it in here. He says he didn't. He's not going to say it didn't happen. Which in Tony words mean, yeah, that happened.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Listen to it. Does anyone know the
Where'd that
timestamp
Granny go?
to take up
She'll
for Granny?
be back once she hears Tony
Part of it
start
can be
calling
true.
her out.
Taking stuff.
Sorry, I'm
do
just
it.
trying to
He
find the
does it.
spot.
Clutch your melatonin.
God bless you. Here we go,
He
guys.
doesn't call her. I mean, he literally agrees that it happened. So
I wonder what made Tony call in, though. Was it that story? Because someone's saying,
Well,
Tony, we
in-
believe you. Wait.
Pearls called him.
Oh, Okay.
pushing on them.
Pearl necklace.
Heather wasn't working with Seth. Seth had clothes and items he collected, bagged, and tagged in his truck from when he was out searching. Yes, but that's this is just a clip, girl mom. I don't know what part of the video.
She probably ended up with a bag, allegedly, of Sebastian's old.
True, they have drop
A
boxes.
subscriber saw her do so. The bag of clothes. She asked her to intercept the.
Baby clothes given to Seth.
Tony posted Seth is sitting next to him. That seemed pretty clear.
Seth is in the chat. The fact that anyone believes those guys is crazy.
And then he literally comes on and says, it happened.
He
We don't
does?
have access to any real information, and having access to CP isn't actual factual information. I agree with that. Bunch of lies.
Bunch
Hit
of
pause on my phone.
lies.
Okay. We are going to be calling Mr. Mathis and Mr. Rogers.
Deputy Rogers, excuse you.
What's up, dude?
Hello.
You're interrupting us in one of the greatest movies of all time.
Oh, I'm sorry. So sorry.
Oh my God, he is really low. Fuck.
Told you.
All right, you guys are going to have to deal with Justin being super fucking loud or you won't be able to hear Tony.
Oh.
And if you ever watch it, you'll understand how funny that is.
I've never seen it.
So he got a call. Somebody's freaking out. Katie dropped Sebastian's clothes off. They held the clothes for him. He got over there and looked at him, and they not
Okay, say that again. Start again. Start again. Speak a little louder if you don't mind.
He's
hard to hear
you. He can you hear me now?
You're still a little low, but I can hear you.
Okay. He got a call of somebody freaking out that Katie had dropped some clothes off there that were Sebastian's. They'd seen her doing it.
You know I'm live, right?
Yeah. I mean,
Oh
you
my
got me on
God.
call?
Yeah.
Am I on the live?
Yes. Am I not supposed to have you on the live?
No, that's fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay.
Oh.
He
Okay.
got over
Sorry.
there.
I apologize because I see you just said Tony said mute him. And I didn't realize it. So.
Tony is chatting in the damn.
Is it okay?
I said pause the live and call me. Yeah, it's fine. I don't mind being
Okay.
on the call on the live.
Okay.
I mean, I'm helping you clear up the information.
Right. That's what I thought you wanted to do. But I thought you meant pause the video, right? Like pause the video and call you.
Yeah, I just meant
Okay.
if you pause and call me. Yeah.
Okay. Just want to make sure we're on the same page here. Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
So Seth got a call that Katie had dropped some clothes off, and the person had held the clothes. I'm assuming when she found out that Sebastian was missing, or maybe she already knew the story. Anyway, Seth drove over there. He got over there, and they were not only not Sebastian's clothes, but they were baby clothes.
So Katie gave away baby clothes.
Well, Seth doesn't even know if it was Katie that dropped them off. It could have been somebody just, trying to run him around, or maybe they thought it was Katie. I mean, he's not, he doesn't even know for sure if it was Katie that dropped him off.
Oh, gotcha.
So,
Okay.
But when he got over to look at the clothes, if it was Katie, and we're not saying it was, but if it was, these were baby clothes and they were not Sebastian's.
Okay.
So I'm not even sure that there's a sliver of truth to that whole story. Now it did happen. He got a call that she had dropped off some of Sebastian's clothes, and
Okay.
they obviously went over there immediately.
Okay.
And it was nothing.
Okay. So we don't even know if
The
it's
other
Katie.
clothes, no, we don't even know if it's Katie. We don't.
Right.
The other clothes that people are talking about, there were some clothes that turned out to be not related to Sebastian either, that were found over by Rockland, and they did bag those and tag them. And
Oh my God.
it took him a while to get them to return his call to meet up with him to get those clothes. And when they did, they were not Sebastian's. But
Isn't that where Terry Lynn found her shit at Rockland?
No,
Yep.
No, it was.
Wait.
It
The
It was
creek.
Drake's Creek.
Drake's Creek. Yeah.
Mansker, I'm sorry.
Mm.
that's completely unrelated.
Okay. Okay. How long ago was that? Just curious.
Oh, that was a long time ago. That was
Okay.
before I got involved. So over 7.5 months ago.
Okay. So y'all, you see, if anyone says that about, this is the thing. I don't want anyone to lie about Katie even. You know what I mean? Like, we need the truth and everything.
I mean, here's the thing. When we put information out there like you're asking for an opinion.
Mhm.
We're only going to put information out there that we have confirmed with law enforcement or that we have documents to support. Early on, I put some information out there that came from a person that said they met with Sumner County, and we found out that some of that information may not have been accurate.
Right.
So when we release information now, it's either
Oh, big
documented
surprise.
or it's information we've been given permission to.
Oh, it seems like they've gotten their act together, huh?
Hey, Clue, do you know where the Terry Lynn supposedly found the wedding album?
Behind Worsham's.
Oh, you mean the box?
Oh, yeah, the box.
Katie.
That was
Yeah.
old,
Katie's senior picture.
Sharpie marks on it.
Yeah, you guys look at that box. It's an old ass decrepit
With
wind
Sean's boot
beaten
print in it.
box
Sean stepped
with
on it
Bray-
to make it look fucking old.
and it had brand new Sharpie on it.
Mm-hmm. Fake.
The Sharpie didn't weather. Those pins are everything. Goodbye them.
Fake.
Talk about
Bullshit.
law
I just
enforcement.
wouldn't-
And I can tell you that we've had 4 meetings with law enforcement in the last 12 days.
Holy shit.
And we communicate with them daily. Yeah, he's live.
That's amazing. You know what? I'm so glad y'all, you got a,
And I will tell you this: the people that are running around saying they just don't have any evidence, that would be a monumental speculation.
well then.
So, I would tell you that they are working very hard. They've got a mountain of evidence to support the work they've been doing, and we are in regular communication with them. Anybody and unfortunately there are 2 sides. I mean, it is what it is.
It is, yeah.
Whether they be on our side.
And if Justin was smart, he would say, so who's in these meetings? Is the DA there every time? Who's there?
Yeah.
He no follow-up questions. These people they drive me crazy.
Or the other side.
That's right.
Anybody
Bingo.
that thinks that these guys aren't doing their job. We all have to remember that people keeping things close to their chest, people not communicating, generally in these cases, there's a reason for that. And they are doing their job. They're working very hard. They're being very communicative to Seth and very respectful to Seth.
I'm glad.
And our support from those guys is at an all-time high.
Absolutely. And that's, I'm glad that there's an open communication there. I'm so thankful that, that.
And you know what else, Clue? These people don't question. Like a week ago, Seth was saying they haven't done anything. They won't take his calls. And they don't question well, what changed, guys? Because this is amazing that you've done this, complete transformation with law enforcement. They don't ask what got you to this point. They just accept everything that's said and don't question shit.
Yeah.
It's infuriating, man.
Well,
They're
I
like
think
little
it's funny.
fucking sponges.
I think it's funny because right now he's talking about Crabtree, right? Remember?
Yeah.
And then he literally can't even totally discredit Crabtree because he later goes on to say, and I'm not going to say that person wasn't told that information or what they said wasn't right. And it's like, what are you? I don't know. Whatever.
What a shit show. The tune has completely changed. I mean, it's like, and Justin's just like, oh, great.
But that's what I'm saying, right? That was my point earlier. Like, how are you on here so just and even the last news thing I saw with Sean, he has a renewed faith in law enforcement, right? Even Tony talking right now, it does sound like they have a renewed faith in law enforcement. So why, if that's true, is Dog over on Twitter going at the sheriff?
Right. Exactly. I see your point. And are they denouncing that? No, they're not even mentioning it.
No.
So weird.
Confidence in them. And I know that it would have to be, to make Seth, respectfully Seth, to have confidence, he's going to, he's just not going to jump. You know what I mean? Seth isn't going to just jump.
He's not going to turn a 180 in the way he feels without good reason.
Right. Exactly.
And I've always been the one behind the scenes that's been saying, hey, I don't have reason to think that there's any corruption. I don't have reason to believe they're not doing their job. And Seth, was not of the same thought process for the longest time. But when I tell you that we are both 100% on board with those guys, supporting them, know that they're working hard, and know that they are much closer today than they were February 26th. That's the only thing that I needed to know.
Right. Yeah, that was always your question. That was always your question.
Exactly.
And and this is the thing. I was just talking. This is a criminal investigation. It's a criminal investigation, in my opinion. I mean, Nick Barris said March 4th. It is a criminal investigation. Right?
Oh, so now they trust Nick Barris?
That
Are
right?
you fucking kidding me? Dude.
And what about all them lives? Like I have them where Bullhorn is corrupt. Sumner County is corrupt. Like you've never thought that the police were corrupt?
Maybe
What?
that's a way for them to say that, but distance. You know what I'm saying? Like clue.
I find it really funny that they're wanting to come out and push this. It's a criminal investigation, but that's also the point where y'all start saying what a great
believe
they're doing. Why?
Yeah.
Because y'all seem to back the fuck down every time you get checked. And I'm just saying, they got checked. Now they're coming out here pushing it's a criminal investigation, and these guys are doing an amazing job. Why? Are you fucking guilty of something? You worried about something? Just
right. Well, Dog did ask him how convicted they were. Remember? His little slip.
Mm-hmm.
How convicted we are.
But
But
the moment that we don't believe he ran away anymore, I mean, there's not much else, right?
right. Well, and there's no evidence to point that.
So they don't believe he ran away anymore now?
Girl, who knows?
Oh, I can't wait till 9 p.m. tonight. This is going to be wild.
But I was just saying in this live, think about how many warrants they have to get just for the home, right? The phone, right? The assets, right? It is individual. Like if, for instance, if they got internet, right? They've got to get a warrant for that as well. It is so
Think about
many.
all the tools these guys have, right? I mean,
Yes.
You've got your warrants, you've got subpoenas, you've got probable cause affidavits, you have, and then the tools inside of the processes. You've got geofencing, you've got so many things. I mean, this is 2024, and
Almost
these guys
25.
aren't. These guys are operating with a mountain of resources.
Yes. Yeah.
So, they have what they need, and they will solve this case.
Yeah.
There's not a doubt in our minds.
Yeah, it's coming. It's coming.
Yeah.
It's coming. It's
I 1000% believe that. Seth believes that. And
well,
where we're at right now is we want we certainly appreciate and respect all the creators, good, bad, or indifferent, that are not causing problems, that are digging into the case.
Yeah.
Our particular situation right now is we want to make it clear that we're supporting law enforcement, and we want to try to focus on Sebastian and not anything else. So that's kind of where we're sitting.
right. I mean, I know that this, like I said, there's a mountain of information. I can't imagine the information that they've had to comb through. I can't imagine. You know what I mean? And
let's use our critical thinking abilities.
Mhm.
These guys have a monumental amount of pressure on them.
Yes, that's what.
They have
Yes.
pressure from our side, from the other side, from the remaining few that are just on Team Sebastian that haven't chosen a side, from the concerned citizens of the community.
Yep.
It was an election year, and with Summer Wells and some of the other things in Tennessee, they have a huge amount of pressure, and these guys are very, very, very committed to trying to restore faith in the community. That your children are safe. This is a safe place, and they are working relentlessly to restore that faith in the community. And they know that until this case is solved, they're going to have more doubters every day.
Yeah.
So, and I can tell you, the guys are, when you speak with them, they're courteous, they're professional. They, we don't put them in a situation where they have to tell us things they don't want to tell us, or they have to tell us no.
Right.
But there's been enough communication that we are very comfortable that they are going to solve this case.
That's been the question all along. You know what I mean? And I don't. Sometimes we don't know why law enforcement does what they do. Maybe the thing is, they can work a case 6 months and not have much, and then they find one thing, and then it's jackpot.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask your audience a question. If this was your child, you know that they've only got one shot. When they bring this, they're going to bring it strong.
Yep.
Because we all know what double jeopardy is.
Yep, I know what you're saying.
So, if this were your child, your audience's child, how much of the vital information that you need to get a DA to sign off on a case to prosecute who's responsible, how much of that information would you want them sharing with the general public?
None.
Zero.
None. Zero.
And that's where we're at. We've come to grips with the fact that we want this case to be as strong as it could be.
Yeah.
And, you know, we're willing to give them anything they ask for. You know, there are no questions off limits with us. There never has been with Seth. He's the most transparent person I've worked with, not only in any case like these, but also in
That's open.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So what he just says right there contradicts itself. You want this case to be as strong as it can be. Well, that would imply that somebody did something to Sebastian, not that somebody took Sebastian.
Right.
So, but 3 minutes ago, you're talking about they're going to find him, they're going to bring him home. Well, if they were going to bring him home, they wouldn't have to make the case as strong as it could be. They would just go get him, and the case would make itself. So what the hell is he talking about?
But does he mean bring him home alive?
Yeah, that could be right.
He
You know
also,
what I mean?
He also, did you hear how he divided into the teams? He said there's the people that, like, you know, and then he said, and then there's this, like, a few that just are Team Sebastian. He didn't put himself in that team.
So
it's a good catch, Crimson.
Blessings and good morning, Jay. Good morning, panel. Hi, Clue. How you doing?
Good morning, Regina.
You guys, I have a little bit of, like, I don't want to call it insider information, but it is literally insider information. I work with search and rescue, and I've worked hand in hand with cops whenever it comes to cases. And I'm telling you right now, the reason that cops stop working with family members whenever it comes to cases like this is because they start putting out false information. They put out information that, if was able to be used as evidence at any time during the case, that is put on social media. They will stop interacting with these parents. I just watched this exact same thing happen because of people that were interfering in the Brent McGee case. Like, I literally just watched all this happen to a family, and they caused it themselves. What's going on with Seth and what's going on with law enforcement, the reason they're not having the interactions with law enforcement that Seth wants is because Seth has posted misinformation on social media. It's because he is interfering with the investigation with the people he has brought in. And whenever cops have to put up with this, they will simply stop communicating with those people. They won't put up with it. They'll quit calling the family back. They'll quit dealing with the family. They'll quit talking to the family, all of it. They'll quit sending anything the family finds off that is evidence, off as evidence, and everything. Like, I literally just saw this happen in another case.
Well, I mean, it makes sense, you know, if they're screwing around on social media and they can't trust them, you know, to talk about what they're finding in the case, then they're going to shut them out because they're not for Seth. They're not for Katie or Crest. They're for Sebastian. So whatever is going to hinder their investigation, they're not going to fuck with it.
Exactly, Jay. Exactly. Not only that, but some of the stuff that people, like, I understand that people are victims whenever their family members are the victims. But the thing is families overstepping their boundaries and putting things out there that law enforcement doesn't want out there and things that hinder the investigation. There may never be a criminal warrant or charge brought against anyone because of family interference. And honestly, the only thing it does whenever family members act like Seth did and like certain people in Brent McGee's case did, whenever people do that, all they do is limit the possibilities of law enforcement. That's literally all they do.
So maybe,
Like,
I mean, why do you think they're doing an about face then? Probably because they want to know what's going on. They've been wanting to know what's going on for a very long time.
Right. But then you have law enforcement doesn't want to work with the family that's sitting there telling everybody law enforcement's not doing their job. Like, nobody wants to work with someone while they're getting their name.
So
run
what
through
you're
the mud.
saying, you don't believe that he's working with law enforcement like he says? Is that what you're saying?
I think that his relationship with law enforcement, because of the people he has brought in, is ruined. And if he does get any kind of information from law enforcement, it's going to be because of their goodwill, just solely on their goodwill, trying to be kind to him. Because I've literally, like, Mississippi County Sheriff, like, I've seen the whole situation that went on with that, and they simply quit calling the family and quit having anything to do with them.
or because what the narrative they're spinning is putting perfectly innocent people like green hoodie lady, woman, man, in danger because
Exactly.
they maybe if they are speaking to them, I think that they're feeding them whatever they want to hear because they know that they're literally putting innocent lives in danger with the BS that they've been doing. And it's only a matter of time before somebody gets hurt if they keep up with this nonsense. Bullshit, in my opinion.
You are exactly right, Crimson.
I
You
think
are exactly
Sleuth
right.
investigates that. I think Ellie is doing just enough to keep all parents at bay. They're not cleared.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree. So
I agree as well.
What is it? Do you think it's a possibility? Because I will say that Sean and his team have been on what I would call good behavior for a while.
Mm-hmm.
So is it possible that they have patched that relationship with Ellie?
Maybe to a degree, but I'm telling you right now, as long as Seth continues to have the people on his team representing him that have already interfered with this case, any information Seth gets from law enforcement
But
is
wait
going
a
to
second.
be
Let's
limited.
be realistic here. He said we had a meeting. We've had meetings. Do you really think that they're letting Tony Mathis in these meetings?
No. Nope. Absolutely not.
The other thing is that's a problem that I'm sensing from this too is that if I know this from just even last week. Ellie is watching this stuff like that, these panels and things like that. And so they're seeing if they see Tony communicating, they're not going to continue they're not going to have these types of open conversations that he's describing. Negative.
I don't believe that either. Do you guys want to continue listening to him or?
Yeah, I think also Ellie is aware of what he did in the Caleb Harris case. They're not going to trust that he's going to just all of a sudden,
No, hell no.
The
And
devil doesn't all of a sudden just fall back up to heaven.
Right. And they know who Tony runs with. He ran with a bunch of felons in Caleb's case. I don't know. I'd like to hear what else he says. Let's keep listening because I want to know how much more he says.
Book. He's an open book. He's too open sometimes, to be honest with you.
Is it too fast for you guys? Do you want me to crank it down a notch?
We have nothing to hide. He's got nothing to hide, and I think it was abundantly clear early in the last, like I said, 12 days, that we're willing to do anything we can do to help him, support him.
The last 12 days. What happened 12 days ago?
The meetings is what he said.
Right, but what suddenly made a meeting happen? You know what I mean?
It was if I'm not mistaken, the first one would have been on
the day before the first live, right?
Well, no, fiance said the date or Sebastian's birthday.
Yeah, remember Seth went and met with them and then did that interview.
Okay.
With the news.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh,
yeah. 12 days ago.
So that would have been when the footage came out then.
When was this live stream? Last night?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that would have been the birthday then.
I think that the meeting with Seth was all about Green Hoodie Guy not being involved. I think that is what that meeting amounted to after they put out that information. Because law enforcement had to come out and say, no, this person is not involved in this. I think that's what that was about.
That's
probably a really good point.
I agree. Because that did make law enforcement come out of the woodwork with that statement.
Yeah, first time they talked in forever.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's continue listening to Dick Talk Tony.
Everybody laughed about the truth serum months ago.
Yeah.
But our response was that first thing we've got to do to get somebody to want to work with us is let them know that Seth is an open book, and if that means some kind of crazy truth serum or whatever, again, we don't have anything to hide.
That's the thing. People, I think, blew it out of proportion. It was the fact that Seth was saying, "I'll do anything."
Right.
Why wouldn't others?
Seth would go on Nancy Grace again tomorrow and take polygraphs in front of an audience. He doesn't care.
Yes.
He's got nothing to hide.
Right. That's exactly right.
And like him, don't like him, like me, don't like me. I mean, there's so many people that have formed opinions based on on what they hear or what they want to hear. But again,
what we see,
he just wants his son back, and he is willing to do anything he can to make that happen. And
that's what real parents do, right? And
I don't know that anybody's got a playbook for this, but I can tell you that there's one parent that has been shouting from the rooftop that they want this child back.
Yeah,
that's it, no more.
Right. And Mohawk, you're right. And I was going to mention this to you, Tony. Justin has said for a long time they only get one chance to get it right, and I've said this 1,000 times, Tony. I'd rather it be wait 2 years and really get this case 100%. than 6 months and no justice and not finding Sebastian.
Well, and the phrase that we use within our camp, multiple times a week,
our camp,
regarding information we put out, regarding the investigation.
Speak up a little bit.
We are. Yeah, the
Jay,
phrase
pause
we've been
it.
using a lot lately
regarding the information we put out. But they don't have a narrative. Remember?
Well, that just kind of
playbook.
Is he talking about the packets?
Yeah, regarding our camp, regarding the information we put out. All right, keep going, Brittany. You don't get a packet. All right.
Packet.
Regarding either information that we put out or regarding
they're going to have ramen noodle packets soon.
The investigation itself
Lots
has
of
been, we really want to measure twice and cut once.
Yep. I agree.
So, and that's our philosophy.
I don't know if you want to measure once.
Nor have you ever heard us. Yeah, again, other than early on where I relayed some information, and I won't call the other creator out, but they had a meeting with Sumner County. They gave Seth and I information. Seth was on the phone when it happened on a three-way call. We both heard the same information. We relayed it out there. And in this person's defense, I'm still not certain that the information was not really what was received. I think they pushed this person into changing their mind and what they heard. But after that happened, from then on out, we've never released anything that we didn't measure twice, cut once, triple verify,
cross-check and verify.
Yep.
Really? Cross-check? Everything they put out has been debunked within seconds of it being posted. Do you guys not agree?
You know what's funny? You know what's funny now that I'm listening to that statement again?
Mm-hmm.
I know for a fact that he's talking about Crabtree, right?
Yeah, that's definitely Crabtree that he's talking about.
Listen to what he said. I'm something about this person changing their mind. Roll it back like a few seconds. And
he was talking about Ellie, I think, Clue.
Right, but it's like, what would Ellie have possibly told this person to change their mind about you guys?
I'll be honest, I got up to grab a drink, so I rewound it. Let's play it again.
Where I relayed some information, and I won't call the other creator out, but they had a meeting with Sumner County. They gave Seth and I information. Seth was on the phone when it happened on a three-way call. We both heard the same information. We relayed it out there. And in this person's defense, I'm still not certain that the information was not really what was received. I think they pushed this person into changing their mind and what they heard. But after that happened, from then on out, we've never released anything that we didn't measure twice, cut once, triple verify.
Is that what part you're talking about?
Yeah, I think it pushed this person to change their mind on what they heard.
He said that they pushed this person to change their mind on what they heard. Meaning, I took it like LE told him, no, you didn't hear that correctly, or something like that.
That's what I heard too, Jay, and that's what I recall from Crabtree saying. And then also, I thought it was funny, not funny, but ironic, because at the first vigil, the one where T-Rev went out and sprung for the hot dogs and Pascal was there, Tony had approached Crabtree and asked him, and another person that was with Crabtree to kind of, make sure that Tony didn't, because it was not long after that happened. And he was asking, Tony approached Crabtree and was like, any Fall Guys or something to that effect.
Fall Guys?
Yeah.
Right, because I can tell you firsthand, law enforcement is not going to tell someone something to change the narrative, or call them back up and be like, no, I need you to say this instead. No, if you have information that law enforcement doesn't want you putting out there, they'll just slap you with a gag order. It doesn't work like this whole conspiracy, conjumbled way that they're saying. Like, law enforcement will just
flat out slap you with gag orders. They do not care. If they don't want you sharing information or anything with the case, they will just gag you. It's that simple. They don't like all this conspiracy stuff and everything that Tony's talking about with the whole situation. I'm going to have to call horse manure. I have to.
Any other thoughts?
I'm gonna get this. I'm gonna get the exact verbiage, but go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, let me know when
texting
you
the person that was there.
let me
Yeah.
know when you have it. Okay.
Okay.
Cross-check and
or that
verify.
we didn't,
Yep.
or that we didn't have documentation in front of us from a government entity.
Yes. Well, it.
Documentation in front of us from a government entity. Fuck is he talking about?
He probably
You know-
doesn't know.
No,
I don't know.
he's trying to sound like a big talker.
I'm not gonna. But yesterday the question was asked about, Edgar. Has there been 5 CPS cases? And he couldn't answer
His
that.
comment was, I don't know.
Yeah, that's his comment. Now, I don't know about you, but if my home and my stepson and he's been missing 10 months, I have time to think on that. I think you would probably know. I found that very
Well,
interesting.
I mean, look, how many you got a lot of good parents in your chat.
Yes.
You're a good parent.
Thank you.
You got a lot of good parents in your chat. Even if you're a bad parent, if somebody asks a question, do you have a CPS report filed against you? You know the answer. There is no, I can't remember, I don't know the number, right? The number's irrelevant at this point. But, you either know or you know that it has happened or it didn't happen.
Yeah.
Now again, I mean, everybody's got to tread lightly with those reports. We've been given very strict legal advice as to what we
Absolutely.
discuss.
Absolutely.
The quantity of the reports, the approximate dates of the reports, but none of the content in the reports. You've never heard us discuss the content.
Yeah. The only thing Seth has ever said is, if you knew what I knew, it would keep you up at night.
Yeah. And I mean, an opinion based on what he's seen, there's obviously nothing wrong with that. But
No.
anything deeper than that,
No
you will
specifics.
never hear us discuss
Yeah.
that. And the advice we took on that was not from Lesniak, it wasn't from Castor, it wasn't from any of those folks. It was from the same attorney that obtained the reports, the family attorney.
Right.
So,
Right.
and we're to a point where we're keeping everything tightened up.
Good.
We're not going to have loose lips. We're going to aid in making sure that this investigation is ironclad. And
Ironclad. I love how he brought up Castor. This isn't coming
Yeah,
from
me too.
Lesniak or
I didn't-
Castor.
Yeah.
Castor's not even on it anymore, you dumb fuck.
Hey, Jay, he's talking about those CPS reports, right?
Uh-huh.
That just goes to prove my point even more. He had to go through the attorney and signed a non-disclosure agreement to get those reports. That is how law enforcement operates whenever they don't want that information in the public. They will find a way to silence that information legally. Like all
Well,
this rigmarole
I think that's what they did to him. I think that's what that lawyer called him and said, don't you release anything.
Exactly.
He could go to jail
That's how
for
they
that.
operate. Yep.
But he had to throw out there that it would keep you awake at night.
Right.
Because, even though, okay, so there could be a CPS report, but it could be unfounded. There could be 5 unfounded reports. But we don't know that.
Exactly.
we're gonna.
Because they can't even say that. I don't think they could say shit. And you know what? I don't blame Chris at this juncture for saying, I don't know. It's better to just plead fucking ignorance on YouTube when it comes to that kind of shit. I wouldn't have specified one way or the other either. I think that was smart.
I completely agree.
Because those things are really no one's business. And I wouldn't speak on them one way or the other. Like Seth saying it would keep you up at night. That's kind of teetering there. He's playing around.
We're not
They're
just talking
also
to them.
insinuating they know what's in the CPS reports. That whole entire quote unquote green team has.
The whole camp.
Yes, they have. And you know what? If law enforcement finds out that any of those creators were given any of that information or have those documents, if they can prove this, Seth would face criminal charges over that. If any of those creators have that information from him, because he and his attorney were the only ones given that information. They can prove.
Straight Talker has a good point. If it would keep him up at night, they would have removed Sebastian from the situation. Right? Donna London, thank you for your super chat. She said, I emailed Eric Craddock last week. I won't share too much, but I can tell you I told him how worried I was for Katie's safety due to the crap being put out on social media. Thank you for your super chat, Donna. And thanks for looking out. I mean, I think that's a valid concern. I think we've all had those same concerns.
They're also worried too.
Where we're at on the case and all that type of thing. We're also talking to them about, our own media strategy. What can we do to make sure we're not causing problems? What can we do to show you that we're supporting you?
Yeah.
Let's work together to make sure that we're supporting you guys and not getting in your way.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Which is really what we had hoped for at the very beginning.
That's what
just going out and getting in the middle of this mess. We really wanted to say, hey, let's work together. Let's see what we can do to keep his name out there, but not get in the way. And that's been our number one goal the past 2 weeks for sure.
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's I'm so glad to hear that. I think the question was asked last night if.
Wait a minute. When did what's her name? What's that woman's name that filed the lawsuit? I can't think of her name.
Texana.
When did she file that lawsuit?
It was
December 5th.
December 5th, yeah.
5th?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Don't you find it interesting that Texana also put out there that she turned in like Sebastian's army to the state of Tennessee, like Attorney General? Did you guys catch that?
Yeah.
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 Do you think that spooked Tony at all? I mean, I'm just saying they're buttoned up. What?
I think if they didn't know that they were already being
I'm telling you, I don't think it's the birthday. I think it could be that. Because not only is she suing Seth, she's talking about the Mutt Motel, their monies, their 501 being expired, the Sebastian's Army, the Venmo, all of that stuff.
Jay, I think the RICO filing, to be, in my personal opinion, was a projection on everything that they think that they're being investigated for.
Yeah,
I am so with you, Kirsten.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree.
I agree.
I will just say that and leave it at that.
Mm-hmm. Everything that they say Granny and Barbecue have done, they've done.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And I will say this because I know their side listens. I think they'll make sure that they get it in the right court when they file it. The government does.
Right.
Yes, I agree, Crimson. And I think that they have already started taking steps to do just that, personally. From what I'm seeing.
Cannon, why does CPS need to be sued? What'd they do? Why would you say that? We don't even know the context of the CPS yet, Cannon. That's the thing.
I'm a mandatory reporter. If you're a child, you come to me and you say, my mom, beats me, I have to go and report it, whether she did or didn't.
Right, just like Seth's story about California, right? When Sebastian went to school and said my dad said he was going to my dad beat my ass, and then they came to the house and did a visit, and Seth said, well, he wouldn't clean his room. And remember that whole story? I don't remember exactly verbatim how it went down, but I think the teacher,
he was still playing his Wii on. He wanted to go swimming. He was still playing. Yeah.
But I do think that Texana, I think first and foremost, I know she's suing for other things, but I think she's really picking up on this whole money thing with Sebastian's Army.
I think we all have, Jay.
Yeah,
I think
Jay, this is a
right,
so
but
blatant.
this lady actually put it in court documents and then contacted the Attorney General. Like, she was actually there and witnessed it. That's a whole different level than, you or I talking about it. She actually got booted and she was there. Now, Clue, you're listed as a witness for her. I didn't catch.
Which is crazy.
Right. Did you even have any contact with her?
No.
Wow.
I mean, we didn't go in. We were
you didn't even witness her get kicked out.
No, because we watched them drive by. We recorded it, right? To have like, footage of it while they were actually coming off the street and going down the street. And then we left. And then Baby Clue's truck broke down. So we were almost home and had to turn around. On the way back, Discord was blowing up and people were like, there's cops at the whatever Fallen Brewery or whatever. And I mean, Baby Clue was safe, right? Like her truck broke at a friend's house. So we're like, I'm detouring just to see. I didn't think
I
they were
remember
actually
that.
there.
I remember
I
that.
did not believe they were there. I thought it was, of course, social media spreading BS or whatever. But then when we turned on the road and I passed the street, I would turn to like drive right by there. When we passed that street, I looked down and saw the cop cars. I was like, oh my gosh, I am gonna park and take the shittiest video ever known to man.
So that lady was pulling out literally when you were like basically
So
getting there, right?
someone said that on the body cam footage, you can see her leaving or something, like her car leaving, but I never interacted with her. I never even saw her.
So does she have like any of your like she contacted you about this?
No, like I haven't got any paperwork or nothing. I mean, I know I figured I would get something to be required to go to court. I don't know, but I mean, I can't help her. I don't know. I didn't see her.
Yeah, that's wild. Well, I know that Music City Mom was there, and Music City Mom actually saw her get booted. She was inside, so I was like, why is it Clue and not someone who was
Right.
actually in there?
Unless surely she wouldn't have us confused, but I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I just wondered if she had reached out to you and said she was going to like need you for a witness, because typically that's what you do, right?
But you have to witness something. I didn't witness anything.
She needs the tape, Clue, I think.
What tape?
The
duct
body cam
tape?
footage.
Oh, the video?
Yeah.
I mean, but that's on my show. You know
Well,
what
she
I mean?
can get
Like,
that herself, though, too. I mean, you know
yeah,
what I mean?
Well, it's not
pricey,
cheap.
but no, it ain't cheap. That's for damn sure. But
So that's the cheapest way to get it is to go get Clue and haul you up there.
Yeah. Subpoena
there's
you
no
to
way-
show up.
Introduce.
maybe
And then you.
Okay.
Yeah,
so,
and
like,
then by putting you on the stand, she can introduce it as evidence, and that's just the way I would do it.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Then
And then have you testify to, you were there, you saw, you were in the parking lot or whatever. Mm-hmm. To
But
verify that body cam.
If I'm not mistaken, they don't even talk about it on the footage unless that's not what I was listening for and missed it. But I
Well,
know
they
that's
did
why
come to
they
your
were
car.
called.
They did come to your car, but
But
so
they're
that
not talking. That isn't part of the footage. You don't see the cop that comes to the car.
right, but it would be.
You don't hear him.
It's just a way for her the attorney
To bring it in as evidence.
To bring it in as evidence without having to incur those costs, substantiate it, and everything else, and then you have. That's how I would do it.
Well, plus, doesn't she?
Right. Well,
isn't she filing on behalf of herself though? And she doesn't live in Tennessee, so she can't even request it.
right. Well, something she probably
She
the
could
reason she
subpoena
needs
it. She could subpoena it.
actually put subpoena in it after you file the case would be ideal before it goes to court with it being a lawsuit and everything, but also having a sworn written statement notarized by a notary republic and submitting that with your claims is how I have seen it done.
I thought she was a Texas resident.
I did too.
Because at the thing she was asking, and she was like
she traveled for it, right?
Lady, yeah, they were doing a teacher's thing.
Well, the part of the thing with just getting the information that she's looking for, you guys, is what a lot of people don't understand about like lawsuits and cases like this is you need everything notarized that you submit to court. It has to be in an affidavit, a written sworn statement that is notarized.
Yeah,
Like
and
there's
no,
more
you
to the process than just submitting something into
you
evidence. It
can't
has
get
to
it
be
for
notarized and
free
everything.
for
Yeah,
a lawsuit.
exactly.
You have to pay for it too, just so you know.
Right, because they have to go through and redact it. It's still paying for their
Yep.
time.
Yes.
Yep. Nothing's for free in this world,
Nope. Especially when it comes to
especially when
lawsuits.
it comes to lawsuits.
Amen, sister. They aren't cheap. All right, let's keep going with Tony Baloney.
Mr. Edgar was, if he was still in contact with law enforcement, and usually he gives a very rosy thing about law enforcement,
Rosy
he used to in the
palms.
early days, and he just didn't give that this time, and that makes me, so we'll see. You never know. Time always tells. The justice will
Well,
prevail.
I can tell you, we have no problem answering that question either. And the answer to that question is many meetings in the past 12 days, daily communication, and couldn't be in a happier place with that communication with law enforcement and with the job that they're doing.
That's wonderful, Tony. I know Seth. I think the first meeting was on Sebastian's birthday, and I said that is the best gift Seth could have received other than finding his son.
Could not agree more, and you are correct. The first meeting was that day on December 7th.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay, so that was the first meeting was on Sebastian's birthday.
Told you Cletus was FBI.
Do you guys think that they called him in just because it was like
I'm just kidding.
a milestone?
Right about that.
Do you guys think that they had a planned meeting because it was like the milestone for Sebastian? Like, do you think that cops do that? Like, how they on the 6 month was when they put out like the 50K or whatever.
I think that was the day that they were planning on coming out with the Roadhouse footage. That remember, because on X they have been counting it down the 48 hours and everything.
Yep.
And I think that was it.
I think Crimson's right. I think that law enforcement has been looking at the Green Team for a while now and knew that they were fixing to post all that disinformation. I think this was all prepared in advance by law enforcement.
Interesting. Do you know if Chris and Katie had a meeting with them on his birthday? Clue?
I have no idea.
Do they ever say that they have meetings?
Mm-mm.
They don't talk about it?
It's
probably smart.
And I think when all this is settled and comes to fruition, I think that a lot more of it will make sense to the public as to why there were press conferences.
Yeah.
I think it will all make sense.
Yeah. Sometimes, silence is strength.
100%. And if you're
Oh, silence is strength. Weren't they bitching that Katie's been silent? I fucking can't stand these people, dude. Like, when it fits them, they're okay with it.
county and you come out and you do a press conference, and your press conference is, we don't have anything that we can share at this time. We are continuing to work hard. It's an active investigation. Then you're going to have all these people attacking them saying, why did they even do a press conference?
Right. Yeah. Well, so, you know how critics are online. You're damned if you do, damned if you don't.
That's right.
And I get that. I mean, I think if you've ever been, with there's always people out there, no matter what you do, how good you try, how hard you try, Maynard County is doing everything they can, is happy. That's all I need to know.
100%.
What county?
What county? Very much at peace.
Pursuing this, Seth is happy.
I just rewound
with it, and if Seth is happy, that's all I need to know.
Wait, let me go back.
How good you try, how hard you try, may not make sense to them. Oh well, right? You're doing the best you can, and we know that Sumner County is doing everything they can, and they are pursuing this. Seth is happy with it, and
I think because
if
I
Seth is
skipped
happy,
him.
that's all I need to know.
100%. And I can tell you this, I'm very much at peace knowing that I represent a guy who screamed from the rooftop that he wants his son back, and a guy whose story has never changed. His interviews have never been inconsistent. A lot of people say, well, his stories have changed too. I can tell you, I know for a fact the last 7.5 months, his stories have never changed. There's
the last
What?
The last 7.5 months, his stories have never changed.
So he's admitting that before 7.5 months ago, his story changed?
Right?
It did. It did.
What the fuck?
When
Bing
he
bong.
was on all of these YouTubes and stuff like that, you can absolutely go back and listen to inconsistencies. I think what he's saying is, honestly, once I got a hold of him, his stories stopped
Stayed the
changing.
same. Uh-huh. We got our story straight and it stayed the same since I've been on board.
Because we got packets now. We're more organized.
Mm-hmm.
Never been consistent.
Right.
And from what I've seen before I got involved, there's nothing any different the first 2 months.
There's nothing
So-
for him to be. I mean, this is the thing. There's nothing for his story to be even inconsistent about, right?
He
Now,
really doesn't have a story, right? I mean,
right,
the
that's
story
what-
is
he
that
was
he
at
loved
work.
his son unconditionally.
right.
You know, while you know, he knew where his son was, and I'm not using that in past tense. He loves his son unconditionally, but he really doesn't have a story outside of that because his alibi is rock hard.
Yes.
And
Oh
you know,
my
he's
God.
turned over every.
Who says that? I mean,
That's gross.
come on. Who's ever said that? His alibi is rock hard?
I've heard of rock solid, but
Right.
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, God, Tony, stop.
Doesn't have a story outside of that because his alibi is rock hard.
Ugh.
You know, he's turned over everything he's been asked to turn over, and then some.
It amazes
And,
me
you know,
that I mean I have supported Seth literally since day one, Tony. Literally since day one I've started this case. And he's pissed me off before, but I've always supported him, right? And we've talked through that and all that stuff, on and
He
upward.
wanted to get him a pearl necklace.
But never a moment have I ever
Ew.
even thought that he motive, means, opportunity, none of that. This is a man. I mean, I don't understand even why someone would think other, because this is a man in a
Doesn't even
jail,
make sense.
locked in, right, with prisoners with 1.5 billion cameras. There's no better alibi you can have than being in a jail or a prison unless you're in surgery or in a coma.
Well, and if I were investigating this case from the start, I would say, yes, he was at work while, they were eating at Texas Roadhouse, and he was also at work when he was reported missing. But you know what? Let's check this guy's electronics devices. Let's make sure everything checks out there.
Can you pause
And I would
it?
certainly do
That's
that.
weird. Whoa.
Okay, hold on a second.
Yep.
He's saying this rock hard alibi. God, forgive my language, that's terrible. But he's saying this rock hard alibi for Seth. What about Chris's rock solid alibi? He was at work that everybody wants to dismiss. I mean, this is such.
Hold on.
Why are you going to say a rock hard alibi, but then say Seth was at work while they were at Texas Roadhouse when Seth's own words contradict that?
Bing bong.
Agreed. And why is that important to even bring up? That's weird, bro.
That was really
and then
weird.
say check all of his that.
Now, I will say he did say something about remember, because there was all that hoopla about him getting to the garage at 6 o'clock. Remember?
Yeah, he got there an hour early.
But he wasn't technically at work working.
Till 7.
I'm sorry, but Seth acts like there's a ton of traffic that comes from Clarksville down, not on not that time of night on a bruh, you don't need to be there an hour early to sleep in your car.
Right. And furthermore, he lied also. He changed his story about how long it took him to get there when Sebastian was reported missing. Because he would be going the opposite way in the morning time, 7 o'clock in the morning. Traffic would be going into Nashville, right?
Correct.
So he'd be going out of Nashville north, right?
Downtown, the downtown area, it's the same area where Riley Strain went missing.
So he said originally that it took him 45 minutes. What did he say? It changed a couple times.
45 minutes and then an hour, I think.
Yeah, and when I went on the
first,
isn't that
he was
kind of
driving
inflating
really
it?
fast, and then he was.
Yeah, but depending on traffic, they both could be true.
But you know what? You can go on the Google map and you can go back in time, and I did that, and it said it would have taken him 26 minutes to get there.
Yeah.
that time of day with that traffic, like going back in history. So why the inconsistencies? And then you're right, Yue. He said, oh, to Vinny. Vinny said, were you just like pedal to the metal? And he's like, well, no, I was trying not to get a speeding ticket. And then Vinny was like, did you call anyone? He was like, no. Like, you drive that long, 45 minutes, an hour. You don't even try to
You
call
don't call your
Sebastian.
mom. You don't
You don't call your
Sebastian.
mom.
Sebastian.
You don't call Katie and say, hey, I'm on my way. Like, did he make it back yet? Like, to check in. Like, an hour's time, a lot of things can happen. They could have located him. And I don't know. It's just weird that you wouldn't check in with anybody.
Heck, I was 20. This may be an embarrassing story to tell. I was like 26 one time, and I did not check in with my mom, and she had a missing persons report filed the next morning. Like, you know, she had called me 100 times. My phone was dead. You know, like, I mean, it was insane.
Yeah, he said
So
that he
the
was
fact that
pedal to the
your
metal.
15-year-old.
The second time, Yue, he said he was pedal to the metal.
Yeah. That was before the packets again. So.
Well, everything seems to change in Seth's story, and it's not just little minute details like that that they think people aren't paying attention to. When
Well,
in all
and let's not
actuality,
forget
they
that
are.
Terry Lynn straight up told me that Seth was missing off camera at work for 2 hours.
Yeah.
Between 3 and 5 or whatever, 3 and 6 or 3 hours, whatever it was.
2 and 5.
2 and 5. She told me he was off camera, not to be found at work. So
isn't she the one that started that whole thing about the person being in trouble for like time card manipulation or something?
No, nope. Barbecue let that one out. Barbecue let that one out, and then Mrs. Jones called into my show. She came in my chat because I was talking about it, and she was like, "No, that's not true."
No, wait, Jay. Terry Lynn texted you in those like spastic manic texts.
Not about Jonesy. I think that came from Barbecue.
No, about the 2 hours that weren't accounted for.
Yeah, that was when but I ignored her because I thought she was trying to reel me back into her bullshit. So I ignored her.
But then you came out and did the live, and that's when it came out about the barbecue thing.
Yes, it was after. Yes, it was after I said Terry. Yes, after Terry Lynn said he was
After
off
that
camera.
live.
Mm-hmm.
Right, but y'all do know that there were actual news reports about the government fraud with that.
Right, with the time card investigation.
Yes, that was public information given by the news outlet there. So.
And 2 weeks before Sebastian went missing, Seth got in trouble and got reprimanded at work for something to do with laundry.
Laundry.
Yeah.
Thermals to be exact.
Oh, that he was put on, like he was disciplined at work?
Yes.
Yeah, I do remember that. SF put out all this stuff, I think, at one point.
Yeah. I'm just reminding.
Because he also put
laundry is how you get in stuff, you know, to the jails.
Well, I think it was said that he was stealing thermals, but was it really thermals?
There's something else.
I can look. Go ahead.
There's something else that I've questioned for a little while now. Like after the way Seth came out in that interview talking about basically, it was like a warden. You know, they were wardens over Sebastian. They wouldn't let him the phone, everything like that. I have always suspected that Seth gave Sebastian a burner phone that Chris and Katie didn't know about. Did y'all see that post from Nick the Hat? I seen it on the mysterious disappearance of Sebastian Rogers Facebook page. Did y'all see that?
Oh no, I'm blocked from there.
Riddle that Nick the Hat put out from that night about the betrayal and a burner phone.
No, I didn't. I'm blocked.
Oh my goodness.
I'm blocked there too.
Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it real quick. But that made me question even more that post he put out. I don't know if anyone in here knows what I'm talking about.
I
It was
don't.
on. I seen it on. I'll have to go find it. It might take me a minute, but I seen it on the mysterious disappearance of Sebastian. That Facebook page. Y'all
Don't
know
say
which one
what
I'm talking
name
about?
you're under. Don't say what name
Yeah,
you're under in
don't, because
there.
they'll block you.
Oh, I won't. I won't. But I seen that on there that Nick the Hat had put out this like riddle poem thing that talked about betraying someone that you loved and a burner phone and all of that. I don't know if anyone else seen it.
I didn't see that, but I heard Seth say that he was telling Sebastian that he could clear out an old phone and give it to him so he could play Call of Duty Mobile.
Yeah.
I do remember
And see,
that.
Well, that post from Nick that I seen, and then always questioning about the burner phone, and Seth's comments about the burner phone. Like, I can't help, and this is my opinion, this is all allegedly. I can't help but wonder if, like, he knows that he did something that put Sebastian in the situation that he's in, and all of this, like, extra that he's been doing isn't because he feels guilt over it.
That would be something I would think would be reasonable to, you know, think.
Like, he's aligned himself with the worst people. If you look at it, really, he has aligned himself with criminals and PR, which I don't even know if Tony Mathis knows that means a public relations person, because he probably doesn't, because of the way he reacts with the public and acts with the public. But he has aligned himself with people that we know have come to know have committed some kind of fraud, or even when it comes to YouTube creators, or he has aligned himself, of course, with Tony Mathis, we know all about, and the other people that he has brought in and involved in this case. Like, I can't help but wonder if he is literally all this time knowing about that phone, know that he gave Sebastian that phone and not told anybody. And if you think about it, if police suspected that Seth had given Sebastian a burner phone, they would keep his electronics and everything even longer to see if there was any connection to that phone. And do y'all remember Seth complaining about not getting his electronics back?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it all just makes sense in my opinion. And I just wanted to see what I'll find that post, Jay, and send it to you.
Okay, cool.
But
yeah, I
like,
don't see anything in their group because they've blocked me. So they blocked me a long time ago. So I can't see anything in there. So
wow.
Yeah, definitely don't reveal who you are in there because they will block you.
You know, they were eating at Texas Roadhouse, and he was also at work when he was reported missing. But you know what? Let's check this guy's electronics devices. Let's make sure everything checks out there. And I would certainly do that. And all that was done immediately. For Seth, it was done immediately.
Yeah.
You know, when you get to know Seth on a deeper level, he holds relationships very sacred. You know, he is very, very serious about being a good father, and that's who he is. Does he make everybody happy? No. Do I make everybody happy? No. Do you make everybody happy? No. But at the end of the day, you're not going to be able to lay things out here that you have proof of that are going to make him look bad. A lot of the rumors that have been thrown out there, there's no proof, there's no receipts, there's no documents, there's none of that.
There's not been one iota of receipts, documents that has ever, came to fruition.
Bullshit. What about all of the stuff we saw from California? Do they forget that? What is he talking about? Am I lost here?
Projection.
The fuck?
They have yet to provide a single fucking receipt of anything.
Right.
Other than Tony, well, we wouldn't say anything if we didn't have documentation for it. Well, then fucking show it, big boy.
They've never shown shit.
You know what I mean?
Well, and let me say something else too to you and your audience. We have a mountain of information that we could continue to release, continue to talk about, that will have people going crazy.
A mountain of
information? We are not
information?
trying to make anybody look bad. We are playing defense. And the only reason that we release the emails and those reports is because, in contrast
Playing defense against who?
Wait, he said release the emails and those reports. Wait.
Okay, let me.
Did
I'll
Justin not say that the teacher contacted him?
He sure did.
Or am I imagining that?
No, he did. You remember correctly.
We could continue to release, continue to talk about that will have people going crazy.
Mm-hmm.
We are not trying to make anybody look bad. We are playing defense.
Mm-hmm.
And the only reason that we released the emails and those reports is because, in contrast to what was said the other night.
What emails and reports? I'm sorry.
The email about him allegedly wanting to put Sebastian in a home and get rid of him. Well, they said that if you listen to that live, it was said that, well, the reason that we leaked that out there is we wanted to show everybody that we were working together. That's not why it was leaked, and that's not how it was presented. It was presented as if it were Seth's idea, and it was presented as if, you know, he wanted to get rid of Sebastian just as bad as the other side did. Well, we came out and corrected that, and we elaborated on that because we wanted that shut down, and we had plenty of evidence to refute that.
Right.
Written evidence, emails, responses, recommendations, all those types of things. We don't want to release anything like that, especially just to make the other side look bad.
Right.
But we have facts on our side, we have the truth on our side, and we have transparency on our side.
Yeah.
And, you know, we will release what we need to release to make sure that people know that Seth is who you and I know him to be.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
outside of that, if we don't have people dragging us through the mud,
What, Cletus?
I said we've all seen his transparency with his green screen.
Yeah, we've seen way too much.
I mean him. Then what our focus is going to be is supporting law enforcement and keeping Sebastian's name out there. I mean, we've all got sucked into the mudslinging and everything else. But we know the case to be now. We want to focus on supporting them and keeping Sebastian's name out there.
Wasn't it released by the other side?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, because you kept saying we released it, so I wanted to clear that up.
Bing bong. We released. What the fuck?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, because you kept saying we released it, so I wanted to clear that up.
No,
you responded.
We released what the evidence regarding those rumors, and I elaborated on that and was very specific about the emails because it was very vague the way it was laid out there, and it was one-sided.
Yes. Yeah. And I think those were released to try to paint a narrative, in my opinion.
100% they were.
And this is the thing. If Seth didn't want Sebastian, he wouldn't have been coming to live with him. They would have both agreed to just, find him a place, right? I mean, and that.
Or he wouldn't have waited a year.
To be selfish and to be competitive,
right?
And to want to say that I have him and you don't. He wanted to make sure he had a plan. He wanted to make sure that he was set in the proper school, to get his education on track. He just wanted to make sure that everything was right.
Right.
And,
that's why
otherwise,
anybody responsible
if he would have known, correct. And if he would have known that he was in any kind of danger, then all bets would have been off and he would have taken him immediately. But quite frankly, he didn't know that.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's, hell, when they allegedly, the CPS doesn't even know, what's what.
I'm gonna say something.
Okay, Jake, can you pause it? I found it.
Seth does not even want me to address, but it is
Wait, hold on.
really,
What?
really been weighing heavy on me to
I want to hear what's weighing heavy on him first. Hold on.
hear what's been said regarding the allegations between him and Katie by, the grandma-in-law.
Mm-hmm.
That could not be further from the truth. And, if that continues to be laid out there, then, we will have to come out and lay out the truth, the real truth, which is not what we want. But one thing you'll notice, and I give Katie credit for this, is even Katie has never come out and said that was true.
Okay. Sorry. I just wanted to hear what he said.
No, absolutely. So I found it, but how can I send you the screenshot of it?
Oh, you can email it to me. jisforjustice@gmail.
Give me 1 second. I'm fixing to send it to you.
What was that about the CPS thing that he was saying though?
He said, oh, he's talking about Miss Bowersox. But before
that, he said something else.
He wanted to make sure he was in a proper school and everything was set up. That part?
No, he said something else about having to come out. He said something in between those two statements.
And,
that's
otherwise,
what anybody responsible
if he
parent
would have
does.
known, correct. And if he would have known that he was in any kind of danger, then all bets would have been off and he would have taken him immediately. But quite frankly, he didn't know that.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's, hell, when they allegedly, the CPS doesn't even know, what's what.
And I'm gonna say something
That part?
Yes, hold on. Yeah.
very quickly that, quite frankly, Seth does not even want me to address, but it has really, really been weighing heavy on me to hear what's been said regarding the allegations between him and Katie by, the grandma-in-law.
Mm-hmm.
That could not be further from the truth. And, if that continues to be laid out there, then, we will have to come out and lay out the truth, the real truth.
He's talking about Seth and Katie and what Miss Bowersock said. Right?
I cannot stand that shit. I cannot stand that. If it continues to be brought out there, we're gonna have to lay out the truth.
Yeah.
Quit threatening with the truth.
Right.
What is?
You want to talk about the truth? Talk about it.
Right. What's the truth? I mean, we all know the age gap, so it's not like you can fucking change math. So what it really is,
right? And
what's he gonna defend himself with?
Am I crazy? I don't know. Maybe this case makes me think at times I might be.
Mm-hmm.
But was he not the one talking with Terry Lynn about the age and then, about certain medical procedures that happened? Like, what?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah. And I'm with fiance on this 150,000%, right? Like, what do you mean if it keeps being thrown out there? If you guys are so worried about like someone's image, it's already been thrown out there. So come out and put the facts on the table.
Or wouldn't that go against his whole narrative of like how he's got to work in order to maintain that good relationship with Ellie where they're talking daily?
Mm-hmm. Right. I mean, wouldn't now be, this has been talked about for 9 months.
What? Well, here's my question. Which is it, right? Is the truth, and will the truth make Sean a liar? Because he's the one that put all that out there, in my opinion, allegedly.
Mm-hmm.
So why can't you put the truth out? Or will you maybe show that in the beginning the story he was pushing was incorrect? I don't know. That's weird.
Right. So I'm wondering too, Clue, like was Tony given obviously the same information you were given when you went on that first search? And how Karen was talking about how bad the Katie is and was and all this stuff. Is Tony seeing differently? I don't know. I mean, something's weird here.
No.
Something's weird though. It feels off. I can
agree with that.
But I just feel
Tony-
like Tony used to actually believe what he was saying, and now I get this feeling that he's not even believing what he's saying anymore. I don't know.
Well,
Something feels different.
It's funny that you said that, because the other night we were about to go to sleep and fiance was like, I'm not even gonna lie. Is it a possibility that Sean manipulated and is using Tony?
Well, and it came because of the whole thing you did the other night, where it was the Nick versus Triple T thing, and something Tony said in there was that I gave that information to Sean, and he'd never heard it before, and I can't remember what it was specifically, but I was like, that's such bullshit. Seth absolutely knew about that. Why is he building Tony up? Or was Tony just lying to everybody to build himself up? I don't know, but it was odd to me, and it made me think, they all say Seth is at the top of this, and he never contradicts that, never disputes that, and it's like, hey, is it possible?
Well,
yeah, I think it
let
is
me
possible.
read this. Jay, check your email and read this post. It's going to blow you away. I screenshotted it straight from Nick. I'm banned from Nick the Hat.
I didn't get
Make sure
But my
anything.
husband's not.
I didn't
Jay,
get
make
anything.
sure
from you.
everything is cropped out that could identify, like profile picture.
There's
anything.
nothing that can identify anything.
Okay.
Check your email.
I got it. It's just it's an X post.
Yeah.
There's nothing identifiable. It's a public post.
Okay.
I don't know
I'm
how
just
we.
making sure.
I don't know how we
Read
missed
that.
this.
Read that. It will blow your mind, and it makes me think I'm right about Seth giving Sebastian a burner phone. It
Okay.
really does, and when you
Yeah.
read it, you'll see why.
It's a poem, is what it is. Okay, hold on.
I love poems, especially if they're Nick's.
He's so creative.
Oh no, this will blow your mind.
Hold on, I gotta send
I
it.
like poems too. My favorite one I've heard recently is "Now You're Under Fire."
I'm gonna give Jay the honor. I'm gonna give Jay the honor of reading it though, because this is hers. So
Hold on, I gotta airdrop it to myself. Hey, Clue, did you see Crabtree sporting the fucking check mark?
Uh-huh.
You didn't make fun of him like you made fun of me.
Well, we made some calls.
I just thought that was funny as fuck. You gave me such a hard time, and I'm like, look at you. I'm like, Crabtree, how the fuck did you get a thing? He's like, what the fuck is this?
I know Crabtree's mind was blown. He's like,
he's like, what is this?
How am I not verified on like TikTok?
Well, it helps when your friends are FBI.
Right. Thanks,
check
Lita.
this out.
It's the overalls, I'm telling you.
Okay, here we go. I sold my own through a secret line, a burner phone, my only sign. The truth I hid with skill and art, the evidence close, I played my part. Who am I with guilt so deep? A bond betrayed, a secret to keep. And I did see this because I firmly believe, and you guys can call me fucking crazy, I believe that spade and that selfie, that is Sean's body doing a selfie. I don't think it has anything to do with poker. I think that's Sean with his fucking phone. I do remember seeing this now. Thank you, Regina, for refreshing me on that. What do you guys think? I know I'm tinfoil hat, so.
I think if anyone would know how to like tell or help someone know how to conceal a burner phone, it would be someone that works out of jail where inmates are concealed like
all the time. Burner phones,
contraband.
yes, ma'am. Bing bong.
I mean, I'm just saying because they teach you how to like what to look out for, so it's also like a playbook on what to do to keep it hidden.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Sophia, for gifting a cootership. Whoever received that, Rana, come on in and close your legs. Welcome to the Cooter Crew.
I hate that word, cooter.
You love it.
It's better than pearl necklace.
Do you guys think that represents Sean, though, the spade? Doesn't it look like him? Like, if you had to find an emoji that looked like Sean.
Yeah.
I mean,
I hate to call it
I
spade,
don't think
Jay,
you want my
but
honest answer, though.
I was texting. Let me read this. I sold my own through a secret line, a burner phone, my only sign. The truth I hid with skill and art, the evidence close. I played my part. Who am I with guilt so deep and beyond betrayed?
A bond betrayed. A bond betrayed. I sold my own. It almost, remember that rumor that was flying around like selling your child?
Well, what's funny is I do remember a live where Sean, I don't know, like if he sounded almost frustrated when he said it, but he's like, I know like trafficking is a big deal. And it was just it felt so out of place and just weird.
And then that gang, them pushing that gang, like that,
Oh, yeah, the Venezuelan gang.
The Venezuelan gang, yeah. I mean, we're fighting Venezuelan gangs left and right over where I'm at in West Nashville.
I saw a report about that.
But I mean,
I just
Wait, Chris said he put that post up when they were saying Katie had a burner phone in her pocket at the Texas Roadhouse.
no, the Texas Roadhouse, that was December 3rd. The Roadhouse
Was the
thing
7th.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Sebastian betrayed Seth by not wanting to live with him. You know, that's a thing too. I'd like to get Clue's opinion on. I know that we've talked about it, Regina, UA, I know that. But like, wait, what the fuck were we talking about? I just lost my train of thought.
Clue's opinion on not wanting to live, Sebastian not wanting to live with him.
Yes. Okay. So Chris saying, you know, when he got upset on Web Sleuth and he was like, you know, Sebastian, you did not want to come live with you. And Seth was like denying that. And then he said it was in our kitchen. You know, we all stood here and he looked you in the face and said, no, I don't want to live with you. I mean, maybe that's not verbatim, but do you remember that, Clue? That story?
Yes.
Now,
And I will say the majority of, or from what I gather, the reasoning for allegedly him not wanting to go live with him was involving online school.
mm-hmm.
He did not want to go to online school, which I can completely understand, right?
Me too, yeah.
He wants friends more than anything in the world. Well, the only social interaction. And from what I gather, Sebastian loved school. He loved going to school, right? So it was the online school and the fact that Sean smoked.
Okay. Well, with that aside, what I wanted to ask you specifically, that you've met Sean, okay, and I trust your intuition. How do you think Sean would react in front of Katie, Chris, to his son saying, I don't want to live with you?
I feel like personally
anger?
he would get angry, and I think he would just be in a state of like, well, that's what you're gonna do. I said so. You know what I
like
mean?
pissed off, but then also like when he went home, like kind of dwelling on it and being hurt over it, feeling rejected, feeling
Well,
like he's been replaced. I mean, all of these things, right?
Being hurt, like, I mean, that would bother me as a
Mm-hmm.
parent. You know what I mean? So that's not something I'll fault him for.
No.
That would hurt any parent.
Right.
And I'm not going to say that I think he would take it out on Sebastian because I don't know. I do believe when I say that all three of them love their son, I think that's true.
But remember how he went off? He's my son. I named him. Remember that anger? I mean, that came from, I'm not joking, his gut. That anger came from his gut. He's my son. I named him. You know.
Oh, you're talking about with Trevor Lee.
Right. That kind of outburst. I just kind of, think about Sebastian telling him no, like that rejection, that he lost Katie. Now he's lost him. You know what I'm saying? Like, in a sense, in his mind, not saying he lost him, but how would he take that rejection? He obviously didn't take Katie leaving him very well. He hasn't, he wasn't able to really move on from that. So I just wonder.
What's the other emoji beside of the spade?
It's a selfie. It's an arm with a phone doing a selfie.
That shit looks like a crab claw, but okay. Maybe we want crab legs.
No, it's a arm like with an orange shirt holding the phone towards him.
It does kind of look like Tony's green screen.
It does.
I have.
I'll never look at that
an
the same.
overall opinion about Sebastian, about his case.
All I'm gonna say is I think that this could be taken two ways, right?
This fool put this out trying to imply that Katie sold Sebastian. I mean, that's just what it is.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Because this was when they were pushing that narrative, right, Cletus? That they were trying to get the fake, the fake
The burner
birth
phone.
certificate, and
Oh yeah. To get him a new identity.
yeah.
That
What was
was
your overall opinion?
Yeah.
You said that, Regina?
My honest to God overall opinion about Sebastian's case is I think that it has become so tunnel visioned on one side or the other that they are missing the bigger picture here. I think that there was some sketchy stuff go down with Sebastian having a phone outside of Chris and Katie's knowledge. I think that that little boy was desperate for a friend. I think he went online with that burner phone somehow, or was contacted somehow through that burner phone through online. I think that's the reason that law enforcement didn't give Seth back all of that stuff for a long time. And I think that Seth feels guilty about it. I also think that there's a case of two men that are still very much in love with Katie, clashing going on in Sebastian's case and causing a bunch of drama. I think Katie is at her wit's end. That's the reason she doesn't talk. I wouldn't either at this point. I'm not saying that I don't suspect all three parents, because I think each and every one of them played a role in what has happened here. And I think they all carry guilt because of that. And I think that, it's important to look beyond what he said, she said in these cases. Okay. And you have to really pay attention to what law enforcement has put out. And at the end of the day, whenever you look at everything else going on in this case, it's a bunch of drama from two men that are in love with Katie. Okay. And that's fine. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with being in love with someone. But I think that it has clashed on social media. And I think that Seth is the one that has instigated most of it, because he wants to paint a narrative, but his narrative changes every couple of weeks, because I think that Seth is carrying a lot of guilt and it's tearing him in 20 different directions. That's what I think is going on. That's my opinion. That's what I feel has happened. And I think it has done nothing but cause tunnel vision and hurt Sebastian's case. That's my opinion.
someone just said SF is in the chat, and I did not see him.
Yeah,
he's in here.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see him.
I actually am probably alone in this, but I have a differing opinion on the whole, like, still being in love or whatever with her. My opinion is just different on that.
You think he's just
I think he's
in love? You think he just hasn't gotten over her? You don't think there's any anger or resentment there? Is that what you mean?
I think that's all it is. I think it's anger. I don't think that he still loves her. I don't think he
Right. It's
wants her
love
back.
that's turned to hate, right?
She's a possession. She's a possession and not his possession. That's my thing.
Yeah,
Like,
I don't
Well, that's
look
what
at it
groomers
from
do. That's what groomers do, right? They
Yeah, like,
they
I
feel like
don't-
they own those people.
Right. And I think that when it comes to, like, love, I would think that he would, do more to, I don't know, like, have
Harass?
a reason to, like, be around, you know what I mean? Like, and I do believe, like, almost like a possession more than anything else, because I do feel like a lot of his anger in this case probably comes from the fact that Sebastian was the only thing left tying him to her.
But Clue, if you take your theory, what you just said, didn't he expect them to be arm in arm searching for their son in the very beginning, and he was so bent that they weren't? And he was so bent that they didn't come to these vigils that he held right by their house? I mean, don't you think that could have been initially?
I think he uses that, in my opinion, to make it look like she's not doing things she's supposed to be doing or would be doing if she truly loved her kid. I don't think.
Well, if you go back to him in the beginning and he's like, you know, he does kind of paint a picture of, you know, her and him. He doesn't say it outright, but the things he says kind of paints this picture that he expected her to be right next to him doing all of these things. And if you think about it, you know, if you have a child with someone, yeah, like if you have a child with someone and you're still sharing like visitation with them and your kid goes missing, most of the time the bio parents would be front and center. Like look at Gabby Petito. Like initially it was Joe and her mom. And then, I mean, the step parents were there, but they kind of kept off to the side. You know what I mean? So did he imagine? I mean, think about it. He knew all about Joe Petito. Did he picture? You know, I don't know, man. I don't know how.
I think he knew from the beginning that was not going to be the case.
You do?
I do.
I have a question. Someone in chat, and if SF is in here, okay. Let's say he possibly had a burner phone. Would Sebastian, when Ellie was doing that, like the geofencing and stuff that came up the other night and was brought up in True's chat, what would that have shown if Sebastian had gotten on that burner phone potentially that the night he went missing, early morning hours that he went missing? What information would that have provided to LE?
In my honest opinion, that's exactly why they're treating Sebastian's case like an abduction beyond anything else. I think that is exactly why Sebastian's case is treated more like an abduction.
What do you mean by that though? Can you expand on that?
The FBI thing.
Yeah.
It says on his whereabouts. Like we looked at this, me and Truth, on the live one night, and we pulled up an FBI poster from another missing little girl, and it said the reward $15,000 for information on the whereabouts or the prosecution of those involved with her disappearance, right?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't say that on Sebastian's. All it says is $50,000 reward for for information on the whereabouts. And then his had another section that was special versus the other one, and it said remarks, and it said he has ties to Clarksville.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in agreement with Regina 100% on this. They absolutely do treat this like an abduction.
Yes, they absolutely do.
Like a parental abduction, right?
What geofencing would have picked up that maybe LE could use to trace, you know.
I think that's where the criminal investigation aspect of it comes into, because if this is an abduction, it is definitely a criminal investigation.
Correct.
And I think that Sebastian met someone online and he was so desperate for friends. This person showed up and was like, "Hey, Sebastian, come outside and meet me real quick." And now Sebastian is gone. I think that is exactly what has happened to this little boy. I think law enforcement has more or less told us that the entire length of this. I think they are treating it as an abduction because I think it is just that. I think that the reason they said that those lights didn't matter was because they didn't want the public to know.
They didn't want that out.
Right. I don't think that they wanted that out, because if they put that out, then the person that took Sebastian would know it was out. And, you know, people can negate certain things in law enforcement if they
No, I agree with you. I agree with you. I mean, when Nick Barrow said, "Can you tell us what they are?" and he's like, "No."
And then he also says he has ties to Clarksville, which means he may be trying to return back to that area. And Seth has always said if he left, he would be trying to get to me.
Mm-hmm. Like, I'm not gonna lie. At first, you dang right, I suspected both Chris and Katie. Why? Because that was the last place Sebastian was known to be alive. But if you look at everything that has been put out there, it honestly, I think everyone's got tunnel vision because of hate over love and skeletons in the closet in his family, and I think that has influenced the case, and I think that it has really changed the narrative for Sebastian.
Yeah.
And I think it's sick that Seth is making a profit off of his hate of a past relationship he had. Because if you think about it, how many years has it been since him and Katie have been together, and he still holds all this resentment? I think it's a narrative that has been pushed, and I think it's
Well, and
done
how do we
a
know
lot
that
of damage.
Sebastian wasn't tricked with that burner phone? How do we know that his dad didn't supply him with a burner phone and trick him? I
Yeah,
mean,
well,
what
first,
would hurt a mother more than losing her son, man? I mean, I
first,
can't think of a greater pain if you want to inflict pain on a mother than to get rid of her son. I mean, I just can't get around Katie did it. I just can't.
pretty hate machine. For if you're saying if Sebastian had a burner phone, Seth would have tried to call that first. You bet. No, he wouldn't have. Not if he's the one that gave that burner phone to Sebastian. He's not going to try and call the burner phone.
Hell
That would be
no.
the first thing that he knows. I mean, that'd be the last thing he's going to do, because he knows his call logs are going to be pulled like ASAP.
And that's why it's
text logs and stuff.
sus that he didn't make not one phone call.
Right.
We got SF up here. What's up, SF?
Hey, how's it going?
How you doing?
Good. I just heard you guys talk. I heard Crimson asking about that. Did I get an answer? I don't know. Because I couldn't hear while I was logging in about the burner. About like what the possibilities are.
Crimson?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want to say what, or in your opinion, what would that show LE if Seth had given a burner phone to Sebastian and Sebastian had gone to use that burner phone that night, not knowing, like, what would the geofencing that we know was run, what information would that have given to law enforcement to be able to trace down?
Well, as far as the technical stuff goes, I'll just say I think Cletus is way more experienced in that realm. But I'll just let's not even talk about like if it's Sebastian that had a burner or somebody else had a burner, or whatever. Just in general, when something like this happens, there can be a warrant for the tower, and they basically get a total data dump from the tower, and they're able to tell if there's any new phones that are not normally connected to that tower, if it's a fairly new number, or if it's active at around that time, and obviously I would think that those would be investigated, and hopefully one thing is law enforcement is very, very tight-lipped about in all cases, because it's usually the FBI that does it in these cases of minors under 18. They'll have their cell team do the analytics for Secret Service, and so that's not information that we're going to get, to be honest with you.
Right. I'm just wondering what they would show, what it would maybe show them that they could follow later.
It's amazing. In every case, it's like, I honestly believe that what is going to solve this case is going to be information off the warrant from the cell tower. I'm at the point now where I just believe that's what's going to solve the case. I think
I wholeheartedly agree.
Because if it's not a runaway situation where he's down and they've just missed him, which happens with search and rescue. Listen, I mean, search and rescue is my life, and it's like it happens, and I don't. The dogs miss, when you're hasty searching, it's very different than these line searches that you see. And those weren't done. But so if it's not a situation where he was missed, and this was a something else, it was an abduction, whatever it may be, or anything nefarious, it's going to come down to information off that cell tower. And I hope that now it's been, I lose a little hope on that though, because here we are 10 months and it doesn't take that long unless the burner was ditched. Now if it's ditched and it can take hard to figure out who purchased, who loaded that burner, but or to even find it, right? If because you would assume that if they use a burner to pull something like this off, they're going to get rid of it.
Right.
So I don't, it's hard to say, but I do think that that's what's going to eventually break this case. I mean, like most cases, it comes down to this. Kylie Rodney, we knew, like her car ended up being found. It took weeks, but her car was ultimately found within 30 feet of where the cell ping was.
Right. SF, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Do you think that law enforcement is still waiting on warrants for some of the electronics?
No, I think they had that. First of all, I think it was TBI and probably FBI, and I'm not saying this off of information that I have, but just off of past experience. Since the FBI is involved in this because it's an Amber Alert, I think that they probably handled the cell tower warrant, and I think they had that within days. I think they've had this data for a long. They're not waiting on more data.
You don't think they're waiting at all on any of the devices data?
No, I mean, so for instance, okay, so with the Riley Strain case, that was one where I
knew you were going to go with that one.
Was that?
I said I knew you were going to go to Riley's case on this one, SF. Okay,
well,
go ahead.
I'm just going to say, because, in that one, I was involved in being able to see the data. So that data, we put, there was warrants for AT&T and for Apple. Apple, because we needed all the watch information as well as the phone. Apple had us data within 48 hours.
Wow.
I mean, mounds of data. As long as, we were promising that we would have them a warrant, they were doing it on an exigent basis. As long as we provided a warrant within 72 hours after they gave us the data, they did it that quick. They do have an exigent desk, and something like this where the FBI is calling, and it's a Amber Alert. They're going to literally work around the clock on it.
Like top priority.
That data within hours. They were at the tower. I'll guarantee you they were at the tower. I mean, Cletus would know a lot more about this. He knows this networking stuff. But so correct me if I'm wrong, Cletus, but I bet you they were at the tower within hours of
Oh yeah, I'm sure they looked into that pretty quick for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
Jay,
digital
they actually
evidence,
have,
it
like,
fascinates
Apple-
me. This digital
Apple
evidence
actually-
fascinates me.
Jay, actually, Apple has a team that's on standby legally, like their legal team, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 for these circumstances.
Yep.
Wow.
All the cell carriers do too.
Yeah.
That's awesome to know. I didn't realize that.
And now, so now what we're seeing in search and rescue, now with the new iPhone series, they've got the SOS alerting, so we're getting dispatches directly from Apple's routing center. Like they're no longer, it's crazy. Like,
didn't that happen in the floods, SF?
I was
Mm-hmm.
I was actually part of the search and rescue team that went out and looked for Anthony Scott in Pocahontas, Arkansas. And we just, the Anthony Scott case, the man that come up missing, called 911 at 5:09 a.m. And it wasn't, like the first part of our search, we searched the area where his phone pinged, right? His last ping, his last known location. He was a mile, actually more than a mile away from the last phone ping. And it wasn't until we got a dog out there on the ground, search dog south, and we actually followed his path. But then Miss Paulette fell and we had to stop searching Wednesday. But they started right where we stopped with the dog search Wednesday and picked up on Thursday and found him within 200 yards of where we were with the search dog before Miss Paulette fell. We were headed straight to him. And it is absolutely true that while the phone data is going to show a lot, there are times whenever, like, if someone's phone goes dead, like in this case Anthony Scott's did,
and it's so cold out there, and it was during the time Sebastian went missing,
Yep.
that he is going to wander further than you think initially from that phone ping. I mean, that
Yeah.
is, that's just something that happens.
Well, assuming
And
he didn't get in a
also,
car. I mean, we don't know where
yeah, I
he
mean,
went.
yeah, I mean, also, and if it's a nefarious situation where somebody provided, whether it be Sebastian or anybody, a burner, they're going to get rid of that burner as soon as they have the person. They know. Everybody knows. Listen, kids even know now that the way they're tracked is by phones. Like when runaways, I deal with a lot of runaways. They never take their phones, never ever. They know that's how we track them, and so the burner's going to get tossed, or if it's not nefarious and they just get in trouble, especially now. This is not. I don't believe this is the case with Sebastian, because Sebastian loved the water and was a good swimmer. But with autism, we see them in the water all the time, and then cell can't transmit, or Bluetooth can't transmit through water, so it's going to be worthless. Even though they're water resistant, the phones themselves, it does us no good because we lose the ping. So that's what happened with Riley. Riley was 8 miles away from where his phone last
Right.
pinged,
Well, then we have this retention pond, right?
Well, yeah. So, I can't, because I think everybody knows it's not a secret anymore that I am retained in the case now. I can't give like specific details, but I can just say in generalities. And again, Cletus, Clue, Crimson, Steven, all that are there a lot more than I am. But that retention pond is very shallow, and so I do believe that those have been in the immediate area have been cleared, and I know.
Yeah,
Steven
I mean,
Cletus have
it's
gone
good to
over
clear
and
that
over.
up, SF, because a lot of people have made it sound like it's quicksand and there could be stuff sucked in there that they didn't catch.
I don't know. Some of them in Florida, there are some that are like that. I don't know if the Tennessee ones, again, Cletus is probably better to speak, but these are like grass bottom. Right now, they're empty. To be honest with you, at least last week, they were empty. You could, yeah, you just walk in them, and there is like a drain pipe that goes into them, but those have all been cleared.
If a phone was thrown in that pond, would a dog dive in for that phone if they were looking for that person?
So that dog wouldn't. Now TBI does. So TBI only has 4 dogs total. Now they'll use local EMA's search and rescue dogs, but TBI has bomb and electronics detection dogs, and I don't know if they've ever brought an electronics detection dog out. That would be interesting to find out. If they actually, but a regular search and rescue dog will not be trained for electronics. But TBI does have those because they do, have special searches for cell phones. And listen, we're at the point now in our searches where we're looking for cell phones too. Because listen, it's not a secret that if this was an abduction type of scenario, it virtually has to involve a burner, right? So in our searches, we're not just searching for what would be unfortunate, a worst case scenario, but we're also looking for electronics, and so
Interesting.
because it's going to come down to electronics is going to solve this. I mean, it's going to be, it just has to be, I don't think that this could happen unless it's a runaway situation. I don't think this could happen without electronics being involved, that they didn't know about.
Someone asked in the chat, I know you're driving so you can't read chat, but do you know if Sebastian had an Apple Watch?
Or
any type of GPS watch?
I don't know, like, and I'm not trying to dodge the question. I just don't know what details I can and can't give when it comes to specifics like that. So I'm just not going to answer, but I can assure you that we're using everything we can to, we're literally just brainstorming, like, how can we scrape data from this or that or whatever.
Speaking of data, SF, I have a question. I don't know if you know anything about this, but Seth has said several times that there is a laptop or some kind of a tablet or device that law enforcement didn't take that belonged to Sebastian, and that it's still sitting on his kitchen counter. Do you know anything about that?
I have heard that same thing, and that is it's frustrating. We don't know why, if it's true. We don't know why law enforcement didn't take it. I think that I believe there was a public comment from somebody, I don't know exactly who, but somebody that knew something about it that basically said that now it wouldn't matter because the chain of custody on the thing. But we still listen. I mean, I know they wouldn't share it with us, but we would love to do a data recovery on it. Because apparently it's not working. But I heard it went into the hands of one of the volunteers, and so I don't know what's been done with it, to be honest with you.
Oh, that was the alleged computer that went into a TikToker's hands that we heard about.
No,
somebody's,
Jay, I'll clear that up.
Okay,
No,
sorry.
that was a rumor. No, that person came back and said they never had a laptop.
Right, I'm just saying that was the story that was out, though.
Yeah, that was the story that was out. I know that story was out. I don't know if that's the one you're thinking of or the other people were thinking of, but that story was not true.
Right, she ended up coming out and saying it wasn't.
Yeah.
Look how long it took to get actual, like, how many 50 terabytes of data back from Brian Koberger's electronics and stuff. I mean, law enforcement has more than they're telling any of us, and I think it's for just good reason that they aren't talking to us.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just be honest. That's not. We're not at the level. They're not sharing that with us. I'll just tell you that. And I mean, I couldn't listen. We have. I think we made it clear last week when we found out they were going to release that footage of a green hoodie person. We decided to go ahead and get in front of it so we could help protect that person. We have a gross ton of surveillance and stuff like that. So we have a lot of stuff, but I don't know exactly what law enforcement has. I'm not asking them exactly what they have. I'm trying to work with them. I'm trying to not step on their toes, but also help. And
I get it.
I just can't go in and be like, what do you? They'll tell me if there's something that they want to tell me. Listen, I don't think we're on the verge of anything breaking. I know that we keep hearing that that things are very imminent. If they are, then it would take me by surprise. I'll say that. I can tell you we are working our ass off. There's not a lot of sleep going on because it's really dumbfounding. Because we do have a lot of information, but we can't find him, and it's frustrating. It's scary. It's really just I'll be the first to admit, as an investigator, I'm right now I'm stumped. I just am, and
I hate
think
hearing
there'll be
that.
a breakthrough, but yeah.
It's frustrating.
I mean,
What are your personal thoughts on the DA attending the weekly meetings with law enforcement? Do you have? I mean, is that hopeful to you?
No, so keep in mind this is one of 2 active Amber Alerts in the country. Him and Summer Wells. These are the highest level alerts there are in the country. By nature, they're always going to have a criminal investigation team. I'm not saying criminal investigation, but the criminal team is going to have the top detectives. It's going to have people from the CART, the Child Abduction Rapid Response Team of the FBI involved. So it's going to have these criminal level, and it's going to have prosecutors, and they're, because keep in mind the DA has investigators as well. So with the Amber Alert, they throw everything at it. So that does not surprise me at all, and I wouldn't read into it that means something is going to happen. It just means that they're treating it like an Amber Alert. I guarantee the same things are going on with Summer Wells. We just don't hear about it anymore because people aren't asking constantly, or at least not a lot of people. But in fact, I know for a fact they'll still go on because in the Layla Sentinello, and Holland SNAPP cases that I'm the investigator on, that has some of the same TBI agents. So I know that those meetings still happen on a regular basis,
Right,
and
right.
that's just because of an Amber Alert.
Thanks for. I mean that kind because I mean you can easily read into that, especially when Nick Barris reports. The DA. I reached out to the DA and he is attending these weekly. Are
Yep.
they building a case or is that kind of protocol, like you said, with the seriousness of the Amber Alert? That makes sense.
Hey, listen, I don't have anything. I like Nick. I talked to Nick, quite frankly, and I think, and I'm not. He didn't tell me this, but I'm guessing. I heard what he said, where he's like, but and the prosecutor said he stands by, ready to prosecute if he needs to. I think that was probably just a question, like, and if you find something there, are you going to prosecute this? And I'm,
It's kind
so
of
I think it's
common
just as
sense,
simple as,
right? Yeah.
yeah, it's just common sense. It just like in any case, like when a kid goes missing, especially somebody under 18, that's not a known runaway. It's a big deal, and so.
What's your take on the $50,000 reward?
Yeah, so I think that that doesn't shock me. It is a pretty large amount. I think that they wanted to. I think because they weren't giving. This is kind of like, I think, in lieu of updates, to be honest with you. I think they're saying, listen, we are serious about it, but we're not going to feed into this shit show that's going on right now. And listen, I've had several reporters, like larger reporters, that have told me, that I talk to on a fairly regular basis. They've told me, we're not going to cover the case anymore because it's such a shit show. If something large breaks in the case and it's reliable, we will report on. But right now, they're not going to report it. And I think the FBI is always quiet anyways, but usually they're just a support agency, which they are for Sumner in this case, and then TBI is a support agency as well. And they're more public facing. And I think the 50,000 was just kind of like, hey, we got to reassure the public, because nobody's talking, that it's still being worked. But, so I don't think it was more than that. I don't think it was like a dog whistle that, hey, and when it came out like on a 6-month anniversary or something too, didn't it, or something like
Yes.
that?
6-month anniversry.
Kind of like a milestone.
Is this being confirmed to be a criminal investigation?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Has Ellie confirmed whether this is a criminal investigation or not? I
don't know if they. I don't know if they
said.
I don't
can
think
answer
they
that
would.
legally.
I don't think they would like call me and be like, "Hey, just letting you know, we just flipped the switch and it's a criminal investigation." I think it's an Amber Alert. It's always going to have the highest level detectives and agents on it, and those by nature, you know what I mean, are detectives that investigate criminal nature. Because one of the requirements or the main requirement for a Amber Alert is that it has to be suspected abduction. Now, I know there was some leeway in there, and there was some real concern about the autism, and that the next night it was turning very cold. So I think that was a factor in bumping it up. However, I do think that the abduction is definitely on the table. So you've got to treat all of these cases are treated as criminal. That's why, like in a lot of departments, a lot of sheriff's departments, missing persons is handled by the homicide unit.
Right.
It's a part of homicide. So by nature, they are. If they know it's not a voluntary walk away, or if it's not a habitual runaway, they usually are criminal by nature. But that doesn't mean that a crime occurred. It just means that it's criminal investigators that are handling the case, which is what you want, quite frankly.
And also, by legal standards, if any warrants are ever issued in an investigation, that automatically, by legal standards, makes it a criminal investigation.
That's a very good point. And we know because we know about the landfill and of course, for cell phone towers and stuff, because, those carriers require a warrant. Even though they'll probably give you the data on an exigent basis, you still got to give them a warrant within 72 hours. So, I think it's really just people using that word, whereas in every case, it's kind of the same thing. They're criminal by nature. Detectives investigate crimes, not like, you know what I mean? Not crimes.
there's other question was asked is, do you know if LE has any of the parents' electronic tests included? I know, or KP or CPs.
Just specifics. I can't of the case. I can talk in generalities, just about of cases in general how these work. But I can't answer that because I don't want to. I don't want to upset law enforcement.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, which I know sucks because listen, I do believe in putting information out. I'm a big proponent in that. I think that's why Amber Alerts work.
Speaking of which, do you think LE could be using social media better to help in this case?
Oh, yeah, yes, I think that. Yes, but I also think that they just threw their hands up and were like, every turn it's been like things get ramped up, and with cease and desists and injunctions and listen, I mean, people coming out and attacking the sheriff in the last week or two, calling him some pretty extreme stuff, and so yes, they could be, but I think they're like, listen, we're gonna. They're still investigating. It's not like they're not investigating, but they're like, we'll do it on our own, and like we're not gonna really keep the public informed. And unfortunately, we've kind of done that ourselves. We've kind of shot ourselves in the foot, as far as I'm concerned. What's going on.
I couldn't agree more. I think that all of the drama and all of everything getting posted on social media at every step of the case and blown out of proportion, and the investigation an illegal fraudulent company is doing and working with social reality figures, I think it has hindered the case so much that I think law enforcement has just said exactly what you're saying, is that they're not going to communicate with anyone except for Chris and Katie. Because why? Because they keep their mouth shut.
Yeah, and I think they'll keep Seth informed too. I think they if they're telling one set of parents something, I think, and I don't know for sure, but I think that they probably are passing that same information along. I think that they're just being very, until they got anything substantial. I think that everybody knows that, like, where it stands on a weekly basis right now. It's like we still don't know exactly what's going on now. When something does break in this case, I think it's going to break very quick. It'll be over before you know it. Whatever that resolution may be, of good or bad, I think it's going to be. It's not going to be like, hey, we're getting close, or you're getting closer. I think it's going to be, we're going to wake up one morning and be like, we found Sebastian.
Yeah, me too.
So, yeah, no. So, I can understand. This is a case, this is a instance where I do understand why law enforcement's being tight-lipped, because anything they say is going to get spun right now. That's why I don't want to make any statements that are directly about what I may or may not know about the case, because
law enforcement.
listen, part of what I do is I do need to address the public and be like, this is generally what's going on with the case. We still need everybody's help. We still need people searching. We still, whatever it may be. But so I can't be silent, because that wouldn't be helping Sebastian at all. But
Speaking
I
of
also can't give
which,
away.
speaking of which, what you're doing, SF investigates on X. If you're interested in searching or even like remotely looking at it, he's posted a drop. Can you talk about that? What you posted and how people can help?
Oh, with the drone stuff? Yeah, so what we've been doing, and we've kind of been on for the search efforts, which I've just got to again say that, Cletus, Crabtree, Clue, USA, or Crimson. I don't know which one you got, but
I go by Crimson on one, and Jay calls me UA or 2 a.m. But
have been, they've just been, I mean, they've been huge helps. I mean, the amount of time that Stephen and Cletus put in is just incredible, because I mean, they got careers and families and stuff too. But so I don't want to take. I haven't put that many days in, to be honest with you. But what we've done when I've been out there is we've been doing some drone mapping, which is basically where we send a specialized drone, a special search and rescue drone. It's called it M30T. We program it, and we can. It goes and it'll shoot um, uh, thousands of pictures essentially, and then we have a program that will turn it into a map. It'll take all the images, it'll stitch them together, and we get an actual map of the area. And it's just like searching it by foot. You can. So what I've done is I've gone ahead and uploaded like 4 or 5 sections to. I use a software called Pix40 React, which is for first responders, and up on their cloud. And you can go in. It's a public link. If you go to my Twitter, you could go in and search the areas that we just shot last week with the drone. We did some areas in the woods. We did an area up at the top of Kellen, which has been a focus area for us. And then we also did some linear routes along the roads, like Long Hollow and stuff, just in case there was there could have been a hit and run, like if he was walking in the middle of the night and he could be in a weird crevice that just wasn't noticed. So you can go in and actually, if you use the zoom controls within the interface of the
SF,
itself.
we make a great team. I am doing this as you're speaking.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, this is
Cool.
really
So,
cool.
Yeah, if you use the controls inside the interface, then it won't blur as bad. If you pinch the zoom with your finger, then it's just gonna blow it out. But you can go and then just pan around and just, if you see anything, if you look in the it should show you, if you like tap on the area, then the bottom left corner it should show you the GPS coordinates. Just screenshot it and send it to me, and we'll take a further look at it. But yeah, so it's a way of just going and searching and like, listen, we can miss stuff. So this happened in the Kylie Rodney case. We got the vehicle on drone before Veterans with Purpose found it, but it wasn't me. It was one of Grizzly's one of her viewers actually found it.
You're
And then called the
kidding.
sheriff's department. The sheriff's department. The sheriff's department sat on the lead, but she put it up on
Wow.
her page. That was like 2 years ago or whatever. But and there it was. So
That's
like,
amazing.
we missed stuff. Yeah, we missed stuff because I have to look at it really quickly, and then I also used another software program that's specialized in looking for specific anomalies. But yeah, go in and check it out. If you see anything, let us know. I mean, Stephen and Cleese can maybe go, check it out, and I'll be back there in about around the 7th or 8th. So.
And I mean, I don't care. I've already been doxxed. My Instagram handle is the same as this, so people can, if they don't think SF has seen it or whatever and wants me to,
Oh yeah. I mean, I don't want to. I'll let you say whatever. I don't want to accidentally, I don't know if names or whatever supposed to use. But I mean, my Twitter is open. Listen, I do get a lot of flooded with DMs. So
Steve, people who don't have Twitter, can I share this link with them and they can look at the maps?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. And there's not a like tracking link or anything. It's a company called Pix40 React, and it's their cloud, and I have it set up on a public deal where anybody can view it, or so yeah.
Okay.
You can share that out.
Cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And there's a couple. I put a couple out yesterday too. So there should be like 3 different links that have different areas. One link has like 5 different areas on it, and then there's 2 other links that have like 1 each. So
I just put it in the chat if anybody wants to grab it. Thank you. That's super cool.
yeah. And some of those, so there's a couple that like are right across from the high school, or there's one set right across from the high school where unfortunately it was right at dusk. So because it was low light and with the drone moving a little fast, the images are a little blurry. Normally they're pretty sharp, but we're losing daylight. So, in that set, it might be kind of hard, but I mean, you'll see enough that like, and what you'd be looking for is like clothes and, and whatnot, things like that.
So did you just, this is 12/8. Okay, I see.
Yes. Yeah, so
SF, if you ever need a certified team to come out and do boots on the ground grid searches, if you want to arrange that, I'll give you my Chief Brandy's contact information if you email me.
Absolutely. Yeah, that'd be great. My my emails on, if you click through from my Twitter to my website, which is searchinvestigations.org, my on the contact page is my direct email. So
Now I'm
Yeah,
scrolling around.
it's very it's very helpful because when we're out there, or when they're out there too, like it's not easy terrain. It's well, as I found out the other day,
yeah.
it's cold. It's colder than you think, no matter how greatly you think you've prepared in terms of clothing.
Yeah, yeah, and I mean, listen, the drone does help, but it's again, it's just a tool. Like having people on the ground is ultimate. And I know Stephen Cleese went out and cleared some more of those. We found those. I don't know what you call them, caves or hole. Like, Cleese, what do you call those things? What would you call those?
He's not up here right
Oh,
now.
they left. Okay.
Yeah.
We found these like vertical shafts,
Like
and,
over mines or something? Aren't they like mine shafts?
No, I don't. I don't want to say for sure, but I think what they are is just natural. Like there's caves back there, and I think these are like vents.
Like
But there's
breaks in the
definitely
limestone almost.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of them
Wild.
that definitely were wide enough for a person to go down, fall into.
Yeah, we
And
had
you
to
don't
dodge
see
a couple
them.
of those. We had to dodge a couple of those in Pocahontas. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, I mean they're spooky because you did like the first one I came across, I was like, damn, there was, because there are leaves covering everything, and then all of a sudden and I mean if you're by yourself or it was at night, it'd be a real problem,
For
I mean it'd
sure.
be a worst nightmare because I am not a confined space person. That's one team that I'm not on, is the caves and confined spaces. That oh god, that'd be my worst nightmare, falling in one of those things.
Like, you wouldn't believe this either, but as someone that works on search and rescue, let me tell you what, on the ground, there are briars. There are briars people get stuck in. That happens. People get stuck in mud, waist deep water. Like, it's amazing.
I'm on a team down in Florida, and I know we get some of that swamp stuff. Yeah, so it's, I get it. When I was there, like during the Riley Strain case, the whole cicadas thing was going on, and that, and then also with it was so thick. The tree cover is so thick in Tennessee. It's unbelievable that time of year, like the thorns, and God, it's really difficult searching.
Hey, little Daisy, you're up here.
Hey, I did put it in chat, but while SF is already up here and we haven't talked about it, they are circulating another picture that somebody found on TikTok that they're claiming could be Sebastian. Just letting you know.
Okay.
Oh,
Send that
gosh.
to me.
Could somebody screenshot and text it to me, Crimson?
Yeah.
If you do it? Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking for. So
When you say they, who's they that's circulating it?
It's all over Facebook.
Okay, but
I'll get it
do you know where it
SF.
started?
Let me look
Okay.
at it.
Yeah, do you know where it
Hey, you-
originated from?
It started in the Mysterious Disappearance DLR's group.
Okay.
Okay, I'll as soon as I get it, I'll forward it straight to Katie. Just get her thoughts.
I'll go get there right now.
Okay.
But that's all. I think it's important with SF and everybody.
No, any photo tips that are super important. Listen, there's been a couple that, even besides the one in North Carolina, there was one that was just shockingly identical to him, and but the FBI went in and met with the kid and him. So you never know. I mean, something like this. I mean, we do not discount any of those, and hopefully that person sent it to TBI as well. Hopefully it's not just going around social media. Hopefully somebody has sent it to TBI. In fact, Crimson, if you wouldn't mind, like when you send it to me, if you could also send it to TBI.
When was it posted? I'm looking in that group right now, and I don't see it.
It started this morning, and it was quickly deleted. So the person went to other routes, such as
it was deleted.
And
I'm putting it much in the chat. If you can send it to me on IG.
Yeah.
And then I'll get it to SF.
I mean, I'm driving, or I would send it to you guys too, but if maybe
I'll send it to TBI
just to
and
make sure.
FBI. And
UA, can you comment in chat?
Yeah.
Is that what you wanted?
Yeah.
Okay. That's what I thought.
So I think I'm echoing, so I'm gonna go ahead and drop down, but I just wanted to let you know.
Thank you for letting me know that. I
Yeah.
appreciate it.
You're not echoing, by the way.
Yeah,
It's
you're
just the
welcome.
connection. But thank you so much, little Daisy.
You're welcome. Bye,
Okay.
y'all.
Happy holidays. Yeah, so is it coincidental we have a live tonight at 9 from Sean?
Oh, oh, is there? I didn't
Yeah,
know that.
There
Eastern time.
is. Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, I don't know. Hopefully not. Hopefully it is something, but I don't know at this point. You know.
I hope it is, but I can't help but wonder if it didn't come from the green team.
Yeah. Has anybody seen? Have any of y'all seen the picture yet, or no? We're still looking for it.
I haven't seen it yet.
They said it's on X too, so I'm gonna look. See what I
UA,
see
I
on
didn't see you type in chat.
there. Back chat or regular chat? I typed in chat. just
Oh, no, you have to go in the regular, because I'm not live on StreamYard. I'm just using it.
now. Okay, I'm in chat. I just commented.
Gotcha. Okay, there you go. I'm checking X right now as well. I'm not seeing anything.
Oh, really?
That's why I gave out my personal things so they can find.
Miss W says more distractions.
Yeah, but you know,
You never know.
They're worth checking on. You know, I don't want to discount anything.
Yeah.
You know, at this point, it's yeah. I mean, listen, he's out there somewhere. No matter what the status is, he's
Right.
somewhere, and it's just yeah.
And then some of the things that were kind of alluded to is Sebastian, like the other night in Truth Live, Sebastian walks on the heels of his feet, kind of just like these little. He has these little like quirks, I guess, that are make him a little bit more identifiable. So that Chris mentioned. Can you talk about some of those that you've been told about,
Well,
SF?
Yeah, I mean, Chris has mentioned the walking on the balls of his feet and his his smile. He's got two, and I know this from the last photo that looked very much like him, but Katie kind of figured it wasn't right. But he's got two distinctive freckles on his neck, but I can't remember if it's the left or right side, which I know is horrible. I have it in my notes, but if you look at the photos of him. I think you'll notice it, but he's got two, pretty distinctive freckles on one side of his neck. And then besides that, I don't really know. I mean, he's probably at 15, he's probably grown,
right,
an inch or two maybe in these 10 months. He's probably going through growth. I think because his feet, I think he'd grown out of shoes and stuff.
Hey, I do have the picture. Is it J for J just podcast?
It's JAYIS and then the number 4 justice at Gmail.
I'm putting mine in chat too, so I can get it to SF.
Okay, I'll go ahead and send it over.
Thanks, little Daisy.
You're welcome.
She heard us scrambling around trying to find it.
Yeah, I was like, here I am, like I'm kicked out of half of the groups, but
yeah, same.
Oh, and the cowlick. Yes, the cowlick too.
I'm kicked out of all of them.
Yeah.
I put my email
I'm
in
banned
the
from all the groups.
private chat and stuff for that search team. My chief and stuff for our search team.
Great.
I didn't get anything yet.
Okay. Do you Rob? Robin was asking, have you heard about the allegedly like Sebastian Rogers YouTube video channel?
I heard somebody mention it. I can, I mean, I can tell you that like I've gone through his online history. I should say, with the we've access to. I haven't seen. I've seen YouTube stuff that he watches. I don't know anything about a channel. If there's one out there, I have not seen it, but I did hear somebody bring it up. I don't know if it was.
I'll try and get that
I
to
think
you.
it was on the panel. It was on the panel that Chris was on. The other day. I heard somebody mention that.
Yeah,
So,
I'll try and get that to you too.
I have a question
Okay.
for you. Whenever it comes to the video that Nick Barris released,
Yeah.
and whenever it comes to all of that, why do you think it is that both Chris and Seth told them that investigators said it was a garbage truck? And do you think it's a garbage truck?
So I don't think that they're lying. I think there's a couple things going on there. So what everybody's got to realize is if you look at the video from Nick, the wider shot, you'll notice the time. Well, I don't know if he cropped that out on his news broadcast, but in the video, which is out there on the internet, if you look in the top left corner, the timestamp is frozen. It's frozen on like February 22nd or something like that at like 3:10 in the morning, and it's not
Something like
moving.
that.
So you got to take that. So they're calling it the 3 a.m. footage, but it's not. I mean, you just watch it and the thing doesn't move. And the homeowner, we've talked to the homeowner about that. So, but what you're seeing is actually somebody recording a computer monitor because they didn't know how to export the footage before TBI took the server, physically took the server. The owner just took their phone and recorded it playing on a computer monitor. So it's a recording like of a recording. And so you got some camera shake in there, and they zoom in on that one corner, which is better than nothing. But the thing with the trash trucks is we have multiple videos of the trash trucks. We're in the area. We know we've already released. It was in front of Crystal Katie's house at 512. It was on Kellen at 509. Before that, it was up on Honeysuckle. We've got the exact route that it took from the trash company and stuff. So
I just texted you the picture and then the other thing you asked for, and now I'm gonna email it.
All right, and then so I think that as far as what it is, I do believe that. So keep in mind, TBI has got the full original. They've got the original. That's a constant camera. It's not a detection-based camera, so it's running all the time. TBI has got the full thing. So we are only seeing what was put out originally in a Facebook group for the neighborhood that got leaked out, and so we only see that. So what Chris and what Seth and Katie, I think Chris was there, maybe I can't say for sure, saw was off the original. And so I think there's two things happening. Yes, there's trash trucks probably working in the background, somewhere in the background too, because they're looking at a longer version. But I do believe there's possibly a flashlight working. But before everybody runs with that, and I'm just not at liberty to say it right now. We're 98% positive we know what it is, and I can't say more than that. What I can tell you is that I've not talked to her. I've not given her any tips on it or anything. But Michelle, After Dark, is spot on. Like I saw one that she did this morning, that was kind of like what she thinks like could be the light. Like she's on to something there. Like I just can't say what. I don't know if I'm allowed to say. That's why I'm holding back. But we think we've accounted for it, and so I'm not saying it's Sebastian, but I don't think that particular light is a trash truck either. I do think it is a light source. I would just say that people do take their trash barrels out in the or sometimes early in the morning if they forget, or they could be out and walking a dog or something. So and that was around 5 in the morning. It was not at 3 in the morning. I know it looks dark, but that's an old camera, and it's pointed down, angled kind of at the ground because the guys, had it to protect his trucks and his boat there. So it just doesn't have the high ISO like they're comparing it to the other footage I put out that was on Kellen. That's the state-of-the-art system that shoots in color, high ISO. It makes it look like it's daylight almost, So they're two different cameras. I know it looks like super dark in that one, but you're also, you got to take that into account. But it was really like 5 in the morning.
So everybody needs to listen to Michelle. Now I want to know what she said.
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, I'll tell you, she talks about a house that's up on a sloped area, and and I'll just leave it at that. But the way that we know, and listen, we're like, it's only if what the homeowner is telling us is accurate, because there's 2 questions I have on this. Like, how does the homeowner know for certain that that's that day if the timestamp's broken? You know what I'm saying? Like, how do they know that what they're pulled is the right day? To be absolutely certain, because they didn't go get this footage like immediately. Some of the neighbors, it took a week before they came asking for footage. So there's that you got to keep in mind. Without the timestamp, we can't be 100%. And we're also going by what the homeowner is telling us, because they don't have the full length footage. And what they told us was that right after where they cut it off, the trash truck turns right on the Kellen, and so we know what time the trash truck did that. I'm sorry, not right on the Kellen. It took a right from off of Kellen onto Stafford. So as long as the homeowner's right, but if they're wrong, then but we're taking them at their word because they did review the footage over and over. But unfortunately, they don't have it anymore.
So was that the homeowner that took video of the screen, like you said?
So TBI took that server. So they actually took it, and now they did give it back, but they had dumped it. You know what I mean? So TBI cloned it and wiped it, and so what they did is, like I said, it took law enforcement a few days before they came and collected surveillance from everybody, because I think the first couple of days, I'm sure everybody's thinking, hey, it's a runaway, or it's an autistic walk away or runaway. And then when we couldn't find them, then it's like, okay, we need to start doing a surveillance sweep. Well, these people, what they had done is, because they didn't know how to export the footage from the hard drive, because it was one of these systems. It wasn't like a Ring system. It was one of these systems like they have at 7-Eleven, where it records to its own hard drive, like a big server type of thing.
Yeah, like
it's
its own DVR. Yeah, I know
like
what
an
you're talking about.
actual
exactly.
CC
It's got its
TV.
own
Yeah,
monitor.
basically, yes.
And so they didn't know how to, because they'd never done it before. In fact, if you look on the right side of the frame, you can see it's got that like a really complicated interface for the, it's like a bar security camera, and
Yeah, it
so they
had.
didn't know how
Yeah,
to
you could see the
export it. So what they
calendar
did
actually.
So what they did is so what the wife did is she just played it back and recorded it with her cell phone, and then zoomed in on one area, and then that was it. And then TBI took it, and then so that's all they have. But they watched it. She didn't record it, but they watched it multiple times. And the husband had told us that the trash truck came right after that, happens. So that's how we're nailing we're figuring the time out.
SF,
Oh,
I'm
wow.
about to send you something else too.
What's that?
I'm about to send you
you're
something
sending it.
else on text. So.
Yeah, so because I have a dual SIM phone, so for some reason if I'm on one line, I can't look at or send the text on the other. So I'm gonna have to hop off here in a minute so I can look at it and send it to Katie. But I see them, I hear them coming in, but I can't. If I look at them, it'll
Okay.
I can look at. I can actually look. Actually, I
Do
can
you
look
mean
at it. I just
do
can't
you mean to
send.
send it to
But
Clue and have her send it to Katie?
let me look because I can look at them. I just can't send
Okay.
when I'm on dual sim. But let me look and see
All
what
right.
it.
UA, I'm sending you another picture that someone sent me to get to you.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm. Hey, Ministry, you're up here.
I don't know. I mean, so that's definitely worth sending. I mean, I definitely want to send that to Katie. You know.
Okay, I'll send it to Clue. Do you want me to send it to Clue to send to her or what?
No, I mean, I gotta jump off anyways. But
Okay.
I mean, so and I'll send it to Katie right now and
Okay, and I'll send
send it to TBI. You know, just in case. I'm sure somebody has. Just in case they haven't.
I will.
Yeah.
I sent
Cool.
one. I sent one of them, and I'm gonna send those two as well.
Yeah, yeah, and that's the thing. Like with these tips, like I would just say, please don't send them to private tip lines. Please send
Yes,
them
please
to
not.
TBI, FBI,
Exactly.
or call 911 and ask what they want you to do with the photo to get it to them. Or 1-800 TBI fine, but please don't send them to private groups because. Listen, I'm glad I got a copy of it, but it should not just go to me. You know what I'm saying? It's got to go to law enforcement too, because I'm not law enforcement. So,
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for coming up and answering questions that people have and sharing that drive so that people who are further away and can't search on the ground can help aid in you searching
exactly.
on the ground.
And I do have a couple other missions to upload. I'm actually driving to Arizona right now, so when I get there in 4 or 5 hours, or tonight, I'll upload the other ones too.
Thank you so much, SF. Appreciate it.
You got it. All
Stay
right.
safe
If I don't
out
talk to y'all,
there.
have a great holiday.
You too. Merry Christmas.
Thank you for answering questions. Appreciate that a whole bunch.
Sure.
UA, I'm gonna
You
send
just
you.
check me. I don't know how to
Oh
do that.
yeah, for sure. I
Oh,
got
wait, here
you. I got you. I'm gonna actually send you. I don't know if you have it, UA. The link to the YouTube that was called Sebastian Rogers.
It would take me a little bit to find it. So if you have
I'll
it,
send
then
it.
that would
Yeah,
be great.
I'll get it. I'll put it in the back chat in just a second. Because if he hasn't seen that, I'd love to get his take on that because you can see that person connect to a Wi-Fi, and that he may be able to get something from that.
And you can tell that they're hiding too, which is something like in a low to the ground, small space.
Mm-hmm. And then you see the woman with what looks like a hound dog.
Right. So it could be living out in the country area.
Yep.
There.
Well, the interesting thing about that was Julia actually, when she was texting me way back when, she screenshotted from that video. She actually circled a German Shepherd dog to the right of the hound dog. And then it goes the woman, the hound dog, and the German Shepherd, remember? And she circled them and texted it to me and said, look, there's the GSD. Mm-hmm.
She did the same thing to other creators.
It was so weird because I was like, okay. Then we looked at the leaves are on the trees and stuff. And this video was put out January 16th. So it's like, what?
Right. I mean, it could have been something that he had just gotten, if he had just gotten his phone, like a new phone.
A burner?
Yeah, possibly, or something. He said, hey, I have this cool vet. Let me upload it to my new YouTube channel that nobody knows about,
Girl.
Bing bong.
Right?
I mean, I just like to, I think that the moment you have zoned in and think you have everything figured out is the moment you have a problem. That's when they're investigating a case, whether you're trying to take something trying to take something to trial or anything. And that's a main reason why I am drawn to things like this, is because I am one thing and if I'm one thing, I'm very stubborn at times, and will definitely not back down from what I believe in. That can be a great thing, and it can also be a really bad liability, because
you, in cases like this, you can't be so closed-minded into thinking that your way is the only possible, you know, scenario, because it prevents you from being open-minded into thinking like, you know, that couldn't be possible because it just doesn't align with my theory, but my theory could be wrong all along, you know? And that's what I think also is dangerous about, you know, these narratives coming about. Okay, he's an endangered runaway, then he's an endangered child. Now we're looking for a body. We're looking for, you know, KP. This person killed him. This person did that. Then, you know, that's what's dangerous. People, if they are running with the narrative now that he's no longer alive, then if they see someone that looks like Sebastian walking into a 7-Eleven, they may not think to snap a photo or get a license plate picture because they've already been told by Tweedledee and Tweedledum on X that he's no longer with us.
You're exactly right. In the Anthony Scott case out of Pocahontas, Arkansas, the one we just worked, a Facebook post pulled search and rescue off through the sheriff's department of the search, and he was still in those woods, lost. People have no idea the impact social media has on missing person cases, and it can be devastating. It can be devastating.
I have this pulled up right
Absolutely.
now on the screen, this video. And I can't really make it too much bigger, but you see the lady and then you see there's can you see my pointer?
No.
You can't?
Not right now.
You should be able to. But anyways, right here. Okay, so here's the lady, right? You can see my pointer here.
No, we can't see the video. Wait. Now we can. I think I'm behind a little bit because I'm one of those that doesn't know how to get out of back chat without somehow letting freeing myself off the thing. But it's good. I'm just a little behind on one of my.
I already
my
showed
other
the other
device.
picture, guys. Just rewind a couple
Okay.
minutes. I had it up for a few minutes, but
You're good.
okay.
Yeah.
Here's the lady, and then here is a dog here, and then here's another dog over here. I'm gonna play it, but just keep your eye over there. There's two dogs over here. See them? See, there's the German Shepherd, and there's like the hound. Here, I'll let it play again. See, one dog, two dogs. And she's like pulling them in with a leash. But it seems to me if this had anything to do with Sebastian, you would think they could subpoena this,
They would have
video
to
and
know
get
what
the, get
They
the,
would have to know what the thing is, wouldn't they have to know what IP, like if it was uploaded via like a burner, they would have to know what, but with the channel name, yes, they could go to YouTube legal.
and like subpoena this video and get like the metadata
The
or
geo
whatever. Metadata.
and where it was uploaded and what the like VPN or IP address or whatever.
Yeah, it's just a weird coincidence because this would have been around the same time, too, that the custody battle kind of heated up with Nina and Chris. Because if you look at their docket, Chris actually replied to the lawsuit on this day with a lawyer. So she had done that emergency custody. And then he replied on this day, on the 16th, with a lawyer. So I wonder if there was tension. I'm just saying, if it was Sebastian, if he hid somewhere because there was tension in the house that day due to, this filing. And I mean, everybody's stressed out when you get like an emergency custody and you have to reply. You've got, statements that need to be made. You got to hire an attorney or whatever, you have to respond.
Right.
So it's just kind of a coincidence to me. Like, that's weird.
Yeah, we came across this and I definitely was like, this is something not, and I think Body even pulled up to see if that was that, because you can check and see if like YouTube channels have been renamed, and we pulled it pull that up to look into it to see if it had even been renamed, you know?
Yeah.
You guys, how many times have we seen a parent give a child a device that the other parent didn't know about to spy on the other parent? I mean,
Well, and the
seriously,
weird thing
this is
is
not
too, if you look at his handle,
something new.
it's at Sebastian Rogers P6L. That's like a default handle. Like he didn't go in there, unless that means something. I don't think he went in there and customized it. It's almost like if you go to his channel, let's see.
Like a brand new startup account.
Right, almost like he didn't customize it. Like if you look here, his YouTube / Sebastian Rogers P6L, like was that almost like just a default when he made the channel? He never went and customized his handle. Remember, as a creator, you would have got the email when all this went down. Go set your handle now, blah, blah, blah. Remember when they first started doing the handles?
Yeah. Yep.
I definitely think it's worth looking into. Like, there's nothing that you know, like nothing at this point.
Look,
where I
they
feel like
joined. They joined January 14th and then put this video out 2 days later.
Yeah. And then they haven't posted anything since, you know?
Mm-mm.
Right.
Not at all. And it almost looks like this popped over from Google. Like he made a YouTube with his Google account. So it came up Sebastian Rogers, because that's his Google, you know, when you type in Google, what's your name? Sebastian Rogers. And then it made a YouTube channel and he uploaded a short.
Exactly. That's what it did with mine. And then I realized I'm helping everyone dox me.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
I'm like, perfect. Need to figure out how to undo this because there's enough people don't need any help over here. Like people are wild.
It's just really strange. I would love for SF to take a look at that and see what he thinks, because even here you can see the gateway they're connecting to, but when I screenshotted it, it was so blurry when I zoomed it in. I couldn't read what the Wi-Fi name was. So I mean, certainly someone who could get this enhanced to where they can read it could see where this Wi-Fi is originating from. You know, to see if it's
You're
even
right.
connected. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Yeah.
I just couldn't get it clear enough.
And scary enough on that, Jay, a tech savvy predator. As far as that goes, you know what I mean?
Or a smart teenager who knows how to get around things.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, hell, my 5-year-old granddaughter is showing me how to work the iPhone better than I know how to work the iPhone's functions. I'm like,
That's
what?
very true.
It blows my damn mind. Wanting a phone for Christmas. I'm like, you're 5. No. But yeah, these dogs, I don't understand why it almost is. Are they on a long leash because they're searching for something?
Or, you know, a lot of people, if they're training their dogs on recall, they'll put them on a long leash and, you know, train them for that way.
It's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Miss Robbins says it sounds like his parents underestimated his abilities, maybe with online. Because, you know, I did go back and listen to Chris and Katie on the one interview where they're, you know, he in the green shirt or blue shirt or whatever. And he's affirmatively saying, you know, we have that locked down. There's no way. And I just think that maybe they were duped a little bit. That could be possible.
Yeah. Yep.
You know, it's just crazy though.
For a while now.
If Ellie checked into this, and I just don't know why it would still be up. It seems like it would be taken down. Just, I don't know. It's
just
odd.
some rando that happens to have the same name and doesn't want to create more, you know.
It's weird. I'll give it that. It's definitely strange.
the timing is, isn't lost on me.
No, not at all.
Mm-mm. That's what I'm saying. Well,
see.
I am glad that SF came up. He was able to clear up some things, and
Yes, I am too, and I'm glad that everyone that came on panel did, and I think that hopefully people will remember just how damaging their things can be if they,
They can cost
just,
people their lives, literally.
I actually I'm I know, like, going real life on, YT is not, frowned upon, and it's gotten to the point where I've seen some creators on this platform that have driven a narrative, and you never know who's in your chat. You never know what kind of day that person's had, and all it takes is maybe that one little thing that you say that one time that resonates with them, and they become that next. I used the example, the lady that drove in the diaper for 14 hours,
Mm-hmm.
the astronaut, and then for all we know, I don't want to say somebody in a Subaru could be headed towards KP and CP's house because of what they heard someone's X, Y, and Z say on a live.
Yeah.
So
it's dangerous.
I mean, it started a nationwide manhunt for a man in a green hoodie that had nothing to do with anything.
Well,
Turns out it wasn't even a man, was it?
But you know what? We don't even know. But like, look at Idaho 4. There was a hoodie guy in there too. It's like the same narrative.
Oh yeah.
Different case.
Yep.
Tunnels underneath things. Next thing you know, you're gonna hear there's tunnels under Sebastian's house, and he's in them.
Oh my goodness.
Dog almost went there with the stupid drain in front of their house. Like, oh no, that wasn't thought about. Trying to make people think that drain in front of the house goes to the retention pond when the retention pond is like runoff. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But you ladies, I thank you for coming up here.
No problem. Thanks
UA,
for letting me.
UA, thank you for
here.
asking the questions and keeping things moving. And Regina, thank you for sharing all of your insight. I really appreciate it. I think that a lot of the stuff we talked about makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense. It's nonsense, but it's still
Right.
trying to piece it together. It's like having that puzzle and you're missing like 5 pieces.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's helpful too to know sometimes like I saw, and then people thinking like it takes a certain amount of time like to get this information back, like it shows by saying like us simply saying, hey, there's someone around the clock at Apple that works on this, like they have a designated team. I know the number for it, like and so they can get that information to LE or to a PI in an instant, because they, especially in cases of minor children. Now, where that became an issue in Riley's case was Riley was not on his parents' phone plan. Okay. I'm gonna say this because this was a big thing in Riley's case, and I think it's beneficial for everyone to know. You can set up what's called a legacy contact on your phone.
Yep.
And I would encourage you to set up a legacy contact. If you have an iPhone, set up a legacy contact. So that in the event you were to go missing or anything of that sort, they don't have to jump through the hoops that they had to try to jump through in order to try and get information on Riley's case.
That's a really good
you know,
point. I do
you're
have
right.
I do have a legacy contact, but that is a really good point. It is a
And make
pain
sure-
in the ass to get into a phone.
Make sure that legacy contact knows, well, obviously there's a process, but knows where where you keep that information stored. Store it in a locked, safe, secure place. But that is something that delayed because, and I'll say this too, LE doesn't always know. You'd think that they would know how to always write a search warrant for an Apple device, but they don't. And they sometimes get that wrong, and then you go back and say, well, how do you not have this information or whatever? And it's because they didn't write the search warrant correctly. So yeah, everybody needs to do this, and set it up. Check if you don't have Apple, then you can I think there's other things. And could I believe it, I have so many screenshots that I'd be embarrassed of, but if I'm missing or potentially
Oh my
helps
God.
find, you know,
Yeah.
Also, I'd like to give a bit of advice for any family member that ends up going through anything like this. If anyone comes to you wanting to talk about your case and they aren't telling you the first thing out of their mouth involving their situation, whenever the family comes to you and tells you that, if they aren't telling you to get a lawyer, you're probably talking to someone that is going to extort you and only has nefarious reasons to be talking to you. So just be mindful if you're a family out there going through something like this as well. The best advice anyone is ever going to give you is an attorney.
Keep your mouth shut and get a lawyer.
Yep.
Innocent or guilty or anything. And people, if I don't know if they do or don't, and it doesn't matter to me. I think they would be smart to have one. Having an attorney is not a sign of guilt or innocence. So if Seth just because someone hires an attorney in this process doesn't mean they're,
Nope.
Doesn't mean anything.
You know
It just
what?
means they're smart.
I think we've learned following a lot of these cases that I think, coming into true crime, you might think, oh God, they asked for a lawyer like they're guilty. But I think we all pretty much watching these trials and shit. Damn,
Well,
first thing you do, now I cringe. I'm like, if I watch body cams and stuff, I'm like, why are you talking? Shut your fucking mouth. Now it's like total opposite.
Well, think of I go back to Delphi and people were, there was, I'm not gonna say who, but there was somebody saying I would put everything on it that Richard Allen did it. Nobody could confess all these times, Well, I mean, let's look at what the pattern that led up to those confessions were, and if he,
you got to look at that whole thing, right?
you gotta take everything into account. And people do unfortunately falsely confess, and due to a multitude of reasons.
Yeah, you're right. You are exactly right. And Delphi is a perfect case of, no transparency where we're left with division and questions, and the family has to unfortunately live with that. They're going to have to live with the fact that there's unanswered questions and people are divided over their girls' deaths. And that sucks.
Some random that you do not know. And then I'll get off my soapbox. If some random you don't know approaches you on social media and tries to slide into your DMs and says they work selling hot dogs around the corner at their hot dog stand, but they can speak on your behalf and handle your media interviews, and they're real good at talking and, conflict resolution, whatever the heck was said. I don't know, whatever that man had to say to get
some kind of bullshit.
Run the other way. Don't put on your shoes, even just run. But yeah, because there was almost another family that was in this exact same situation, and I thank God that I said something and got or found out or figured it out and saw that person was an admin, because they quickly removed themselves.
Yep.
Well, thank you for that reminder.
Thank you so much, Jay. And
I appreciate you. You're my own 2 a.m. girl.
Yes, I'll be your 2 a.m. girl anytime.
Yay.
I need some.
You guys
I
are
need someone to fill my 2 a.m. vacancy because it's been like the streets are dry at 2 a.m.
Well,
almost. So
you don't like that at 2 a.m.?
they're dry. That's what I'm saying. They're dry. Like
Or,
we're sleeping.
well, maybe we'll
Well,
hear more about Sean's rock hard alibi tonight.
oh god,
Oh my
I don't want to
goodness.
hear about anything rock hard.
Nothing.
Anything rock
neither.
hard.
Hey.
Pearls. I'm done. I'm throwing out all my pearls.
Hey,
If anybody lives in Nashville and wants a set of pearl anythings, they're gonna be outside.
hey,
Real soon.
I don't own any pearls.
I'm waiting for Tony to say Michaela is Seth's rock hard alibi.
Oh my goodness.
Michaela.
I can't.
There ain't nothing rock hard about that guy.
Split.
On a side note, Jay, I just ate a total croissant.
You did?
Yes, it was
You're what the
delicious.
French call les incompetents.
Oh.
What? Y'all need to, the only type of croissant y'all should be eating is a chocolate filled croissant.
Well, you know what I'm eating?
However they say it.
I was
What?
just
I love
I was
anything
just given a Bavarian pretzel from Circle K.
Oh,
So-
no, I'm jealous.
So you're in France, I'm in Germany. Where's the beer?
I'm in Pepsi land.
All right. I'm gonna get off here. We've been on here
All
all,
right,
Are you in
almost 6
Britney
hours.
Spears? Are you in Britney Spears Pepsi Land or are you in Michael Jackson Pepsi Land?
Michael Jackson.
I wish I was in Mexico Pepsi land because they have the best ones. The bottled ones are the best.
Oh yeah.
Nothing beats
Oh
them.
man, have you ever had a Mexican Sprite?
Mm-mm.
They are
No.
so different. They taste like kind of like real fruit, like just
Really?
man, my mouth's watering.
You
Yes,
know
they're
why?
delicious.
Because we get fed all the fucking chemicals and bullshit.
Pearl Strand is changing their screen name, and I fully support that.
I almost
too.
choked. I almost
Oh,
choked.
Lord have mercy.
Pearl
Jay,
Strand.
you, oh my God. Okay. You said something in chat like 3 or 4 days ago. I was in the middle of taking medicine and I really did choke.
What was it? Do you remember?
I don't know. Lord have mercy. But I choked and I spit it up all over me.
I'm
And it was
sorry.
still like going down my windpipe, and I commented in chat, and they're like, proof for it like didn't happen. I'm like, I'm gonna have to shower now because I'm sticky from all the
guys-
Pepsi I just choked on.
Like,
It's
way
need
back
a
when-
warning when she's gonna make me like laugh.
That
mid-
happens.
Right?
That happens to me
medication
My
sometimes.
break.
my keyboard got sticky from where I would spit my drink, Jay, because of you. Like, you know what I mean?
I'm glad I have such an effect. Well, you
Oh, you
never
crack
know
me
what's
up.
gonna come out my mouth, you know.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
we
have
love
a
you
good-
for it. We love
Have
you
a
for
good
it.
rest of your day, ladies. I'm gonna go.
You
be
too. I just
somewhat
love your
productive,
dog.
maybe.
Your dog is so cute.
Yeah, I ran to the bathroom and she started. Oh
You
my God,
guys have
shut
like
up.
the same hair color. It's adorable. I freaking love it.
Yeah, she was abused, and I was like, I'm just going to foster her. I'm a professional foster failure. That is, I exceed in foster fails.
Yeah,
So-
I just can't be friends with anybody that hurts animals. I can't
Oh
do that.
God. No.
It's definitely
It's
a
sad.
segue.
I don't
It's
know
a segue.
anybody. I don't know anybody who's ever hurt an animal. Do you?
The first case I ever tried, I tried it
Who?
because it was before
Cher.
I went to law school. It was my other dog that I'll maybe make my profile picture at one point. My first rescue, I was in college when I rescued him at Alabama, and the UPS driver intentionally ran him over.
Oh my God.
So I baited him out into the roadway,
the fuck?
and then drove up the wrong side of the road as fast as his car could. Almost flipped his truck. I wish he would have. Then that guy may not be with us, but unfortunately he's still around.
Oh hell no.
And didn't realize my neighbors had seen it, and he thinks he's going to cruise right by my dog and not get stopped. My neighbors saw everything that happened. So I took UPS to court and set legal precedent to be able to recover for intentional infliction of emotional distress. So when this case was talking about intentional infliction of emotional distress, I'm like, oh, that's a really high burden you have to meet. So I hope people are ready to bring out their medical records, because mine had to come out.
In banker records, right?
Yeah, I had to show, like, I had to get my, my psychiatry.
I am so sorry that happened to you.
Therapy
This is
records.
horrific.
I withdrew from school, honestly, because I'd be in that semester, because I would be in the middle of class and just start breaking down in tears, because this is, I mean,
that's absolutely horrible.
And then the worst thing is he's on, like, speaking of Griffmas coming up, but UPS, he went viral on a TikTok at Christmas time a few years ago when I was in the middle of, I was scrolling at my doctor's appointment, getting my nursing school blood work done. And what do you know? I hear the voice and I'm like, instantly, I knew. And I was like, contacting UPS. I was like, do not put him on your TikTok. Yeah, he was on their TikTok. Then they went back the next year and raised more money for him for a Christmas bonus. I'm like,
the dude didn't get fired?
No, the UPS union is so strong. When he was hired on as a driver, Jay, he was 1 point away from not even having a license to operate a motor vehicle.
Wow.
Yeah, people don't understand. Unions are not for the public. They're not to help the public.
No, I know all about the auto union. My dad worked for Ford, but and he wasn't part of the union. He was a corporate worker, but yeah, unions are fucking out of hand, man. You can basically, like, my brother worked on the line at Ford and they're UAW workers, and he was like, there's ladies that have nails that are like way too fucking long where they can't even do their job properly, and they can't make them get rid of their nails. It's like out of control. Out of control.
I just wonder how they, use the restroom, but
yeah, that's nasty.
I don't.
Nasty.
Ooh, no, I don't.
Nasty.
All right, guys.
Thanks for leaving us with that thought. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Still, I gotta go find out what Shovels on the Scenes.
Oh Lord.
Doing.
Can you go shovel?
I love a good laugh every now and then.
Good
yeah,
Lord.
he's too many red flags for me. I can't watch him.
Well, sometimes when I'm feeling really dumb, I just need some people to remind myself I'm not. There's may not be the best day, but even on my worst day, I'm not as dumb as this person. So
have a good one,
have a
girl.
good day, everybody.
You too.
Bye.
Have a good one,
Thanks
Regina.
for having me, Jay. It was awesome seeing you, Crimson Tide. You guys have a very blessed day.
You too. Thanks,
Bye-bye.
ladies.
Thanks.
Do you need me to kick you? All right, there we go. Damn, we've been on here almost 6 hours. I did not expect that. Thank you guys so much for listening today. We went all over the place. We had Alistair up here. We had TikTok Tony talking last night. Some weird shit. Striker, good to see. Striker, you changed your picture. You about threw me off. Potato's still here. Hard pass. I know some of you guys are behind. Hard passing on silvers. Yeah, I'm good. I'm all good. Good in the hood. Well, it was nice. Thank you for SF answering the questions that he did, and everybody in chat. Thanks for being here. I want to give some special thanks before we end. Sluice Investigates. I didn't see all of these super chats, so I'd like to read them before you guys go. I feel like Ellie can't clear one of the parents because it would be obvious to the public, no matter if they clear Katie or Chris or Seth, it'll be obvious to the public if one bio parent gets cleared. And yeah, I've thought the same damn thing, Sleuths. Thank you for your super chat and happy holidays. We have FSU Girl. Thank you for your super chat. You said my ex was a federal correctional officer and our house got raided by marshals and FBI. All of our devices were taken. I got mine immediately. He did not. Sophia gifted a cooter ship. And then here's another one from Sleuth. I didn't see this one either. Thank you, Sleuth. And as Granny said, why didn't Seth go back home to check to make sure Sebastian didn't show up at his house? Yes, that doesn't make sense either. Great live, Jay. Thumbs up, y'all. Thank you, Sleuths. I think I got all those. Oh, One Eyed Flo, thank you. Canadian Ernie Shell. Belinda, thank you so much for your $50 super chat. So generous. But Belinda also became a cooter today. I hope your legs were closed. Snazzy, Jay put up a screen before he shows something. Thank you, Snazzy, for giving me that warning. Julie and Sophia also donated cooter ships. Thanks so much to everybody. He can dig holes. You missed the first 4 hours? God almighty. Well, let me know what you think in the comments section. Never a dull moment over here. Let's go ahead and see our way out of here. Thank you guys so much. Happy birthday to all those celebrating birthdays, doing Christmas shopping. Be safe out there. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye, guys. Oh, yeah. 9 o'clock tonight in Discord. 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The mods will tell you how to get into Discord. Thank you so much, moderators.
I might go forever, go for eons. Front like you don't be on. Pull up in the Tesla, Elon. When I was a kid, I was a phenom. When I was a kid, I was a beast. I pull up, then I be gone. See ya. See ya. See ya. Be gone. See ya. See ya. See ya. Be gone. Thumbing through the blues, no BB King. Back to back shit, so just looking for the ring. I wake up, I brush my teeth. I wake up, I bought 2, 3. I wake up like, ooh, that's me. Brand new car, like, ooh, that's clean. Tracksuit pants, don't wear no jeans. I'm athletic, counting up 100 like calisthenics. Talking about a bag, you got bad credit. New MX, we don't use debit. Calling, brand new deals, keep calling. Tell them bring them through, need all them. 4 whole kids still ballin'. I just get up and I zoom. I don't need proof on the proof. I be way up in the moon. I'm looking down on you. Hey nigga, I'm proud of you. Stack money a mile or 2. I might go forever, go for eons. Front like you don't be on. Pull up in the Tesla, Elon. When I was a kid, I was a phenom. When I was a kid, I was a beast. I pull up, then I be gone. See ya. See ya. See ya. Be gone. See ya. See ya. See ya. Be gone. I'm on a run and you better know. I'm in the know and you better know. I'm here to stay and you better know. I'm at the table, I never fold. I'm at the table, I'm up again. I'm at the table, I'm here to win. Don't cook a record, don't come again. Please, I just need what I need. I collect for my seeds. Would've thought my name Tree. I pick up then I leave. In my pocket I be. I don't like to be seen. I just get up and I zoom. I don't need proof on the proof. I be way up with the moon. I'm looking down on you. Hey nigga, I'm proud of you. Stack money a mile or 2. I might go forever, go for eons. Front like you don't be on. Pull up in the Tesla, Elon. When I was a kid, I was a phenom. When I was a kid, I was a beast. I pull up, then I be gone. See ya. See ya. See ya. Be gone. See ya. See ya. See ya. Be gone. Bye, Jennifer.